Hola.
You good? Oh, good,
Lim
man.
bhai.
Good to see you.
This mark.
Morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Look at it. This is your can.
Why not? Mm. I'm here with Ben Duckett, England's explosive opener. Ben, firstly, how do you come down after that high in that first Test match?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it was kind of a mixed emotions. Obviously, scoring 100 in the first innings and then following up with a golden duck in the second. I think it's a great level of Test cricket. But you know, just to contribute to a victory like that was, yeah, I couldn't have asked for much more. You know, just to be involved in the game. I think from both sides, it was an incredible 5 days to be a part of. So it'll take quite a bit to do that again this week.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes me to that second question, which you probably already answered. It's easier to get a duck after scoring 100?
Yeah, I was obviously disappointed. Second innings runs are always a little bit easier, and I think the situation we were in, it was set up to, you know, go and play with freedom. And yeah, I was obviously disappointed with that, but I'd have taken it at the start of the game.
Yeah, all the talk about the way that England are playing. How does this sort of management make sure that the players express themselves and keep them so happy all the time?
I think the way we express ourselves, you know, gives the enjoy factor and helps us, you know, it takes all the pressure off. We can just go and enjoy ourselves, take the positive option at all times. And, you know, certainly that first pitch allowed us to do that. We know that this pitch is probably going to be a little bit different. But I don't think that's going to stop the way we play. So, yeah, it should be a fun 5 days.
Yeah, this question might annoy you because there's a lot of people at the start of their career, at your career, sort of pointed out your problem with spin, but reverse sweep is not a problem at all.
Yeah, I think I probably had a problem with one specific bowler. You know, he's very good in his home conditions, but, you know, I always knew myself that spin's actually the strong point in my game. So I'm hoping for a little bit of spin in this game, and I'll certainly try and get a few sweeps out if I'm in.
Yeah, we're very excited to watch the way England play, and obviously that must transcend into the camp as well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's now about parking what happened last week. You know, moving forward, we know Pakistan are a very good team, and they're gonna, you know, come very hard at us this week. So, you know, we've just got to stick to what we do well. And you know, I think the way that we go about our cricket, led by Stokesy, it's always very entertaining, even when we're in the field. You know, the fields we set, try and keep it as fun as we can, even in the slightly more boring periods of the game where not much is happening. But yeah, hopefully we'll put on a good show for everyone back home and the crowd here this week.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Cheers. It was an incredible 5 days to be a part of. So it'll take quite a bit to do that again this week.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes me to that second question, which you probably already answered. It's easier to get a duck after scoring 100.
Yeah, I was obviously disappointed. Second innings runs are always a little bit easier, and I think the situation we were in, it was set up to, go and play with freedom. And yeah, I was obviously disappointed with that, but I'd have taken it at the start of the game.
Yeah, all the talk about the way that England are playing, how does this sort of management make sure that the players express themselves and keep them so happy all the time?
I think the way we express ourselves, gives the enjoy factor and helps us. It takes all the pressure off. We can just go and enjoy ourselves, take the positive option at all times, and certainly that first pitch allowed us to do that. We know that this pitch is probably going to be a little bit different, but I don't think that's going to stop the way we play. So yeah, it should be a fun 5 days.
Yeah, this question might annoy you because mentioned that the outfield's quite lush and reverse swing will be slightly difficult because is it possible? Yeah. 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 Cool, 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 cool.
So I'll stand in mid-shot, we'll name it as the Roy, and I'll pull out the
Yeah.
see all that in the back.
Yeah. And then we'll talk about yeah.
Yeah. That's okay for the moment, Tanya.
We're held Multan now, and all the focus after that first test match is the 22 yards. Firstly, I can tell you that it's pretty lush here in Multan and not a lot of dryness to work with for that reverse swing. The talk about reverse swing and spin has dominated before this test match has started. And we look at the pitch and it's very, very dry, and you expect that because Pakistan are looking for spin. But what I want to talk about is because it's so dry, there's two colors here. So the groundman has made sure that where the batters stand or where the bowlers will probably follow through, he's put a lot of water in it. So that's darker colored. So he's worried about that breaking up. So that's tell you that the pitch is prepared very dry. And as you move forward, then the color changes. So they're quite visible sort of cracks on the pitch as well, more so than the first test match. And that shows that maybe this pitch will be more suitable for spin, and Pakistan, the home side, wants spin, and I think the groundman has done that job and he's prepared it to actually favor spin. Spin and reverse swing, I think more spin right now rather than reverse swing, considering the atmosphere, considering the ground. I think you know what's coming here at Multan. Is because it's so dry, there's two colors here. So the has done that job and he's prepared it to actually
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you.
The last day of this first test match, and it is set up perfectly. Two sides going at each other hard in this first test match. He's been given out and he's walking. England have their first.
Lovely shot.
Mohammad Rizwan gone all the way for 6. It's all gone Anderson. England have their 6th wicket and they will be into the bowlers. Game on. Oh, is it carried? I think it has carried. What a catch. Robinson's off on a spell here.
Yeah, given. Anderson again. 4 for Anderson. 9 for England. High enough in the sky yet to give us about 45 minutes play, we reckon, for England to take this final wicket. Anderson to the last man. Stokes can't believe it. Naseem survives. Pakistan survive.
Oh, close. Very close, given. Well, that is one of the greatest test match victories you'll ever see. What leadership. What a performance on a featherbed of a pitch. The talismanic captain Stokes has produced some magic.
Hello and welcome from Multan Cricket Stadium. We're here for the second test match. It's the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Lot to look forward to in this one, of course. We're looking at England leading the series 1-0, whereas Pakistan will be looking to redeem themselves. A couple of new faces you might get to see. And of course, they'd have to play really well because they're up against a very, very good England side who are looking to seal the series. Now, I've got with me two special guests, David Gower and Waqar Yunus. David, fair to say that we won't be expecting a conservative approach from England. You know, that's one thing for sure. They're here to win. They've made it very clear.
I don't know why you say that. I mean, come on. They've given no clues at all that they're going to play positive cricket. No, that was brilliant. I mean, just looking at the highlights, as it were, of that last day of the first Test match, it was an extraordinary performance, an extraordinary Test match. And just speaking to various people around the England camp yesterday, Ben Stokes, people like, I mean, Ben just has this one approach to the game. He wants to entertain, he wants to be positive, he wants to win. He doesn't seem to mind what is thrown up against him. I mean, there'll be slightly different conditions here again, different team against him here, it seems, so different things to cope with. But England, as he said during that first Test match, all they like to do is focus on what they're good at. They'll make their plans. I mean, for instance, that plan on the final morning in Rawalpindi, bowling short, or the fourth evening, bowling short. Spectacular, because it worked. And so they're prepared to think differently to most people.
Concerns from the Pakistan camp. Naseem Shah's sort of struggling, lots of injury concerns. So Haris Rauf has already been ruled out. So Pakistan needs to make a comeback, and obviously they have to make a comeback with the resources that they have.
Yeah, I mean, more problems for Pakistan. They lost that first Test match, and you know, the way they lost that Test match also really going to play on their minds. And with Naseem Shah, if he doesn't play, I think it's going to be a big setback for Pakistan. So, you know, I'm not sure at the moment. We'll find out at the toss that who's going to be replacing him. Is he going to be the spinner or the pacer? We'll soon find out. But yeah, Pakistan got to really play out of their skins to beat this England side, because they have come with a very different mindset, very different strategies, you know, funky fields, all sorts of things. I mean, you know, they have come prepared, so Pakistan got to really match that to win this Test match.
Well, one thing is for sure, one confirmation that we have is Abrar Ahmed is making his debut today, and he got the Test cap as well recently. What a proud moment for him.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He should have gotten this cap in the previous match, but yeah, fine. He's come here. The pitch might suit him. I was out there a little while ago, so you know, he's one man who's been performing outstandingly well in the first class, and I feel that if you want to really up your first class cricket, you have to respect the guys who perform at first class level and get selected. So I think it'll be a good choice.
changes for the England squad? Any for the England team?
Well, we know they like to announce their team ahead of a game. They did so yesterday morning. Wood comes in. Mark Wood comes in. Obviously, there is the injury to Livingston, so he was completely ruled out. He's no longer in the country. So Wood comes in, straight swap actually.
Well, straight swap. Mark Wood is obviously going to be there. Abrar Ahmed, you'll get to see him in action today. And of course, when we do come back from the break, we'll take you through to the toss. So don't go anywhere. Back at the Inverix Solar Energy pitch side show. Well, the news from the center, in case you guys have missed out, is that Abrar Ahmed will be making his debut for Pakistan. And you'll perhaps get to see some other changes as well, because Haris Rauf has been struggling. Naseem Shah is also said to be struggling. Let's see who plays for England. Mark Wood is expected to return to the side. But we are now ready with the toss. So let's head over to Sikandar Bakht, who's out there with the two captains.
Toss brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. All right, welcome to the toss. This is the second test match and a big occasion, 16 years since the last game was played out here. So we're all set. We've got the match referee alongside me, Andy Pycroft, and of course the two captains, Babar Azam and Ben Stokes. And who's got the coin? Babar has the coin.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
You have a tail.
Yeah, love a bat. So, Ben, first of all, what are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat.
You're going to bat first. Got the momentum on your side, of course, from the first test match. What do you make of the surface?
Yeah, I don't think we can really read into it too much. I think we'll have to wait and see sort of what it offers in the first hour of cricket. But hopefully we can go out and set the same sort of benchmark as we did in the last Test match with the bat.
Same kind of tone. We don't expect anything different coming from England. Trying to get out there and get as many as possible.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously going out and playing some exciting, positive cricket is what we're all about, and carrying on the momentum from last week. Obviously taking a lot of confidence with the win. So yeah, looking forward to getting going.
Any changes?
Just the one change which we announced yesterday, where Mark Wood comes in for the injured Liam Livingstone.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you. Cheers.
Babar, would you have done the same thing if you won the toss?
Definitely we have a batting first, but toss is not our hand, and unfortunately I lost on the trot. But we will try to take early wickets and put pressure on them.
What do you make of this surface when you look at the pitch?
Pitch look like dry, but I think we need to bowl in good area and try to take wickets.
It's been tough for you as a captain because lots of injuries in the camp. What are the changes in the side?
We have 3 changes. Abrar is debut, and Fahim is back, and Nasim is not playing because of his shoulder is not good, and he has the rest, and Nawaz is in for Azhar Ali.
Okay, well, good luck to you.
Thanks.
So the news from the centre, England have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Toss, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, Ben Stokes making it very clear that they're going to bat first because they are expecting it to turn later on. I mean, that was the news that was coming through as well, David, that, Pakistan is expecting it to turn and get a result in, that, something that favours their spinners.
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret. They moved the pitch a couple of days ago, or a few days ago. So there was a pitch to the right as we would look at it from here, which was originally designated. This one is barer. It looks like it should turn. I mean, it looks, first day, it looks a very good pitch again. So the expectation from both teams is it will turn. Hence, both captains would have wanted to bat first while it's at its best. And in England's case, of course, they will do the same again. They'll try and make those runs as quickly as possible. But they've got Abrar to look at, which, like Vakar, I'd have liked to have seen Abrar in that first Test match. He's got wickets in first-class cricket this summer. He's obviously confident. There is the pressure of a Test match, yes, but he's different. And I think Pakistan definitely needs something different.
Well, Pakistan would be expecting something different from their side as well, because they've got Mohammad Nawaz in place of Azhar Ali playing today. Obviously, Naseem Shah is not playing as well. Haris Rauf is not playing as well, but they've got Fahim Ashraf in. So a couple of changes. Abrar Ahmed is obviously the debutant. So it remains to be seen how much of an impact these changes can have. But we're ready with the pitch report. So let's head over to Bazid Khan.
Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
We're held Multan now, and all the focus after that first Test match is the 22 yards. Firstly, I can tell you that it's pretty lush here in Multan and not a lot of dryness to work with for that reverse swing. The talk about reverse swing and spin has dominated before this Test match has started. And we look at the pitch and it's very, very dry, and you expect that because Pakistan are looking for spin. But what I want to talk about is, because it's so dry, there's 2 colors here. So the groundman has made sure that where the batters stand or where the bowlers will probably follow through, he's put a lot of water in it. So that's darker colored. So he's worried about that breaking up. So that's tell you that the pitch is prepared very dry. And as you move forward, then the color changes. So they're quite visible sort of cracks on the pitch as well, more so than the first Test match. And that shows that maybe this pitch will be more suitable for spin. And Pakistan, the home side, wants spin. And I think the groundman has done that job, and he's prepared it to actually favor spin. Spin and reverse swing, I think more spin right now rather than reverse swing, considering the atmosphere, considering the ground. I think you know what's coming here at Multan.
Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, interestingly enough, we saw that Yasir Shah took 10 wickets on the very same ground in the first-class game that was played just a short while ago. So I think the plan is very, very straightforward, that they wanted to create a pitch for the spinners.
Yeah, by the look of it, and as David earlier said, that they've moved the pitch from left to right or right to left, whatever. It's definitely a lot drier. I think previously they were thinking that we'll have Haris and we'll have Naseem, and we might prepare a different pitch, might have a little bit more grass on it because they're both not there. And Pakistan fast bowling attack looks very, very thin at the moment. So I feel that it's the right move, I guess, looking at the resources we have. So really looking forward to see a Brar ball on this one. It's a toss to win, actually, to be honest, because I think first day or so, or maybe 2 days, I think it'll be a good to bat on, and then so many cracks there. And yes, the sun is not as strong as we had in Pindi. Might just crumble a little bit, not that much, but it'll have a little bit powdery stuff there.
David, England tends to take the pitch and toss out of equation. That's the one thing that we've seen from them, but this is what they're looking like. Obviously, we've seen that they've got Mark Wood returning to that side.
Yeah, he's been sort of resting for the last few weeks. Another injury in Australia in the World T20. He gives the cutting edge on pretty much any sort of pitch because he has that extra pace. He can reverse it as well. If you go back to Pindi and think about the bouncer attack at the start of Pakistan's second innings, if you imagine that with someone like Mark Wood with the extra pace, that would up the sort of degree of difficulty. Otherwise, the batsmen are obviously in good form. Will Jacks picked up 6 wickets in that first Pakistan innings, which surprised us all, to be fair, and him, no doubt. But they've got a good balance, and that's why they've kept Pope as the keeper. So you've got a really good balance with that team. Poor old Ben Folkes has to miss out.
Well, Pakistan has tried to bring a bit of balance into this side, obviously, with all the injuries. Waqar, I want to ask you about Mohammad Nawaz. He's been brought in instead of Azhar Ali. How do you look at that change?
I think Pakistani bringing 2 all-rounders. They brought Fahim also, and of course Nawaz, and leaving out Azhar Ali. I think they're just trying to balance the side and also give enough cushion to the bowling attack also. That they give Pakistan an option of 3 spinners. So I think that's the reason Azhar Ali is being dropped. I'm not sure where his future lies now after this one. He's been a great server, no doubt. The balance looks really good, but the only thing for me is the fast bowling battery. It's very, very thin. A debutant and someone who's making a comeback for him, who has not really bowled that much, or we have seen Muhammad Ali also in the previous game that he, when it comes to test match cricket, it's a different ball game.
Well, yeah, lots of inexperience in Pakistan bowling lineup that we've seen, but obviously they will have to have an answer for the Baz ball that we've seen from England. It's time for expert advice.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, in that last test match that we saw, Waqar, England started off on such a positive note that they were scoring at 7.6 or 8 and over, and they'll be batting again now. What is Pakistan's plan going to be to counter that sort of onslaught from them?
Look, I think Pakistan also got to get into a T20 or a one-day mode also. Bowl with control. Don't just bowl without any planning or without any strategy, because in previous match we saw that they bowled both sides of the pitch and got hammered. So I think with this sort of strategy, positive strategy from England, Pakistan's got to stay calm and make sure that you bowl in a good area. Whenever you bowl in a good area, we saw in the second inning also, Pakistan did pick up a wicket. So when you're coming aggressively, if you control, if you bowl well, if you're not really worried about, okay, I got hit for a boundary, that's fine, it's gone now. Next ball, where am I going to bowl? Be very, very clear about it.
What's happening there? Sorry, I'm just going to cut you, but you had this chat with Baz.
Because Baz has brought something very special to Test match cricket. So I was just picking his brain and asking him different questions, and he was very open about things, and he said that's how we're going to play, and that's this is where we're going to take our Test match cricket, and also of course about golf. We both play golf, so we were talking a little bit about golf also. So he's very clear, he was very relaxed, so that was a very positive coach, I see.
Yeah, you've heard it from the experts. Waqar Yunus says that they need to be bowling with much more control, and yeah, that was the expert advice for you.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Now, you heard from the experts on their advice for Pakistan, but it's now time for the favorite time of my day, expert predictions.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, DG, you've been pretty spot on with your predictions first up in the morning. So I'm going to ask you, how much do you think is England going to score?
Don't say 500, please.
No, first session only, Vikas. First session only. Yeah, I was kind of right at the start of the Pindi test with no wickets on that first morning, which was turned out to be right. But yeah, these predictions are tough. I think they are going to go positive. Well, we know they're going to be positive again. We've got, actually, it's just a normal session, is it? Or it's a slightly longer session. Got to be careful here, half an hour extra prayers today. So that gives them half an hour to make another 50 runs. I'm going to go 140, actually, because 150.
End of the day? End of the day?
Oh, come on. No, come on. That's unfair.
Around 80 overs to be bowled, you know. What do you think?
I can't predict the fog and the mist and the sunlight and the sunset. Well, I can predict sunset, 5:15. I know that. Depends what goes on around the rest of it.
Your thoughts, Vikas?
It is a little misty. So if there is anything in this pitch, you know, as you mentioned, they put a lot of water on it. So, or Baz had mentioned. So, you know, if there is anything in this pitch for the seamers, it's going to be early morning. So if Pakistan can pick up a couple of wickets, early wickets, I think things will be okay. I will say yes, over 100, 140 runs. But Pakistan need to pick at least 3 wickets.
Around the, what about at the end of the day? Are we looking at around 400?
Oh dear. I can tell you at lunch break if you ask me this question, because it all depends on how the first session goes. First session is always very crucial in test match.
Can I say, as the captains themselves will say, let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to dig an exact figure out of you guys so that we can just
reevaluate. 900.
Okay,
all right, 900. All right, that was the expert prediction. That was the expert predictions by you.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Just, you know, from an England perspective, Mark Wood comes back. I know we keep on speaking about the approach. When you look at their side, and obviously you see the batting depth, there's so much batting depth in it. 7.6 and over was what we saw last time. Is it going to be more of the same? Is it going to be, what I mean to say is there going to be a conscious effort to score quickly?
Well, the great thing about this team is they have a plan to score quickly, yes. But no one, including them, would have known they were going to score at 7 runs and over through that first innings at Pindi. It's a question of what's offered at the other end. And I think one of the points that Vikas was making, and one of the points I would look at, is that everyone with a brand new ball at the start of a test match tries to pitch it up to see if it's going to do anything. It did nothing. So, for instance, Crawley, one great example, just drove through it. By the end of the first over, it was 14 without loss. So I think the message there, okay, different attack, and they haven't got quite the cutting edge of the pace, is to bring the length back a little bit, keep it straight. Any width will probably disappear. Keep it straight, so prevent those drives. You've got to try, if you're Pakistan, to take wickets. Vikas says 3 in the morning. Got to try and take wickets. But if you can't do that for any reason, then you've got to control that scoring rate. So if they bowl badly, don't have a plan, and they must have made plans by now. They don't have a plan and bowl badly, go for 7 runs and over again, they get exactly what they deserve. If they thought about it, got some shrewd tactics, used the spin as well. I mean, Abrar again, it's someone like Abrar, even though it's day one, England haven't seen him. So it's just an interesting sort of little dynamic where if he comes on before, say, in next hour and a half or so, have a look at him, see what's going on.
Fahim Ashraf, Wakar, I mean, he's one guy who would be considered a genuine all-rounder for Pakistan, because if you look at the kind of scores that he's made in Test cricket, he's definitely someone who can contribute at that number in Test cricket for Pakistan.
Yeah, batting you can say it, but when you talk about bowling, because Pakistan playing only 2 seamers, and most of the times when he plays, he's either a 4th seamer, or sometime when you want to play 2 spinners, then he comes as a 3rd seamer. So being in the top seamers is going to be a lot of pressure on him, and he hasn't played the last test match. And in the first class also, he hasn't really performed that well. Yes, he's done well in test match cricket, but that's a long time ago. So, I mean, we've got to really wait to see how he comes out and how he bowls. Muhammad Ali is good. He's a good bowler, but I think conditions really requires for him especially. So it is going to be an issue when it comes to pace, but spinners, I think Pakistan are pretty sorted.
What about, obviously you've got all these numbers of Fahim Ashraf. He's averaging 34 and he's taken 24 wickets, something that you've spoken about, that he will be playing as a seamer, will be requiring wickets up front from him. Mohammad Wasim, he misses out. Do you think, that was perhaps the right call from the management? If you were sitting in the management, would you have stuck to the team that you're seeing right now?
You mean Naseem Shah missing out in the...
Mohammad Wasim.
Wasim, okay.
Yeah, as the man who could have come in.
Yeah.
Like swap, yeah.
Who are you going to replace him with? Pakistan, they have shifted the pitch. That means they're relying more on spinners. So I think the right way to go was with more spinners. So I still feel there's a lot been said before this test match by England camp also and also Pakistan camp, how they're going to play. But test match cricket, I've seen it many times. I've played a lot of cricket also. It can change like that. So you got to be really spot on. You got to really do your basics right. And I think things might work for Pakistan, but you need to sort of be up for it. It's a big challenge against England at the moment. They're one up. They're full of confidence. So you need to really be very positive that you can beat them. It's the belief has got to come to beat them. Otherwise, it's going to be hard.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts. We're only moments away from all the live action over here. Of course, England has won the toss and they have decided to bat first. Mark Wood comes back along with a couple of other changes for Pakistan. We'll catch you shortly after this short break.
the last day of this first test match, and it is set up perfectly. Two sides going at each other hard in this first test match. He's been given out and he's walking. England have their first.
Lovely shot.
Mohammad Rizwan gone all the way for 6.
It's all gone. Gone, Anderson. England have their 6th wicket and they will be into the bowlers. Game on. Oh, is it carried? I think it has carried. What a catch. Robinson's off on a spell here.
Yeah, given. Anderson again. 4 for Anderson, 9 for England. High enough in the sky yet to give us about 45 minutes play, we reckon, for England to take this final wicket. Anderson to the last man. Stokes can't believe it. Naseem survives. Pakistan survive.
Oh, close. Very close, given.
Well, that is one of the greatest test match victories you'll ever see. What leadership, what a performance on a featherbed of a pitch. The talismanic captain Stokes has produced some magic.
After that dramatic ending in Rawalpindi, the show moves to Multan for the DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. Multan, the City of Saints, hosts the 2nd Test match of the 3-match series. In Rawalpindi, England won by 74 runs with around about 10 minutes to spare before the light closed in. We're in Multan this week, and next week the final test of the series from the 17th to the 21st in Karachi. Mathematically, Pakistan can still get into that top of the Test Championship to try and get through. England pretty much out of it. Australia going well against the West Indies. South Africa 2nd, Sri Lanka 3rd, and India in 4th place. So still a bit to play for in terms of Test Championship points. The pitch has been shaved at the ends to try and get spin after an absolute road in Pindi. They are trying to get some spin into this one. There are cracks, and luckily the fog isn't as bad as it has been in the last couple of days. So we have a start on time, and hopefully it'll be a little bit more in it for the bowlers. It's the sort of toss you desperately want to win on this surface, because, especially if you're Pakistan and you've loaded your side with spinners, you'd want to be batting first. But Babar Azam lost the toss. Ben Stokes, no hesitation in saying we will have a bat first. There is the England team. The obvious one was Wood coming in for Livingston. The problem for them was trying to get Ben Foakes in, the wicket-keeper, and if they did, who would they leave out? As it was, they said, no, we'll keep Pope with the gloves. There was a mention as well from Stokes yesterday in his press conference that Duckett, if Pope got tired, Duckett could keep wicket as well. Pakistan, 3 changes to their side, 2 of them because of injury. Fahim Ashram, Nawaz, the all-rounders come in. Abrar comes in on debut, the mystery spinner. And Azhar Ali also left out to get the balance of the side and get that extra spinner in. But Azam carded to come in at number 3. Imam, who played really well in the last Test match, as did Shafiq. They will be in the field first. Who did this interview? Well, a man who got 100 and a duck in the last innings, Ben Duckett. He spoke to Bazid Khan earlier.
I'm here with Ben Duckett, England's explosive opener. Ben, firstly, how do you come down after that high in that first Test match?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it was kind of a mixed emotions. Obviously, scoring 100 in the first innings and then following up with a golden duck in the second. I think it's a great level of Test cricket. But you know, just to contribute to a victory like that was, yeah, I couldn't have asked for much more. You know, just to be involved in the game I think from both sides it was an incredible 5 days to be a part of. So it'll take quite a bit to do that again this week.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes me to that second question, which you probably already answered. It's easier to get a duck after scoring 100?
Yeah, I was obviously disappointed. Second innings runs are always a little bit easier, and I think the situation we were in, it was set up to, you know, go and play with freedom. And yeah, I was obviously disappointed with that, but I'd have taken it at the start of the game.
Yeah, all the talk about the way that England are playing, how does this sort of management make sure that the players express themselves and keep them so happy all the time?
I think the way we express ourselves, you know, gives the enjoy factor and helps us, you know, it takes all the pressure off. We can just go and enjoy ourselves, take the positive option at all times. And, you know, certainly that first pitch allowed us to do that. We know that this pitch is probably going to be a little bit different. But I don't think that's going to stop the way we play. So, yeah, it should be a fun 5 days.
Yeah, this question might annoy you because a lot of people at the start of their career, at your career, sort of pointed out your problem with spin, but reverse sweep is not a problem at all.
Yeah, I think I probably had a problem with one specific bowler. You know, he's very good in his home conditions, but, you know, I always knew myself that spin's actually the strong point in my game. So I'm hoping for a little bit of spin in this game, and I'll certainly try and get a few sweeps out if I'm in.
Yeah, we're very excited to watch the way England play, and obviously that must transcend into the camp as well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's now about parking what happened last week. You know, moving forward, we know Pakistan are a very good team, and they're gonna, you know, come very hard at us this week. So, you know, we've just got to stick to what we do well. And you know, I think the way that we go about our cricket, led by Stokesy, it's always very entertaining, even when we're in the field. You know, the fields we set, try and keep it as fun as we can, even in the slightly more boring periods of the game where not much is happening. But yeah, hopefully we'll put on a good show for everyone back home and the crowd here this week.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Cheers.
Talented left-hander Ben Duckett sums up where England are with their Test cricket. Someone who's been excellent in white ball cricket, and they've given him a go at the top of the order. And talking of someone making their debut, Abrar Ahmed is doing that here in Multan. Bazid Khan, what did you make of the 3 changes for Pakistan? A couple enforced, and in particular the Azhar Ali decision.
Yeah, very interesting. I think Babar has sort of put all his eggs in one basket. He thinks he's going to spin, and he thinks he doesn't need a lot of batting. Agha Salman, Saud Shakil, Nawaz, a bowling all-rounder, and Fahim Ashraf. So the batting goes longer, so that's why maybe Azhar Ali's given way. But it's all about spin, really. Abrar Ahmed, Zahid Mahmood, Mohammad Nawaz. Thinking here is that the pitch has been prepared or tailor-made for spin, which we'll have to wait and see how that progresses. They've got just one fast bowler, as such a genuine fast sort of bowler, and then the all-rounder. So Fahim Ashraf will start off with the new ball, Muhammad Ali the other fast bowler, so it's basically going to be trial by spin.
Yeah, it's an inexperienced bowling lineup, just the 49 Test wickets between Fahim, Nawaz, Zahid, Ali and Abrar, and it'll be tested on this surface. 2 very experienced, 2 excellent umpires, Erasmus and Dar. So England in the first innings on the first day in Pindi made over 575 overs. The 2 openers that got hundreds in Pindi, Crawley and Duckett. Crawley with the first ball of the second Test match, facing up to Fahim.
No!
David, you had a look at that surface yesterday. You were here. What do you make of it?
Well, pretty much what most other people seem to make of it as well. We know it was moved, so in other words, The original chosen pitch is 2 or 3 to the right as you look at it from the commentary box end. This one is very bare. There's one blade of grass halfway down somewhere. And as you say, it's been given a bit of treatment. Yeah, the expectation is that give it 3 or 4 days, it'll be turning a bit. Maybe sooner, who knows? I mean, looking at those first couple of deliveries, one thing stands out is that in Pindi, Pakistan's opening attack, Naseem, they pitched it up to see if it would swing, and they got driven. Here already Fahim has taken the length back a bit, so you're not going to get drives from that sort of length, and that's possibly, yeah, theoretically, that's a better way of approaching it with the new ball. The new ball's done very little for either set of bowlers.
I think what Fahim will do, he'll give them control. That was what lacking on the first day in Pindi. They both bowled both sides of the wicket, and that allowed England to get off to a flyer, 14 in the first over. So they need to be more disciplined with the new ball. Maybe pick up one with the new ball and then get your spinners on. But they can't afford to bowl both sides of the wicket, especially to Crawley. Crawley very strong off middle stump. Doesn't get through.
Yeah, the one thing you'd always say, as a batsman, brand new test match, brand new pitch, get a feel for it. That one didn't come through at all. Short and wide outside off stump, didn't come through at all, so there's no pace. Well, there's not much pace coming out the hand either. Let's face it, this is not fast bowling, this is medium pace bowling.
The other thing that England did is shock Pakistan in that very first day. They got 500 runs on that first day, but Pakistan was sort of taken aback. They didn't know what had hit them. Now they're sort of almost expecting England to get out of the blocks, almost expecting them to make all the running. So Pakistan slightly better prepared.
Yeah, and they've been a bit more defensive up front. Just 2 slips and a gully and 3 men on the ring on the offside. That's good. Good line. I don't think Crawley played at that. Excellent start from Fahim. It's a maiden. We didn't have many of them on the first day. England none for none.
Big difference already. 14 came from the first over in Pindi. The first maiden was probably about, I don't know, 38th over or something. We'll check it with Mazik. Oh, I misremembered. It was 39. I'm so sorry. I can only apologise to everyone, but big difference so far. So already a little evidence there's been some thinking done. Just to go back over this team, just the one change for England. Mark Wood coming in, Livingston injured in Pindi, and he's already gone home. Pope's maintained as the keeper. You've got a feel for Ben Foakes, who is an outstanding keeper and a decent batsman. But for the balance of the side, England felt they should stick with the way it looks there.
Now, can Muhammad Ali just continue at the other end? Got to bowl as a partnership. Talk about batting partnerships. Got to build that pressure. Can't afford Fahim to bowl a maiden and then Ali to bowl boundary balls the other end. Complete change, really. Usually you talk about new ball bowlers pitching it up, swinging it, attacking, taking wickets. I reckon it's about control.
Yeah, Nas, just start this early. We did this in the first test match as well. Difference in the pitches, first class cricket and test match cricket. Muhammad Ali in Multan, he's played 2 first class games and he's picked up 20 wickets, 3 fifers. So that just tells you that early on especially there's a lot to offer in this stadium, but you have to look at the pitches slightly across to the one that we're playing on. Plenty of grass there. Maybe he'd played those first class games on those pitches.
Pickled fine. I reckon that'll go away for a boundary and duck it off the mark, which you'll be pleased with the first ball duck in the second innings. Again, just a fraction straight, but that did swing for Ali. Just a hint of shape down the leg side. Yeah, they moved the pitch. They were due to play on the surface around about 3 to the right as we look from the media centre, with a bit more grass on it.
Yes, when you're trying to identify pitches, it all depends which way you're looking from. But yes, there's the ones adjacent to the one they're playing on. It doesn't actually really matter particularly which way you look, but they've both got grass on, and plentiful grass. This would have made for a very different sort of game, potentially.
But no Nazim, no Haris Rauf, no Shaheen Shah Afridi, who was ruled out before the series. So Pakistan trying to get it to spin. We will see if it spins.
Well, there are just little signs that there's a little swing first thing this morning, but at no great pace. There aren't many in yet, but the expectations are that this game will be well supported, maybe especially or more so next couple of days. Just to give you a clue, I mean, the journey in of a morning is so securely protected. I mean, the police here are being very cautious. It was eerie because for the players and the rest of us, the roads were empty. Police escorts everywhere, the road's completely empty, lots of traffic piled up either side. It'll take a bit of time for those that have come, and it's a bit of distance out of the centre of town as well, so it'll take a bit of time for people to make their way to the stadium and get into the stadium with the checks required as well. But when they're all in, should be good fun as well. We have more touring support as well for the England team. Two familiar faces there, and the band is in. The drums are the first things in, I think, this morning. They were clattering away nicely, well in advance of the game.
Driven on the up. No pace in this pitch, really. It's been shaved, there's cracks on it. So far, so good from Fahim. 7 dots. You can see his plans. No real drive balls. Back of a length and a channel.
Yeah, yesterday, coming from Islamabad, there were a few Barmy Army supporters on that flight, but apparently, because they couldn't get enough members on, they flew them to Karachi.
Beautiful shot, really good shot. Sitting back, hitting it at the top of the bounce. Crawley off the mark with a lovely boundary.
Well, it is one of his trademarks, and he is a very good timer of a ball. He's had a bit of a look for an over and a half, and that was almost perfect for him. Yes, it's a little bit short of a length, but he stands so tall that he's still on the front foot and has enough, just enough space outside the off stump to just free up and ease into the shot.
So the tour group flew them out from Islamabad to Karachi, which is an hour-and-a-half flight, and they were supposed to come back to Multan, an hour-and-a-half flight. Their flight got cancelled. So now they have to fly to Lahore and then travel 4 hours by road. And I was just suggesting David Gower, Lord Gower, traveled on the motorway for 6 hours, easy, and he came to Multan. He didn't bother about flights, did he?
No. I mean, yeah. The retinue of staff were very good. No, absolutely. I mean, our journey down a couple of days ago, 2-3 days ago now, was about 8 hours actually from Islamabad down the motorways. A few stops on the way, the service stations. It all went very smoothly, just took a little time. A couple of snacks, a couple of ice creams. Suddenly there we were in Multan, stuck in a police block.
Well, he's been consistent, hasn't he? Just back of the length and channel. That's pretty good from him. Maybe could go a fraction fuller just to get Crawley on the front foot. He's looking to punch off the back foot, but that's a decent start for Fahim. Just as we said that, he adjusts leg side, but Crawley misses out on a leg side delivery. 11 for none after 3.
Just going to check with Baz. How's your journey down?
Yeah, not bad at all. An hour-and-a-half flight from Islamabad, easy. Is a 30-seater though, you wouldn't have liked it.
No, I love them. I mean, the smaller the better.
Yeah, 2-seaters for you.
4-seater.
4-seater.
What, stretched limo to the airport, either end was it, from the airport?
No, thankfully no security. We don't need security in our own country. We don't need security.
Well, a lot of thinking has been done, no doubt, by Babar Azam, team management, as to how to firstly slow things down, secondly how to work out how to try and win a game. Big changes to the team. Spin has to play a part for Pakistan in this game.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time in the subcontinent you're wanting to win the toss and bat. In England it's a bit more 50-50 with the toss because of the conditions. Most of the time subcontinent, but today I reckon he went to bed last night with one wish, with the side that they've picked, one wish that Babar Azam would have had, with the side that Pakistan have picked, the 2 medium quick fast bowlers to start, win the toss and bat. Because it's day 1, will it spin on day 1? It will definitely spin day 3, day 4. So he would have wanted first use of it, and then those spinners would have come into play.
And the side that he has picked, Fahim Ashraf has never bowled with the new ball. This is his 15th test match, the first time that he's bowling with the new ball. It's probably the the side with least fast bowlers at Pakistan have picked 4 a while. So yes, Mohammad Ali and Fahim Ashraf. But after that, it's just about spin. You don't even have another sort of medium pacer all-rounder, so it's just going to be spin.
Well, it kind of reminded me of, if we go back to the days of Sunil Gavaskar opening the bowling for India. Just basically a couple of overs here and there before the great spinners of the 70s, early 80s came on. That was what Bedi, Chandrasekhar, Prasanna. Obviously some of the pitches they played on at home were purely designed to spin right from the start. But yeah, you just had a couple of overs of medium pace, and then it was pure spin, a diet of absolute spin.
Quick single, doesn't get through. It's just a ricochet off extra cover. 14 for none. As it tell us about Abrari, he's a flicker of the ball to bowl his leg spin, and then he has a googly, a little bit like a Janta Mendes. England would have done their research and done their video analysis on him. Is his googly his danger ball?
The first mystery spinner to play for Pakistan, and he bowls that carom ball, he bowls the googly, which you mentioned is the one that gets him most wickets. It turns a bit, and this season especially, he's bowled it quicker and he's more accurate, and the word around the circuit is that because he's bowling it quicker, he's more difficult to pick. Last season he was slightly easier because he tossed it up.
Can I just pick you up on something? 4 overs into the test. Having faced Abdul Qadir, he's not the first mystery spinner to play. He was an absolute mystery to me completely, Abdul Qadir. I have no idea, or I had no idea, what the great man was bowling. I made my debut against him in the Nehru Cup all those years ago, and Qadir was just a genius. But I know what you mean about mystery. These flickers nowadays, England would have done their prep and their homework. Very special moment for him. You just want to get that ball in his hand and have a bowl.
Yeah, and there's a problem with my mic, so don't think that I've thought about this for a long time. But just from the back of the bus, or back of my head, there was a voice saying that all spinners were mystery spinners for Nasser Hussain. It's nothing new.
You have thought about that comeback for a while.
Go on, tell him about Shane Warne. Come on, Edgbaston. Come on, you can.
That might have been a cutter. And it's something that all seamers will be looking at on here. When they see a ball react like that, was it a crack, or did he just roll his fingers down the side of the ball? Yeah, it just took a bit of pace off, but it absolutely died. Was a cutter, and it gripped.
First sign of turn then.
Punched beautifully down the ground. That's his strength through mid-on and mid-wicket. Crawley has his second boundary.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Pakistan to bowl with the new ball. They've been banging away short of a length, and you'd think that you just want to venture slightly fuller and try and induce that drive, but England are so good with the boundary ball. Straight away, you give them that option and they're on to it in a flash.
$18 for none.
Well, the good news for Pakistan here is it's a much steadier start than we saw in Pindi on day one. I mean, that was just electric, it was frenetic, frantic, it was everything. It was also very controlled from England. They just had more opportunities. Here at least Pakistan in these opening overs have limited the scoring opportunities.
Sorry. Sorry, mate. Centre.
Real shame for Pakistan. No Shaheen Shah Afridi, no Nazim Shah, no Harris Ralph.
We're just into the 6th over and you're sort of thinking when will spin be introduced, and it's quite a new ball. Nawaz likes bowling with the new ball, so the option of going to left arm spin is probably the spinner who would like a newish ball. I think both Ibrar and Zayed Mahmood would want a slightly used ball. But the England openers or the England batting has exerted so much pressure on Pakistan bowlers in that previous test match that Pakistan now sort of not really that confident of venturing full. They build it up short of length, but they don't want to go full. And especially with Muhammad Ali, his go-to delivery to the left-hander would be one that sort of swings back quite foolish, but because of the fact that they don't want to leak runs at all, they're just banging away short of a length.
Short and Just well fielded, actually. Got a hand on it. Imam at backward point. Saved the boundary. 18 for none.
Well, Imam fielded beautifully, actually, didn't he, in Rawalpindi as well. There were some errors up there in the first test match by others. That's a key position, though, there for the left-hander especially. Just behind square on the offside. Very strong area traditionally for left-handers, so you need a good fielder there. He's agile. He does all things right. Keeps his eye on the ball. Happy to dive on it. Good support for the bowler.
Still Fahim. Bazid, which spinner would you go to first? If you were Barber, which spinner would you... Because it's a feeling today of this game's going to start when spin comes on. Everyone's looking to see if it spins. Who would you go to first?
I'd go to Nawaz because he has more control with the new ball. And a lot of people saying Ibrar, why not Ibrar? But I just maybe just want to protect him slightly, because you don't want to have Ibrar bowling where he's slightly uncomfortable in his first over, and that sort of plays into his mind if he has a bad first over. Just want to give him conditions where he's very, very comfortable to start his bowling spell. So yes, into the game, but just wait a bit. Get Nawaz on first.
Yeah, and your excellent pitch report this morning. You mentioned about them watering the ends because you were worried about it being a bit too dry at the ends where the bowlers have been landing. You can already see the footholds there. This time he does get it through. He's very strong there, Ben Duckett. That's his shot, as David Gow will know as a left-hander. That is bread and butter.
In many ways, it's much more exaggerated for Duckett because he's such a wristy player. Just look at this. It's a flick of the wrist. Just see there? It's not the full flow of the bat, which, you know, we like to see. It's just a flick of the wrist, which you can do on pitches like this. Just as a sort of word of caution for his future on bouncier, quicker pitches, then that sort of shot becomes a genuine risk. But on these sort of pitches, that flick seems to work very nicely.
Yeah, it wasn't bouncier in Rawalpindi's second innings when he got that duck. It was a bit more of a guide, wasn't it? He was trying to obviously get off the mark with a guide, and he flicked it to second slip.
If you play that way, and I think I know something about this, you have to be so precise with your point of contact. You know, the difference between middle of the bat, outside edge, a couple of inches, isn't it? 2.5 inches or so. It's you're going to be so precise with your timing, the point of contact.
This is what they got wrong to Duckett in Pindi, either side of the wicket, and he loves it wide, so they adjust and he goes off his hip, and he moves into double figures.
Here's another little factoid for you. Apparently they also extended the boundaries here. So in Pindi the boundaries were 75 yards. Here they're 80. So a little bit bigger field. Again, I guess that works as protection for your spinners, doesn't it? If you got, for instance, you go back to the Harry Brook as an example, striking it, pumping it over the boundary. Well, he has got the power to clear 80 yards as well as 75 yards, but it just puts something slightly different into the equation when you're thinking about going over the top and trying to beat the deep field especially.
In the first innings, his first Test 100 in Rawalpindi, and you'll see runs both sides of the wicket, and that was the problem for Pakistan. They bowled outside off, and then they overcorrected, and they went back outside off, and then obviously spin. He's an excellent player of spin with his sweeps and his reverse sweeps. That is Fuller. First sign of a drive from Duckett. 27 for none after 7.
Cool, hazy morning in Multan. England 27 for none off 7. As Crawley gets on the front foot again and just punches that through the offside. There is very little pace and bounce in this pitch. Crawley being such a tall man, it is very difficult to get him off the front foot.
Yeah, England 2 openers were a little watchful to begin with, and now they're just feeling that it's time to go. Wasn't really much wrong with that last delivery, but because he's so tall, he stands tall and hits us on the top.
And down the pitch this time, but to that short mid-on. Yes, the previous boundary is the kind of shot that an opener grounded in England, used to playing in England, generally would not play. It's short of a length. You generally get a bit more bounce in England, and there may even be some movement off the seam, so it would be a very risky shot. But here in Pakistan, with very little bounce, no swing and no seam movement, you can just hit through the line without much risk, really. So it absolutely plays to Crawley's strengths, these conditions. Morning, Sikandar. How are you?
I'm fine. Morning to you. Morning to all our viewers. Few changes for Pakistan. Lots of spin in the 11. Wakar and I went down early in the morning when you had a careful look at the pitch. What do you make of it, with the 11 that Pakistan's chosen?
Well, I don't think Pakistan have much choice, especially when it comes to pace. That's why they shifted the pitch overnight. I think they were hoping that Naseem will be able to play this game and we can leave a little bit of grass, and then with Muhammad Ali, who's pretty decent when you have a little bit more bounce in the pitch. They thought that we might just play on that, but once Naseem gone out of the picture, it was an easy decision, or it was a clear decision that they want to just go with spin heavy. Already a few foot marks are developing, so we will see a lot of spin. Not sure how quickly it will spin though.
Nice timing from Duckett through wide mid-on. So although England's start has not been quite as explosive as it was up in Pindi, they're still rattling along at 4 and over or so. 3 boundaries apiece now to Duckett and Crawley.
Well, the ground staff have left a little bit of bigger field in this game, but because it's so fast, no chance of fielder to stop that. Every time you ball a little bit fuller, it's a lot easier to bat.
Right there.
36 for none from 8.
There's an area which is very dry, which is prepared for the spinners, I feel. Bit closer to the crease is, as Buzz has mentioned, there's a lot of water's been went in, and they have rolled it quite nicely, but you can clearly see that it is very crumbly. So once we go deep in the game, these foot marks will come into play. We didn't see that in Rawalpindi. So it's a good toss to win, Athers.
Yes, and if ever the selection of a Pakistan team signalled what they expect from the surface, it's this one, with just one specialist seamer and an all-rounder Fahim Ashraf and a whole host of spinners, one of which now Abrar Ahmed is about to get his first bowl in Test match cricket. He was given his cap about 40 minutes or an hour before the start of play. And we're about to get a look at him for the first time. A combination of wrist spinners and flickers. Call him a mystery spinner, wrist spinner, whatever you will. So we'll keep a very close eye on what comes out of his hand, the position of his wrist, and England will have been scouring the archive to try and find a little bit of footage of him. Of course, he didn't play in the first test. This will be their first look at him live, but the analysts will have certainly given them some footage. And his first ball in Test cricket is driven firmly to extra cover, and a misfield will allow Crawley back for two. It's one of the differences, isn't it, Wakar? In days gone by, a generation previous, a bowler like this comes on and there would have been no footage probably. A mystery spinner would have almost a head start on the opposition because they would never have seen him. But now the analyst, there's very little that escapes the analyst's gaze.
Yeah, it's about 20 years ago there was no footage, or very little footage, and nowadays you can really see what the bowler does, and it's all been recorded and it goes into the bank. Trying to put him under pressure early on. So far not a bad start, decent pace. I saw him a couple of years back when he came at the NCA. He used to bowl really slowly. He's just improved on his pace. He's a lot stronger now. Abrar picked up 43 wickets this season in 7 games, and I think he deserves an opportunity. Yeah, he will be a little nervous though to begin with. That's why it's a little bit too full. But I'm sure once he settles in, it'll be a different ball game altogether.
Oh, what a start this is. What a start for the young man. Abrar in his first over, his 5th ball in Test cricket, has beaten Crawley's defence. He's flicked one down and completely befuddled England's opener. A wonderful start in Test match cricket. Pakistan, a first wicket for Abrar.
Yeah, a dream start. This will do him world of good. This was a carom delivery back. He's tried to bowl that googly, just pitched and spun sharp. This will really pump the entire team up. Big wicket, a massive wicket. Zach Crawley gone for 19, 38 for 1.
Well, we've just witnessed an absolutely splendid moment here. Abrar Ahmed brought into the side for the 2nd Test match, playing his first Test match. He landed 4 just about on a length, and then flicked one from almost the front of the hand, and Crawley had no idea that the ball was going to spin back into him. He left an almighty gate there, and the ball sneaked through. Oof, that's a bright start from Pope. It was a little frenetic, but he hit it absolutely perfectly. So it's a fascinating first over from Abrar, who picks up a wicket, and hands on head as Pope reverse sweeps his first ball for 4.
how risky was that shot. I think the idea is very good, and they're very clear in their mind. They're not going to let him settle, or they're going to try not to let him settle at least. Picked up a big wicket of Crowley in his very first over. What a start. An outstanding start. He should have been playing in Rawalpindi also, but not given the opportunity. Doesn't matter how much you've seen, the footage is different when you're out there facing, flicking with the middle finger and making the ball come back into the right-hander Crowley, who had no clue which way that ball was going to spin. And he spun and spun sharply. Big achievement, a dream start for a youngster.
And he's got good control. You remember when the Pakistan Super League started, he broke into the big scene.
It's a lovely drive from Duckett, but so straight, so ramrod straight, it just cannons into the stumps at the other end, and had Pope diving to make sure that he made his ground.
Two first-class games were played here in this season. One was a draw, one had a result, and that Yasir Shah took 10 wickets here. The spin will have its say as the match progresses, and of course you have someone like Abrar.
Well, England's batters will be poring over that first over from Abrar. I can remember just thinking back, way back, when Paul Adams first came onto the scene, the South African wrist spinner, and he had a clear tell in the way that he gripped the ball. He used to, if he'd have four fingers on it, you knew it was spinning back into the right hander, and when it was between thumb and forefinger, it was his googly. And England will be looking at Abrar very carefully to try and work out what is different about his grip and about the position of the palm of the hand when he bowls.
Just going back how Pope actually faced that first ball from the spinner. Probably never dream of playing that kind of a shot first up.
No, you're absolutely right. When he first came into the team, if you'd have said, look, you're going to be reverse sweeping the first ball from a spinner before, a spinner that you'd never seen before, that is a measure of how England's approach has shifted over the last 6 months or so. Slow pitch. Duckett had to wait there. It was a shortish ball, and he was set to pull, and then just had to wait and wait and wait, because the ball is just coming off the pitch so slowly. Pakistan have put all their eggs in the spinning basket in this second Test match in an effort to win the match, level the series. Pitch is bare, cracked at the ends, and a team full of spinners. .44 for 1. My first visit to Multan and to the cricket stadium here, it's a huge ground actually. Although the boundaries have been brought in a little bit, they could stretch back another 10-15 yards. And the stands are set well back from the action, so spectators feel a bit more distant from things than they did up in Pindi. You wouldn't really call him a wrist spinner from what we've seen. He kind of flicks it out of the front of his hand. That's his standard grip, we think, where it kind of the ball will leave the right-hander. And then the wicket, you can just see the ball is deeper in the hand. That's the first one. That's his orthodox position. And then you see more fingers on the ball for what you'd call the googly, or the one that comes into the right-hander. It's a subtle difference, but I reckon it's a difference a batsman looking for it would pick up quite clearly and quite early. Swept away by Duckett, who is a fine player of spin. It's one of the reasons why he's been picked in this squad. They expect him to try and put pressure on the opposition spinner, and generally through this method, sweeping, reverse sweeping, he's got lots of options on the sweep.
I don't think Babar should mind that.
Goes again, leg side. So giving Abrar something to think about here. On debut, in his second over, already taken a wicket. But Duckett trying to apply some pressure.
Babar's got to be a little bit proactive, maybe give him the protection where he wants, because we all know how good Duckett is when it comes to sweeping. This time he's looking to hit in front, maybe put a man there. Just make him stop doing that, ask him to play a little bit defensive. Might not happen because that's the way he plays, but at least there is a protection there out in the deep.
And that's what he's done. He's dropped another man into the deep on the leg side. And Duckett sweeps again. Two men out now on that leg side boundary to try and protect against Duckett's strong sweep shot. This is Abrar's first over. Crawley won't have seen him before, might have seen a bit of footage, but trying to get a sense of what he does. He got 4 orthodox balls, and then the 5th one was that one pushed with a slightly different grip and spinning back into Crawley. He didn't read it. It's difficult to read when you've not seen him before, but England will try to get to grips with him very quickly. 55 for 1, 11 gone. Well, England 55 for 1 from 11, so the run rate very healthy. Not quite as explosive a start as it was up in Pindi, but still rattling along at 5 and over. Crawley, the one man to go, bowled by Abrar Ahmed, playing his first Test match. That was his 5th ball in Test cricket that beat Crawley's forward push. Duckett, in Abrar's second over, tried to take the spinner on. So he's conceded 17 in 2 overs. It's a fascinating contest. Well, Pope has come out full of intent. Swept his, or reverse swept his first ball for 4, has clipped his second for a couple. Keeping wicket, of course, in this game. No place for Ben Foakes, even though he's fit. They decided to keep the gloves with Pope to allow them to play the extra bowler, and of course Pope, more than anyone in that team, would have been praying for the coin to come down in Stokes' favour, so he gets out to bat without having had a long spell with the gloves in the field.
Well, that was close. Direct hit probably would have had many interested. Just going back to Abrar, the way we've seen he's been bowling in the domestic circuit, That's the single. Pope's call, and he was running to that danger. And let's have a look how close that was. He made it. How Babar handles Abrar is going to be important. We've seen his regular captain, Sarfaraz, who's in the dugout at the moment, just talks to him continuously through his spells. Because time and again we've seen Abrar, being young, just gets a little carried away. I'm pretty sure that he's aware that England, the way they bat, they're going to go after him. It'll be interesting to see if he gets hit again in the next over, how he operates, how Babar handles him.
It's 4 more, and it's short and stands up really and asks to be whacked, and Duckett obliges.
Yeah, Duckett is not sparing anything loose. This was a loose delivery earlier. We saw from Muhammad Ali pitching it up to Pope, and easy pickings. Another a loose delivery, a nothing delivery. It's a slow pitch. You have to be very precise. You have to be really good with your lengths. They made way too many mistakes in Rawalpindi in the first inning, where they leaked too many runs. Got to really keep things under the lid, keep it tight.
Yeah, nothing has really changed. I mean, if you go back to the 70-20s where Duckett played so much square of the wicket, and again here, it just feels like he's just still continuing that horizontal bat, and he just picks everything, the reverse sweeps, it sweeps.
Only one slip. There were 2 slips in the previous over. Just moved him at short mid-on, right next to Duckett, the non-striker end.
Abrar is down at fine leg, and that's a smart bit of fielding. One-handed pickup away to his left. Outfield is fast as it was up in Pindi and true. Bigger boundaries here, very big playing area. And in fact, they could have had even bigger boundaries had they wanted. It's a massive playing area here in Multan. 65 for 1. Well, this battle between Duckett and Abrar will continue now. Babar Azam has put a second man out on the boundary on the leg side. He's given his spinner a bit more cover for that sweep shot. So this time he tries the reverse sweep, but Abrar, he's quite slow through the air. In fact, he's got a nice variation of pace, and that is the way to go against a batsman who's determined to sweep and reverse sweep you in an almost premeditated fashion.
I don't think Duckett is very comfortable against Abrar. That's why you just want to push him out of the attack, try to put him under pressure early on. That's why he's playing those sweep shots. Yes, he plays really well, those sweep shots, but what I just feel right now is not comfortable. Plenty of spin early in the game.
Yeah, certainly more spin than we saw up in Pindi already.
You can get carried away at times when you see plenty of spin early in the game. And also you're a debutant, you overdo things at times. Just got to stay calm like that. That's a good delivery.
That's the one that did for Crawley, with that slightly different grip that we talked about. And he almost, it's not a kind of orthodox googly, it's almost flicked out. That is a very good third over from Abrar, who already looks more dangerous perhaps than Pakistan's spinners up in Pindi. 66 for 1.
Yeah, that's the googly, which played really well. He also brings his wrist into play, a little bit, a settled wrist into play. But when the ball is going away from the right hand and it comes out from the front of the hand, so that middle finger does the major job. He just flicks it with the front on. That means the ball will go away. And when he brings a little bit of wrist into play, that one comes back. It's all about the pace and it's all about the length you ball at. Let's have a look at this one here. This is the one should be coming in. Yeah, the top spinner.
So Zahid, more orthodox leg spinner. Spin from both ends, wrist spin or mystery spin from both ends. Short leg was hit a heavy blow as Duckett went to sweep Zahid's first ball. He was very expensive up in Pindi. He kept going, the leg spinner. That's about all you could say for it, really. Picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, but was plastered all around the park, really. He may have conditions more in his favour here. Imam it is at short leg, who took one on the back of the ankle there. You've got those shin pads that protect the front part of the leg, but I think as he turned around it maybe just missed it and got the back of the ankle bone.
Yeah, those shin pads are pretty good nowadays. Yes, he did turn. He might have got a little bit of shin pad and a bit of shin with it. It's definitely hurting him.
Yeah, that position, so many different ways to avoid a shot like that. Usually you don't offer the back of your neck, like in that occasion. You've seen some of the specialists in that position usually just duck right in front of it, offering the helmet with their hands and arms tucked in.
Well, in other words, this is not the place you want to be. It's a really, really dangerous and a tough place to field, especially when a player like Duckett is batting. Let's have a look at the wicket in Abrar's first over. A beautiful delivery, a right length, right line, and the pace was excellent. A googly, just nip back, hitting the middle or middle off. Wonderful start.
Yeah, it was lovely, wasn't it? Looped up, and it was not just the turn off the pitch, but the fact that it dipped on Crawley had him feeling for the ball, and that, as much as anything, created that gap. And then once the ball turned off the pitch, Crawley was always in trouble. Wonderful start to Abrar's Test career. So Imam is fine. He's stayed in at short leg. It's not the place to be when Ben Duckett is at the crease against spin. I reckon the end from which Zahid is bowling now, I think this is the end where you'll find more turn. I think it's drier and more cracked where Pope is batting now than where Duckett is standing. And that one certainly went off the pitch, albeit slowly. Oh, beautiful. Lovely. Beats Pope on the outside edge.
Well, Zahid should enjoy this surface. That one pitched more or less middle stump and spun sharply. He's got a short leg, and it's not a slip actually, it's a bit wider than that. More like a second slip.
Plenty of turn here. We're on the first morning, remember. We're barely an hour into play. And already we've seen a wicket to Abrar, the mystery spinner, and twice now in Zahid's first over. He's beaten Pope on the outside edge with deliveries that have turned significantly.
I think when the ball is little newer or harder, you will see that it'll spin more, it'll have a bit more bite. But once the ball gets older, it might not have that bite which Zahid is getting right now.
Close, surely. Yeah, finger goes up. This looks out to me. Pope beaten twice on the outside edge, goes for the reverse sweep almost in desperation, and has reviewed maybe a bit of glove on it. Does he think? If there is no glove, it looks very straight.
Review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Yes, it appears that the ball has hit the glove. Can you give me that front on again, please? And slow. We're going to reset. Hold on. Stand by, guys. Slow, slow, slow. Yes, the ball has hit the glove before hitting the pad. I'll be going back on the field to Murray. Murray, you have to reverse your decision to not out your on-screen signal now.
Well, it didn't hit the pad at all. Just straight onto the glove. So DRS has come to Ollie Pope's rescue, thankfully, because, well, it looked as though it hit the pad to Murray and to myself at real time, but it hit the glove. And Pope will go again. Reverse sweep's fine. They're going to keep that man out in the deep because they know England will reverse sweep at every opportunity. And Pope comes back for a couple. We've had 14 overs, England 69 for 1.
$14 overs been bowled since morning, and the run rate almost 5 and over, 4.93 to be precise. So things are going decent for Pakistan. We saw a little bit of spin. Both spinners are settling in quite nicely. Saw a review also which is overturned. Didn't hit the pad at all. Partnership building, 31 of 31. Abrar once again from around the wicket.
Well, it's been fascinating to watch. All of those were suggesting that it might turn in a couple of days' time. We'll have to revise that. For Abrar, the mix of picking up a wicket in his first over and being reverse swept and swept. Different game, this. Point was made just in the last 10-15 minutes. He does vary his pace, which I think is going to be essential, absolutely essential, because with all these English batsmen intent on sweeping, reverse sweeping, one of the things that frustrates that is the change of pace. If you can predict the pace, predict the flight each and every time, you've got a great opportunity. If it's different, then sometimes you miscue it.
Yeah, we've seen this so many times that it's not different now. DJ with the reverse sweep. Everybody going every second delivery. Q ends that. But you're right, absolutely right. The pace off the ball that time.
Top edge this time. This is why this game. Oh, and the slight misfield. Yes, it'll always do that. Now, has it, or has it not? Yeah, with the top edge sweep, hundreds of years of experience in this game will say it'll pitch, give it one little spin, and then the second one will grip, and you've got to be very aware of that in the deep.
He's done well here, but he didn't do that well earlier. Should have stopped that ball. And this can happen when you spend long hours in the slip and you suddenly asked to go at fine leg or a deep point where you don't know which way the ball's going to spin. Doesn't matter how good fielder you are, you can be in trouble.
That's a nice shot. That is beautifully played. Good use of the feet, got right to the ball, and the placement spot on.
Yeah, that is classy batting. Being able to come down the track, and once you get so close, doesn't matter where the ball is spinning, because you can smother it and just place it leg side. He does give you that opportunity, doesn't bowl it very fast, so the opportunity to come down the track now and then. What type of shot is that? Only David Gower, Lord David Gower, can describe that.
It's over. It's also 79 for one. No, the descriptions sometimes get a little harder, don't they? There's an element of sweep, an element of paddle, there's an element of flamingo, which would normally go in a very different direction. I have to give it initials or something. SWF. We'll toy with that one. I'll come back to you in that one. I can't imagine that Abrar has seen this sort of batting against himself ever. I mean, I might be wrong, but just the way England play. Likewise, Sam Mahmood the other end. You know, he's seen England up in Pindi and bore the brunt up there on that very flat pitch. Sorry, benign pitch. But for Abrar, first time out, I'm sure he must be more used to batsmen having a sort of more sober look at him. Well bowled. It was a bit of a stretch in the end for Ollie Pope.
The problem Babar facing right now is the flow of runs. They look to sweep, and every time you bowl a little short, they come down the pitch. Both these batsmen are really being very proactive. Difficult for bowlers to settle in. Too much work for Babar early on in the game.
Well, he's just putting a man, positioning the man behind square for the reverse sweep. Little top edge miscue. Although he's got, just thought for a moment that was going to be tight. But for Barbary, the point you make about Barbary, though, he's got to keep a cool head, because just going back a couple of balls, it did turn. Pope was stretching. You know, something to contemplate in the Tapal Tea Lounge, how much it's turning. Yes, you're on. Now, calm down. It's tea. You're meant to be relaxed with a cup of tea. Finest tea available. Guess what? Another sweep.
Well, it's all very interesting. Obviously, the way that England play, just local knowledge around here, and they say whatever the pitch, even if there's grass on it, a leg spinner, wrist spinner gets something out of the pitch. This pitch obviously made for spinners, but even if it wasn't, leg spinner does do well. And stats are only good when they back up a story. And the story is Yasir Shah getting 10 wickets here in a first-class game. So I'm sure that pitch wasn't tailor-made for spin bowling, but the wrist spinner in Multan sometimes or somehow gets more out of the surface.
$86 for 1. But the other side of it, you can look at these facts and figures, the stats. We know what you've sometimes said about stats, Basit, but the fact that Muhammad Ali...
Most times.
Sorry?
Most times.
But Muhammad Ali has also got wickets here on this pitch. Yeah? 20 wickets in 2 games. So maybe they played on one of those grassy pitches which seam from a length and spin from a full length. But the evidence here, I mean, look, there's already some turn. Even, okay, with all these reverse sweeps and the whole thing. There is turn. Maybe slightly earlier than people predicted. A lot of people, thinking that today might be a pretty good day for batting all round. But there are really good signs the ball will grip and it's bouncing a little bit as well. So you've got to be good. A little bit too short that time.
Yeah, Waqar made an excellent point. I'm with Waqar here. It is a hard ball. There is that exaggerated spin off the surface, and also with the new ball comes space for the spinners. So maybe just as early on we're thinking that it's going to spin big and go that quickly. Maybe in an hour's time might be a case where it just dies down slightly. So yeah, David, those guys who were predicting maybe it's a batting day might well be proven right. So still remains to be seen.
Well, England are certainly going about it, aren't they? These two especially, and Crawley for his briefer stay. They're certainly going about it as if it is a good batting day. And whatever the changes in terms of the pitch and conditions, it is the time to try and take control of a game, having won the toss. Well, even that one, which was short of a length, not deliberately so from Abrar, the shot was on whatever it happened, wherever it was going to arrive, it seems, and just smacked away yet again.
Yeah, he keeps it very simple. He decides before the ball is delivered, he wants to play a reverse or a normal sweep. He gets into a position before the ball is delivered and then execute that shot really well. Keeps a very close eye on the ball. Yes, he's lost his wicket in the previous match playing that reverse sweep, but he's going to carry on. It's not going to really bother him. So far, Abrar has brought in all his variation. That previous delivery was 75 kilometers an hour. This might go for another boundary. Yes, it does. For some, it's a simple shot. 93 for 1. Time for drinks.
Slightly better. Just slightly down here. No, that's great. Better if I get in the way. Yeah. So, if I go here, from here. So drinks have been taken again on this still slightly misty day here in Multan. England winning the toss, batting first, 17 overs in and 97 for 1. So another brisk run rate heading towards 6 runs and over. They've lost that 1 wicket, of course, of Zach Crawley, who misread this. Great start to a test career for Abrar Ahmed. The deception complete, the gap left there between bats and pad, and the stumps rattled. So Zaid Mahmood continues, and so does Ollie Pope with that reverse sweep. They do hit this so incredibly well, time after time after time. It's an absolute skill that is practiced fully, and performed with supreme skill.
Doesn't matter big boundary or not. Fielder sweeping on the offside, doesn't have a chance. Again, tinkering with the field now. He's still pretty square, so that won't deter Ollie Pope.
More orthodox, straight bat. Again, good use of the feet. I mean, it is just this beautiful, admirable, positive approach from England's top order batsman. In fact, England's all down the order batsman, to be honest. Ben Duckett on strike now. He's swept his way predominantly reverse and orthodox. 48 from just 39 deliveries. Oh, good anticipation. Very good anticipation in the field, but in the end, not quite enough. But it is 50 for Ben Duckett. 100 in the first innings at Pindi, a duck in the second. 50 here in the first in Multan, and beautifully positive.
Yeah, just 40 deliveries, 8 boundaries in that, and we've all become very used to this now. Goes again, leg side. This is nailed. This is hammered over mid-wicket all the way.
I don't think it's going to bother him how many fielders you put on the boundary. Yeah, clearing his front leg, allowing his bat to come through the line of the ball and hitting it beautifully. The timing was excellent.
Well, it's almost as if you're obliged to celebrate 50 with a 6. What's clever is that, you know, wherever the fielders are put, you know, there's a mental picture there, and he just seems to want to place it somewhere completely different. I mean, the fielder's moved again. He's gone offside this time. He's picked it out of the hand nicely, gone offside. Timed it well enough, placed it beautifully. Hesitate to use the word incredible because it's there before our eyes. It's there to see. It's brilliant.
Using the depth of the crease in that occasion. Yeah, more problems, more issues. He's got to think really hard. Yeah, look at the anticipation from Babar. He almost got there. Just needed maybe another step in. Duckett did give it away when he was playing that shot. He was way early in the stroke, and Babar had just that extra second to anticipate.
Kept a little low, but plenty of time just to dab down on it. 115 for 1.
Pakistan's got 3 spinners in the playing 11. Maybe it's time for Nawaz to come in from Zahid's end, from Inzamamul Haq enclosure end, where Zahid is bowling from, because Nawaz bowled a little bit quicker.
Oh, that's Fuller. That is Fuller. The finger goes straight up. This is where the points about the variations of pace are so important. Yes, they're going to review, but at the moment, the finger has gone up from Alim Dar. We need to wait and see what the review says.
We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Right, very close to the glove. I'll need ultra edge to determine whether he's gloved that before it hit the pad. Can you give me ultra edge? Still be waiting on ultra edge, boys. Standing by. Slow, slow, slow. Did he take it back? Take it back 1 frame. Take it back 1 frame and forward. Forward. Yeah, it's hit the glove just before hitting the pad. So I'll be going back to Alim on field. Alim, it's hit the glove just before hitting the pad. I'll check again. I'll check again. Can you bring back ultra edge? Bat is on the ground, but the ball is also glove. It's also on the glove as well. Ball is on the glove before it gets to the bat. Go back 1 frame. Go back. Back to ultra edge. Yeah, it's sitting on the glove on the left, on the right hand side. I have glove before I have pad, even though the bat is on the ground. So I'm satisfied that there's glove involved, Alim. Back on field to Alim. Alim, I'm satisfied that there's glove before pad. And I'll ask you to reverse the decision. You're on screen now.
Well, I tell you what, that's fascinating, because the contact of the bat on the ground was exactly at the same time as the alleged contact with glove. We know what camera angles can do, even with long lenses. It's an interesting one.
I don't recall any sort of DRS where the standing umpire questions the third umpire again. This is probably the first time I've seen it.
Well, that's purely because Aleem was sure that it didn't hit the glove at all, and also the two batsmen, when they just came together and they took their time, and Pope thought that this was going to miss the off stump, and that's what really put Aleem off, and he just wanted the third umpire to check again.
As you're looking for descriptions of shots a little while back, this one's the shovel.
Yeah, let's. There we go. Okay, that's the shovel now. We established it.
I might just show you when the review was taken, the two batsmen got together. What about this one? What about this one? Ooh. Aleem feels that this might have pitched outside the leg stump. Time's running out. DRS available. 10-9. Still on Barber. Is he going to take it? Is he going to take it? Yep, he is. We upstairs again.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. It doesn't appear to be any glove there. Let me take us to ultra edge, please. Going on to ultra edge to see if there's any glove before pad. Standing by for ultra edge. Ultra edge coming now. Slow, slow. Flat line, slow, past the glove. Go back one frame, go back one frame. I got a little murmur there. And forward, no, that murmur is coming from another source because there's a gap. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Right, there's no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready. Ball tracker coming up now, Aleem. Ball pitching in line, impact is in line, and wickets hitting. So you'll have to reverse your original decision of not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. The on-screen signal now.
Well, two rarities in the same over. England missed a sweep, and Alim Dar has to change the decision twice. But joy for Abrar again. He's picked up his second. England are now 117 for 2. Ben Duckett has played innumerable sweeps so well. Misses one, misses a couple, misses one there, which is key. 63 from 49. But he's gone, and it's 117 for 2.
We have seen so much in the first hour and a half. 3 reviews been taken. and all three been changed. The decisions been changed. Abrar Ahmed will be breathing much better now. He's seen the back of Duckett, who's gone. And in comes Joe Root.
Well, the days of a quiet start on the first morning of a test match are a thing of the past. The run rate is over 5 and over. We've had 3 DRS reviews and 3 decisions overturned. We've had a couple of wickets for the debutant Abrar. The ball has beaten the bat from time to time as well, as Zahid has found some turn, and England are just counter-punching at every opportunity. This was the end of Duckett, who once it pitched in line was always in trouble. It is keeping low. There is some turn for Zahid, but it's slow turn, and the ball is dying off the surface, and that almost did for Pope as he looked to pull away through mid-wicket. Overpitched and driven firmly by Pope, and driven to the fence. Pope began his innings with a dramatic reverse sweep and has continued to play shots.
Still struggling with his length. Zahid, previous delivery was way too short, kept a little low, and this time way too full. Easy pickings. England going better than run a ball.
Yeah, that hasn't really changed, because the way they score, they're still going on. 2 wickets down, but 121 already in the first hour and a half of the first session on the opening day. That's the only constant. Besides your marathon spell, Bakar. That's also the constant here. You've been...
Well, Root, you would say, is England's best player of spin, for all the pyrotechnics of some of the young players like Brook and Duckett. You'd say that the enduring class of Root, the innings that he's played on the subcontinent in Sri Lanka and India, particularly against the spinners, marks him out as a very important player today on a pitch that is offering a bit more to the spinners than it did up in Pindi. Wonderful player, averaging bang on 50, wonderful record in Asia.
Over 10,000 runs for Joe Root in Test match cricket. A great server of the game.
I reckon he was eyeing up a sweep there first ball, but it was just a little wide. 122 for 2. Well, both wickets have fallen to Abrar, the debutant. Crawley first of all, Duckett moments ago sweeping. England are determined to take the attack to him, but he's got a bit of mystery about him, not so easy to pick up. Spins it both ways, he's got a nice change of pace, and there's a bit more help off the surface for him here. than there would have been up north.
Yeah, I was looking for that googly, which he bowls really well. It's all about the pace you bowl, especially on this pitch. You bowl slowly, it comes really slow off the surface, and it's easy to sort of deal with.
Do you feel the pace at which England plays and the way we saw they batted in the first Test match also works for Pakistan, allows them to bat at their own pace and still have time available in the Test match, a number of days, to bowl the opposition again, bowl them out, and that is why the result came about.
Well, I think once you allow the opposition to get 600 or more than 600, then you're almost out of the game. It's not easy to sort of play at the pace what Pakistan plays to match that. That's a good line, good length, good pace.
You have to play to your own strengths. You can't just necessarily get sucked in by what other teams are doing. You have to work out what resources you have got, best way that you can win the Test match, and play to your own strengths. 126 for 2, 21 overs gone. Said he's the best player of spin in this England team. He's one of England's best ever against spin in this part of the world. And he's away.
David Garr enjoyed his time in this part of the world, averaging 57 almost, 56.9. Alistair Cook, Sir Alistair Cook. Just a little nudge, it might be in the air a little bit. Went through the legs of Imam.
That's a nice bit of bowling. Dropped it on a perfect length. There's just a bit of drift into the right-handed route as well, and then it held up fractionally off the pitch. And Root, who very rarely gets caught in between, he's usually right forward or right back, was just searching for the length on that occasion. Runs here because the man out in the deep is way behind square on the leg side. And that allows Pope to get back for a third.
Yeah, Pope is a lot calmer now. What we saw in the beginning, he was getting a little edgy. He was playing those sweep shot, but he's comfortable now just to play in front of the wicket.
For now, Root will be happy with a long off in place. A risk-free single to him, 133 for 2. Well, we've had 3 decisions overturned already this morning. That was the first given by Marais Erasmus. But to hit the glove, not pad. And Duckett was given out, but the ball again just hit the glove as the bat hit the ground, actually. And then this one wasn't given out and was overturned. Say these kind of pitches that turn and keep quite low are the hardest for umpires. Men round the bat, lots of appeals for catches close to the wicket and LBW. And lots of appeals, so that you'd say from an umpire's perspective that's the trickiest circumstances or trickiest game they have to officiate in. It's a measure really of how both these teams have been in flux. England at the end of Joe Root's captaincy and the end of Chris Silverwood's time in charge. Lots of changes during that run of defeats, and then Pakistan too. Lots of debutants handed out in the last year or so.
More runs here, square the wicket. We saw those 3 loud appeals on the DRS. Notice the second one where Duckett gloved that one. He almost inquired from his teammate, asking how adjacent it was. It's strange that he himself didn't feel it, that he's gloved it.
Comes down the pitch, doesn't quite get there, and just uses his hands really to get himself out of trouble.
In cricket they say busy player, and he's one of those. He uses his feet nicely. As he sees a little bit of flight, he runs down the pitch and gets in a very good position, and then also bring his wrist into play.
.138 for 2.
Yeah, all is good except for that final session. Don't really see going all the way to 520, but from what we've seen here, around 4:30 with some lights on, can probably push it.
So it's been an expensive start for Zaid Mahmood, as it was up in Pindi. His first 5 overs have gone for 40, and therefore a change at that far end. Mohammad Nawaz, left arm spinner. The conditions should suit here. Already seen some turn for the wrist spinners. He's going to bowl at a decent pace. He'll bowl straight. He should bowl accurately, which when the pitch spins is prime consideration. Yeah, just about there. If he doesn't move from there, he should eventually get some reward.
Mohammad Nawaz mainly plays T20 cricket. A white ball cricket, is also a regular member in one-day cricket also. And we're seeing first time a finger spinner coming into ball. And I feel that the pace he bowls, he'll get a little bit more, or he bowls a lot straighter than Mohammad Zahid. Zahid, who was struggling in Pindi also in the first spell, didn't go that well. Nawaz, in one case, that he will make sure that he bowls nice and straight. You have to take a little bit of risk against him if you want to score runs.
Oh, it should have been stopped, but has beaten Zahid at backward point, so Pope will come back for 2. Sloppy bit of fielding. Pakistan's fielding up in Pindi, you'd say, alternated really between sloppy, as that was, to excellent. It's Imam now who will replace Zahid in that important position. Imam was the outstanding fielder in that first test match for Pakistan. There he is, Imam under the lid at short leg. Gonna have to do some ducking for cover in that position. Now, wait and see what Maria Erasmus gives here, because it's beaten everybody. Beaten Rizwan and the slip. No, leg bye is given.
I thought he gloved it. Might have just flicked the pad on the way, but seemed that he's got a little bit of glove and maybe a little bit of arm on the way also, but the ball bounced. And Babaru standing a little bit wide. Normally the first slip is a little bit finer. Went through. He did just move half a step in after that last boundary.
Well, that was a pretty good start from Mohammad Nawaz. Accurate and a decent pace. 3 from his first over.
Yeah, I thought that boundary which was given leg by might have just got a glove, maybe not. That one bounced a bit. Oh, that one looking really, really close. Whoa! I thought this was pretty straight. Is he gonna miss the off stump? They're in the huddle. They're looking to take a DRS. Babar is waiting. I have a feeling that he'll take it. Yes, he's taken it. They're going upstairs.
Umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge just to confirm that? Standing by for ultra edge. Standing by still for ultra edge, Alim. Still waiting, Alim. Sorry about that. Simon, still there? Okay, copy that. We're still standing by for Ultra Edge, boys. Sorry about this. Ultra Edge coming now, Alim. Can you take it back, take it back, take it back, take back the Ultra Edge, take it back, 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 and forward from here, yeah. Okay, there's a gap between the bat and the ball, no bat involved from the Ultra Edge. I'm seeing, when you're ready, ball tracker, please. Ball tracker coming up just now, Alim, so says Simon. Ball tracker coming up now. Ball pitching in line, impact in line, and the wickets hitting, Alim, wickets hitting. So you'll have to reverse your original decision of not out or out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Can you put Alim back on screen, please?
It was a long and agonizing wait for Joe Root, but finally, when the technology came, it showed another wonderful bit of bowling from Abrar, who's pitched it on the stump, straightened it, and beaten Joe Root's backward defensive push. So England have lost their third. Abrar has his third. It's 145 for 3. England's best player of spin gone. Harry Brook, who enjoyed a stunning test match up in Rawalpindi, England's third fastest test match 100 in the first innings and a blistering 80 in the second. But these conditions not quite so straightforward for batsmen. Already on the first session of this second test match, we've seen a significant amount of turn, albeit slow turn, and there is a new boy in the Pakistan ranks. Abrar Ahmed now has 3 for 50 in 9 overs, and he's just picked up Joe Root with the 4th decision that has been overturned on the morning. It's a good review by Pakistan. Waqar Younis called it right. He thought it had pitched in line, and once it did, then Root was always in trouble.
Yeah, what a debut. Nothing less than superb. Landing in the line of the stumps and the spinning just a touch. Joe Root, who is brilliant against a spin, couldn't read him on that occasion.
Yeah, that was probably the only doubt in Aleem Dar's mind, if it's pitched outside leg, and that just stopped him from giving that out. Once that box was ticked, the rest of the story was completely in the favor of the bowler.
Looks like Pakistan have got their wish, at least. The word after Pindi Babar Azam was quoted as saying we wanted a pitch that turned up there. It didn't really spin at all. But this one looks a bit more cracked, a bit barer and rougher at the ends. And already there's a decent amount of turn for the spinners. Pakistan have picked a side accordingly, but England are going to keep counter-punching as best they can. They've got 150 on the board now in double quick time.
Well, he started very left from Rawalpindi. A little short delivery and just pounced on it. He plays that shot so well.
Oh, yeah.
151 for 3, 25 gone.
All action cricket in this first session of this second test match. 3 wickets, and again England's run rate is excellent. Game is just so much better when the ball moves laterally, either in the air or off the pitch or spins. This first session we've had more intrigue than for 4 days in Pindi, really. Just brought the spinners into it, brought the bowlers into it, test the skills of the batters, the umpires, everyone concerned. And as it spins and as the game progresses, the innings of Pope and Duckett becomes more vital. He wants to get to 50. He does get to 50. Excellent from Ollie Pope. 10th 50 in Test match cricket. He's played beautifully. 300s to go with those 10 50s as well.
Very, very impressive stuff from Ollie Pope. I mean, starting first ball with a reverse sweep, playing beautifully positively throughout, full range of strokes. 52 balls, so a bit slow compared to Ben Duckett, but extraordinary given the situation, the pitch. I mean, I know this is a new era, but even so, very, very impressive.
Oh yeah, Najee. Oh.
And the way that they've played, they've been counter-attacking the spin, and you'd think that if they just went there and tried to survive, they'd still have lost maybe 3, maybe more.
Oh yes, Najee.
Yeah, that's why I think that innings and the partnership between, as we look back on this game, Pope and Duckett, an old England side would be scrambling and nudging their way to 80 for 3 at the moment, and Pakistan would be well on top. 152 for 3 on a spinning pitch. Not been a bad start from England.
Oh.
But there'll be challenges ahead, that is for certain. 152 for 3.
In which case we're all agreed. If you play the old style way, as it were, and old style is probably as long ago as 2 years ago even, and you try and play straight, you try and play orthodox against the spin, then something's going to beat you somewhere on the line, and as you say, you won't have the runs on the board. I mean, it could even be, you say 80 for 3, it could be 50, 60 for 3 almost in a very old-fashioned way. So this is still very creditable.
Interesting what England think about that side now. A couple of things, whether they could have got in the second frontline spinner in Rayan Ahmed, having been wise after the event and having seen this pitch spin a bit, and also the keeper with Pope On this pitch, you may need your best keeper in Folkes.
Yeah, you do have sympathies with Folkes. Yeah, he would have played in the first Test match had he been fit, had he not been ill. There is no doubt that Folkes is comfortably the better keeper.
The more the pitch does, the more you need your frontline specialist keeper standing up.
Yeah, it's not just the little edges, the thick edges when standing up, it's the stumping chances, that actual microsecond or two that sometimes makes a difference.
Challenge for Abraham Ahmed as he continues through this series, and his career is to keep that mystery. You can see there already Brook just may have picked the wrong one there that came back in. Crawley didn't pick it in the first over. And bet your bottom dollar that England will be asking for all this footage about his variations. Think of Ajantha Mendis, who had a huge impact when he first burst on the scene. A Sri Lankan bowler who bowled very similar mystery balls and flickers, and as sides played him more, they got used to him.
Yeah, these are all the sorts of things you muse over a cup of tea, aren't they, in the Tapal Tea Lounge.
Quicker, played off the back foot from Brook, 153 for 3.
The other thing, of course, whatever footage you look at, and we've had a look this morning ourselves, just trying to sort of discern a different grip for the one that goes one way, the different grip for the one that goes the other way, is you've got to actually have the ability to see that in those, you know, half a second you've got out there at the crease, and to instinctively recognise it as it leaves the hand as a batsman. And it does happen. People, you know, good batsmen will do that, but it might take the odd, you know, the odd look at it to get there. And I've seen that so many times, where a spinner gets wickets early on in his first test of a series, say, and then as you go through a series they diminish accordingly.
Pulled. Think it'll only be a couple. Mid-on should cut off the third, does.
Yeah, pace was taken off at mid-wicket. Yeah, this is the 50 from Ollie Pope, starting with that reverse sweep, outrageous reverse sweep. That's a beautiful clip off the toes, good footwork. I mean, the feature of that partnership, Duckett and Pope, was so many sweeps, but Pope at least added in a few of those lovely, sumptuous drives as well.
England with 155 of 27.2 overs, yeah. Quick 50, 96.4 the strike rate. Well, they'll be pretty happy having won the toss and actually batted first.
Full toss, and can he get it through? He does. And I don't think mid-on will catch up with this one. He doesn't.
And they carry on in a good clip. That one too full. Well, he's already past 50, indeed. No second invitation, gets it into the gap to the fence. But Nas, you were quite big on saying that Babar would have loved to win the toss and bat first because of the nature of the pitch and all that. Babar at the moment has lost 6 out of 6, and I'm reliably told by Mazhar that you were even better. You consecutive tosses, 10 out of 10. How do you do that?
How is that better? 10 out of 10? Yeah, I don't know what the odds are of that. You mathematicians, the odds of losing 10 in a row.
Did you ever get 10 out of 10 at school?
Oh yeah, it's Najee.
Maz has just shouted out. We won 5 of those games, though, Basil. I think it included a tour of Pakistan and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Maz is just scared of you now. We know that. Everybody knows that.
Down the pitch, in the air, just over extra cover. England continued to attack, even the new batter Brooks coming in, being positive, 162 for 3. Where's he looking to hit this? Was it a bit of a leading edge? Yeah, the bottom hand came off the bat, slightly leg side.
Yeah, so even the orthodox slow left arm is gripping a little bit. And so Harry Brook would have, I hope, made a mental note there that things have to be slightly different. You can't just play through the line quite as easily as you did at Rawalpindi.
Reverse comes, and in the air and goes. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Ollie Pope. He started with a reverse sweep. He ends with a reverse sweep.
Well, I was just thinking there have been 3 balls or so where very little had happened, just for a change. Ollie Pope, ever positive, yes. Livid with himself. It's more probably the execution of the shot than the actual choice of shot itself. Gets himself in the usual good position, gets low still, but a little bit of a top edge, straight to the man, and that is that. So Pope retreats. Abra has his 4th ball for 59. Pope is going for 60, and England are 4 down for 164.
.164 for 4. The debutant Abra Ahmed has all 4 wickets. England's captain is at the crease. Reverse sweep with the top edge straight to the fielder. Easiest of chances. 4 out of 4. Where were you in Pindi? On the pitch, it's going to be a good contest between those two. Stokes and Abrar, 164 for 4.
I shall be fascinated watching Ben Stokes over the next 10 minutes or so, and beyond, all being well from the English point of view, because he was, dare I say, I have to whisper these things nowadays, a little reckless in Pindi with the bat. Obviously brilliant with his captaincy, the effort with the ball, a little reckless with the bat. And he'll have been watching the last couple of hours and a bit and would have seen what's been going on. He'll have noted the ball is turning. He'll have noted there's a new bowler in Abrar. So a little sort of bit of gentle look at it won't go amiss.
What he might do, Stokes, either side of lunch, he might target Nawaz if he's still on, because the match-up, as they call it nowadays, is in his favour. There's no mystery about him. Left arm spin, spinning into him. So that'll be the challenge at the other end as well. Stokes against Nawaz. More accurate. Fires it in like that.
Well, they used to call it then just a contest between bat and ball, batsman versus bowler. I use the word batsman deliberately because we're going back, pre-batter days.
Contest that was in your favour as a batter.
Slightly more bounce, extra bounce, top edge.
Cut behind square, and the fielder does well out there.
So far, as always, looking pretty secure in defense, and when at the opportunity. The other thing here is, if you're Pakistan camp and you're thinking, yes, we've got 4, but the opportunity with the England players attacking so much that you're in the game always, and you think you go into lunch with maybe 5, maybe 6. Well, that's a session 1 after losing the toss.
Oh, 166 for 4.
Yeah, longer first session. Friday prayers. Just extend the first morning, well, the morning session, hour off for lunch.
Abrar Ahmed looking a test fifer on his first day as a test cricketer. What a scalp it would be, the England captain.
Yeah, that's good from Stokes. We talked in Pindi about the release. If you come down the pitch and you don't get there for the shot, big or otherwise, then the second line of defence is to adjust like that, make sure it doesn't get past.
Brave when you don't know which way it's spinning, unless Stokes does know which way every ball's spinning. Usually that's what they do. They either sweep and then it doesn't really matter which way it's spinning, or they play off the back foot and play off the surface. You've come down the pitch, you better be sure which way it's going off that pitch. Otherwise, Rizwan is in play. There is the reverse sweep. Man out there for it. Stokes off the mark.
Interesting with Ben Stokes. When he's in the field, he bowls those hard overs, carries on, makes sure that when it gets tough, he's the one that they look towards.
In the air, mid-off sets himself. This should be a test fifer. It is a test fifer. On the first morning as an international test match cricketer, Abra Ahmed as a fifer.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, it's an impressive, mighty impressive performance from Abra. Brilliant for him. But Mohammad Nawaz, who took the catch, had to work seriously hard to find the right position, because as it went up, he was very, very concerned about the sun. So it goes down as a harder catch than it looks. Look at that, hand up to protect against the sun. Oh, in it goes, huge relief, overbalance. It did well. And for Abra, what a brilliant start to a test career. 5, all first 5 against England. Harry Brook, a magnificent 100 maker in the first test, just 9 this time. 167 for 5.
$167 for 5, and all 5, the first 5. Abra Ahmed, as in test match cricket. What a morning he's had. Will Jacks, the new batter. 117 for 1, 117 for 2, has now become 167 for 5. Pakistan cricket historically fight back. They fought back here.
Oh,
167 for 5. Wahab Riaz was the last Pakistan bowler to take 5 wickets on his first day in test match cricket. That was at the Oval in 2010. Abra's done it on his first morning.
Just a bit of spin that meant ball went way into the air. Nawaz stood there, waited, made sure he was underneath it. And after he caught it, there was a release. More release of pressure, because he wasn't really very confident to start off with, but that's a good catch and an impressive debut, to say the least, for Abrar.
It's a very strange atmosphere. It's still very hazy, middle of the day here in Multan. You look across the field, you just get the impression of a perma-haze. And that would have sort of refracted the light, I guess, up in the skies there. I mean, it was a very difficult one to judge.
8 minutes to go to lunch. It'd be interesting how Stokes plays this. As I said, this is the bowler he'll probably want to take down. But with 7-8 minutes to go to lunch, having already lost 5 wickets, what do they do? Was a good catch. The haze, the sun in his eyes, it just drifted on him at the end, and he lost his balance as well. No, just outside the line. Just outside the line.
He's had to wait a while now. Bubba never goes to review quickly. He'd be ill-advised to go for this one. There you go.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Just let me check ultra edge to make sure, please. Slow, slow. Yes. Take it back one frame. Take it back. And forward. Yeah, bat and pad very close together. The ball making contact at the same time, it appears. One frame, take it back one frame and forward. Slowly, slow. Yeah, I cannot discern whether there's bat first or pad first. So I'm going back to Murray on field. Going back to Murray. Murray, stay with your original decision, your on-screen signal now.
I think that's the right decision. I'm not sure the procedure was right there because the on-field umpire's decision was not out, so he still has to check whether it was hitting in line, surely. I don't think it was, but you have to go through the procedure. He wasn't sure if it was bat or pad first. Murray Erasmus gave it not out. You have to go through the procedure after that. And I think it was outside the line, but this was never checked. It was outside the line. Like a gullying just before lunch on a pitch that's spinning and a quicker bowler. Make Jacks play the reverse sweep. Barbara Azam has to work out the time to defend and attack. This would be a time to attack, Barbara. Gully in, new batter in.
Or even a silly point. Or both.
170 for 5.
No, I agree. It's the perfect time just to add a bit of pressure on to a new batsman on a new pitch.
Probably the last over before lunch. They would love to take Stokes with them.
As you talked about, Barber with the time to attack or defend. Does Stokes ever defend?
Not on this occasion. #1 go-to shot for England this morning, the sweep. Stokes has his first boundary with it.
Yeah, I think there's a slight difference between playing shots that are on and available and relatively under control. This is completely under control, and you know, the odd shot he played at Pindi where he was completely unorthodox, over bullish, and as I said before, rather reckless.
Down the pitch, there is a man back there. What a brave shot that is, just before lunch. The man was hovering out there and Stokes took him on.
Well, whatever time of day, to be honest. You know, this is part of this is the temptation. And, you know, the man is what? At a relatively, he's slightly deep. Waz is slightly deep at mid-on. He's, oh, well, look at that. I mean, that was on. I mean, that's just good batting. That's really good batting. A little bit short, gives himself room, strokes it away through extra cover. I'll debate the previous shot later.
Stokes would argue that the previous shot made the spinner just drag it down a little bit, change his length. Quicker ball.
You know, this way of playing international or test match cricket is so new that you just fall back to questioning it slightly. So 180 for 5, and you think England don't want to get dismissed under 250.
Good comeback from McGrath, just quicker and fuller. Could be lunch, yeah. Umpire Dar has tipped the bails off, and that is an excellent comeback from Pakistan and a brilliant session for Abrar Ahmed. His first session in Test match cricket. Got his cap first up this morning. Got his first fifer in the first session. Top 5 for England. It's pretty good scalps, all of these. Flickers and googlies. A lot of bounce. And Brook was his 5th. Enthralling session. England went hard as they do against the new ball, went hard and swept the spinners, and then Abrar Ahmed and Pakistan came back at them. 5 for 70 on debut. Spinning pitch, much more of a contest between bat and ball here in Multan than in Pindi. Much more watchable, and he will lead them off. He's had the morning he will never forget in Test match cricket. Brilliant stuff.
A little play in Pindi, and he's come in and made a mark straight away. Pakistan will be pretty happy with taking 5 wickets in that session. And obviously after having lost the toss, they'll take it, and they'll think that they're in with a chance if they can close England out anywhere in the region of 250 Stokes. 14 not out, but the 50s from Tuckett and Pope at a fair clip. 33 overs bowled, they went at 5.45, but 5 wickets for Pakistan.
Seamers actually gave their skipper a little bit more control. 4 overs from Ashraf Ali, 6 overs, 5 for Mahmood, 5 for Nawaz, and look at that, Abrar Ahmed, 13 overs, 5 for him as well, but 5 in the right column, 5 for 70, a brilliant morning for the young man.
We won the toss and had a bat. And as per usual, brisk start, lovely cover drives, Crawley back foot drive through the covers. But with a cut shot, nothing much happened. As soon as the spinner was introduced, Abrar with a googly to start off with, off stump. Pope with his first delivery, reverse sweeping. We saw so many reverse sweeps and sweeps in that session. It's the way that England played. That one actually did not hit the bat, just the glove. DRS looked like a treat. Olikov looked in great order. So did Tuckett. Tuckett in his own way. His sweeps and reverse sweep, that lap sweep, almost Babar Azam pulling it off. And it looked as if England were on their way yet again. Attacking the spin, making sure that they put the spinners under pressure. But it was Ibrar Ahmed yet again. Quick. That one adjudged not out. And that one on DRS was adjudged as out. That was a brilliant review. Beautiful delivery, just pitching on and spinning. The review worked in favor, 3 reds. A single for Repov. That was an impressive 50 on pitch that offered a little for the spinners. The reverse sweep in the end, his undoing. A little more bounce for Ibrar. And then his 5th went high in that hazy sky. Noah's judged it perfectly. 5 wickets on debut for Ibrar.
So runs for Duckett 63 and Pope 60. It'll be important how they view those runs at the end of this game. They could be vital if this continues to spin and become a low scoring game. But Ibrar had 5, he has the first 5, and he has his first test fifer. Fascinating first session. We're going to have a short break. We'll come back and have a look at it and then look forward to the 2 sessions ahead.
England 180 for 5, courtesy this man's bowling, who becomes the first Pakistan bowler to take 5 wickets in the first session on Test debut. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. 180 for 5 compared to 174-79 for no loss in the first session. There is a difference, of course, but then there's a certain style of cricket that England has adopted, irrespective of the format. And David alongside me, and we also have Waqar Yunus. I'll start with you, David. When you choose to play in a certain way, then you also accept the consequences, which could be the 5 wickets today.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing for me is this. If you hadn't had that partnership between Duckett and Pope, where they played every shot, reverse sweep, sweep, reverse sweep, sweep, you know, time and time again, and very successfully, if you'd played what we'd have to call as old-style cricket and tried to play straight, tried to work the ball, you could easily have been 80 for 5, not 180 for 5. Yeah. Because as soon as the spinners came on, I mean, we slightly misjudged, I think, the pitch. Didn't expect it to be turning quite as much as it has done so early in the game. And as soon as the spinners came on, there were some interesting balls. I mean, Abrar, brilliant. Abrar, on debut, lovely to watch. Huge success so far. And that first wicket of Crawley's in the first over, showed there was something different there. But as I say, without that partnership, the scorecard would be looking potentially a lot worse. When you've got someone like Joe Root, who is definitively a very good player of spin, he's made hundreds in Colombo, he's made hundreds in India, he's made hundreds against all the spinners around the world, out for 8, there is a sign.
Got to give credit to Abrar, Waqar, the way he knew that the England batters will go after him, try to attack him on debut, just rattle his mind, but he's kept his focus.
Yeah, he was a little nervous to begin with, and that wicket, the first wicket of Crawley in the first over, really, gave him that energy he was looking for, and picking up 5 wickets before lunch, it is something very, very special for him. Yes, wicket is supporting, is helping, and helping is the England batsman because they're playing way too many strokes against him. Yes, David is right. They could have been in a lot worse situation if they haven't had played those shots, and runs wouldn't have come that quickly. But yeah, Test match cricket is all about occupying the crease also at times, and maybe few too many shots. But yeah, I think the both team will be kind of happy. Maybe Pakistan happier because they picked up 5. All they need is maybe just open up the gate quickly after lunch, come back, pick up a wicket, and into the tail.
Okay. We are sitting on the pitch side studio, but Zainab has gone a step further and she's on the pitch with Basit Khan. And they're talking about the first session. Let's find out what they have to say.
Thanks, Sikandar. Yes, Baz. Just on Abrar Ahmed, I mean, he was so impressive today, Baz. He's taken heaps of wickets in the domestic scene as well. His coach in his playing days, Mohammad Masroor, he said that he's grossly underrated in red ball cricket. I mean, he's pretty much shown everything that he's got today, just in terms of variation and control.
I tell you what, Masroor has watched him from the days where he was picked up at Rashid Latif Cricket Academy and then through his domestic season, and I think he's watched every single wicket, every single ball that he's bowled, so he will not be wrong. Yes, when you don't pick him and when you know a spinner who can spin it both ways, and when you're not actually picking him, then defending or attacking becomes a problem. And this season especially, the word around the circuit was that he's more consistent and obviously bowling slightly quicker, so he's more difficult to pick, and that's why he's top of the league and 43 wickets in 7 matches, which speaks volumes for itself. So be it white ball, be it red ball, if you're not picking it, you've got very little chance.
Before the Test series, he did say that he wants to take the wicket of Joe Root, and he got that prized scalp. I mean, it must have been a proud feeling for him to be getting somebody like Joe Root, who's perhaps one of the best at the moment.
Yeah, he's done everything in just the first session. Got a fifer, he's got Joe Root out. He's sort of already been the biggest threat against this England batting lineup, and just the deliveries that they're not picking. Yes, it's a problem defending, but because England are so attacking, even when they're going on the attack, it's difficult because the ball is turning in directions which they are not picking.
Were you surprised at all with the amount of turn that we saw on day one, or were you totally expecting it?
I want to look good on camera. I'll say it was totally expected. No, I was slightly surprised. Yes, I thought that it'll die down with the harder ball sort of spinning more, but it did spin and it spun more than you expect. But I think because Ebrar bowled so well, we're talking about spin rather than England's batting.
Now, just on the flow of runs that we've seen so far, I mean, England hardly ever stops that. I mean, their counter-attack is always on, regardless of how many wickets or what position they're in. Even today, I mean, how does Pakistan go about that in terms of, they've got obviously 5 wickets, Abrar Ahmed has got, but do they sort of continue? How do they approach this England counter-attack?
Well, look, they just carry on the way they are. There is spin on offer, and whenever sort of England are scoring quickly, that's the way they will play. But Pakistan will want them to carry on. They don't want them now to just try and bat a few overs and get themselves in and bat the way you would normally expect normal sides. Now, England have turned the tide. They're playing cricket that we've never known. And I think Pakistan now going into the dressing room will be thinking, we come out here and England play another couple of shots and we're then into the tail. And if they get England out before 250, I think they'll be so happy, because as opposed to Pakistan, England maybe have just Jack Leach or Will Jacks. Will Jacks, I don't know if you can count him as a frontline spinner. Only Jack Leach to contend with. I think now Babar has got what he wanted. He wanted a spinning track. They've got that, and they've got those early breakthroughs. They got 5 wickets, and they'll just be thinking maybe another one, and 250, 270, and we're well in the game.
Talking about being well in the game, he also needs support from the other end. I mean, you have options because you've got Nawaz, you've got Zahid Mahmood, but it would just be nice for Pakistan to have that kind of support from the other end as well.
Yeah, you want control. I think Nawaz can bowl a few overs, just give him a lot of control. Ebrar can attack on one. I think Nawaz enjoys when people come after him, so maybe Nawaz and Ebrar for extended spell.
Well, that's what we're going to see, both of them in tandem. Mohammad Nawaz controlling things from one end, and Abrar Ahmed obviously on the attack. It's back to you guys in the studio.
They've spoken about everything. So what's your favorite color, David?
Well, funny you should mention that, Sikandar. I always look good in blue, I like to think. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I have a question which probably would just take this discussion forward. So, Abrar, 5 wickets. According to you, do you feel the England batters have handled him well? Because we've seen a lot of sweep. Do you feel they were really picking him? Or it's just the reverse sweep, and the sweep is this choice of shot?
It's a bit of both, to be honest. I think, looking back at that partnership, Duckett and Pope, it is going to be key, or is already key in England's innings, because Crawley was beaten early by the spin. He obviously hadn't seen Abrar before from a pitch length away. What I think is always interesting with people like Abrar as a batsman, you'll have a look at them the first time, whatever footage you've seen, whatever reconnaissance you've done, you have a look at him the first time from the other end, from 20 yards away, give or take. And when you don't see the first one like that, when you don't see the first googly, if you're unlucky like Crawley, you've been well beaten, that's it. So you go back and have a look from the pavilion. For the others, they'll have seen what's going on through the morning. They might start to look for clues. But as a batsman, what you do is each and every time you bat against someone like this, you build up your instincts. So these become sort of instinctive reactions to an instinctive assessment of what's coming out the hand. But for the other two, for Duckett and Pope, they've taken that out of the equation by sweeping and reverse sweeping. Yeah. And it was interesting because they're both very good at it. And if Babar's moving a man from deep mid-wicket to deep square or vice versa, they're very good at changing the shot to try and find the gap again. So I think that was very positive and very good batting. Where you look at, say, I'm going to look at Harry Brook for a moment, because he went down the pitch, as he would have done in Rawalpindi, thinking I can just ease it over extra cover, strong shot of his, and yet it's dripping and turning. So actually you have to reassess. That becomes, it's no longer a guaranteed 1 bounce 4 over extra cover. It's now a risky shot. Great catch, by the way. I thought Mohammad Nawaz did really well, because this guy's not easy. Yeah. And the sun was in the wrong place, and he did well to grab onto that.
Yep. And kept his balance, yes. Talking about top performer, no points for guessing. Let's have a look at the bowler in action. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, there's one thing watching the footage and the videos and all of that, and one thing out there facing the kind of deliveries he was bowling. That was a best delivery he's bowled in this match. I mean, and that has come in the very first over. That really encourages him to do more experiments. And the good thing about Abrar is that he's bowling nice and straight. He's attacking the stumps. I don't think the short leg fielder or a silly point fielder is going to play a bigger role in this game, at least for now. But if you bowl straight and if the batsmen don't pick you, as Joe Root didn't pick him, there's every chance that if you miss, you're going to be heading back to the dressing room. And he's done it extremely well. He bowled beautifully, bowled in line, and attacked the stump. You know, a good find. I'm not sure why didn't he play the previous game. It would have made a big difference. So, yeah, he's making the most of it now. He's picked up 5, and he can go out there after lunch and pick up a few more. He's a superb bowler, no doubt about that.
He's done very well to grab those 5 wickets. Yes, for 70 runs, but that he wouldn't worry about. He's become the first Pakistan player to take 5 wickets in the first session of a test match, and that on debut. So a big moment for him, and he's got a lot more to do in this test match. If he keeps going like this, then he'll be seriously asking questions. And one of them would be, why wasn't he playing Pindi? Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So now, what could be the discussion in the England dressing room at the moment? What do you think? 5 down,
Well,
180?
I think the discussion is along the lines of what's a good score? Because first day pitches, there are very few people in this world who can actually read a pitch perfectly each and every time. And it has surprised us, and England, no doubt, as to how much it's turned. So they've had to reassess the pitch, reassess what their targets might be. From 180 for 5, for instance, let me just throw a number, 300 actually keeps you in the game. Because England's spinners will have something to do with this. Even England's paceman, Mark Wood with that extra pace, he's not going to bowl 20 overs in the day, I don't think, as when he gets his chance. But they have a broad attack. So 300 keeps you in the game. It's not going to get any better, I don't think, is it? I mean, no one's going to say it's going to suddenly stop doing this. So over the next 2 or 3 days, each and every run's actually going to be pretty precious, I would say. And again, I go back to that partnership, the Duckett-Pope partnership, where by being so positive, they put runs on the board. We've got Stokes at the wicket, Jacks at the wicket. Both of them are naturally positive players. Stokes has already started playing the sweep shots. He got one which he tried to go over mid-on with, which he didn't quite get hold of. So, I mean, that is the inherent risk. Play your shots, yes, because you need the runs.
Yeah.
You accept there's a risk. One of them might not quite work. If the fielder's in the right place, you might give a catch. So it's, you just got to reassess your targets.
Before we let Waqar go, a quick one. Does it surprise you, the turn and the grip that you've seen in the first session?
Yeah, a little bit, because the game gets moved really quickly in the first session. So I was out there with McCullum this morning, and we were talking about the sheen and the cooler weather. We might not get that much spin. Yeah, we were expecting the ball to spin, but maybe on the second or the third day. But yeah, it surprised everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Waqar, for joining us, and we'll take a short break over here. When we come back, we'll have Basit Khan right here in the studio.
Welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We're being joined by Bazid Khan. And I'm being told in my ear that you're the man to talk to because you follow first-class cricket very closely. We're talking about Abrar. Yeah, that's what I was told. And you do, of course. So when you look at Abrar and the performances he's given, you mentioned 7 games, 43 wickets. And especially in Pindi, wonder what people were thinking he wasn't included in the 11. But when you see him today, what stands out, apart from the fact that he's not being picked up, maybe the variations in speed?
Yeah, the pace that he's bowling at, he's varying the pace, but more or less he's bowling quicker than what I remember he was a couple of years ago, and that sort of stood out. And it was always the case that he had the variations, he had everything going for him, but he's become over the past couple of years more accurate, and also that he's just been able to get more pace on the ball. And once you bowl at that sort of pace, it's more difficult with a mystery spinner. Fastest of 91, so he can really ramp it up. And the average being 81, so that's a fair clip for a spinner that you're not picking. And also the fact that, especially in international cricket, you need to bowl slightly quicker. And I think the development over the couple of years has been exactly that.
It's a good toss to win and bat first. You still go with that?
Absolutely. Yeah. Can I just go back to Abrar for a moment? Because when you've got this policy from England and their batsmen to sweep and reverse sweep, one of the things that upsets the sweep shot either way is that change of pace. So if you have a bowler who's always bowling at the same sort of pace, you can set yourself that much more easily for the shot. So if there's a change of pace, then you'll find that sometimes the batsman is forced into playing one when he doesn't really want to be. So I think it's a very good thing to have the ability to vary your flight, vary your pace. Whether you're a mystery spinner, so-called, or an orthodox spinner, the same two things apply.
It was absolutely unbelievable when Crawley got out and Pope comes in first ball and he reverse sweeps.
I mean, that is a man in good form and being very, very confident, outrageously confident, really. But yes, batting first, obviously the thing to do. Hindsight, easily enough. Even at the toss itself, we looked at that pitch knowing it's going to turn, maybe not quite so soon, but it was both captains were always going to bat first and see what they could make of it.
One man is super busy, goes around town, tries different cuisines. He goes out there, has a chat with Zainab. He's here. And he was with Ben Stokes not so long ago. Let's join him.
Got the inspirational England captain Ben Stokes with me. Ben, historic tour of Pakistan, how special is it to lead your side here?
Yeah, I think, well, leading your side is obviously a special moment wherever you are, but I think in particular, coming to Pakistan for the first time in 17 years as a test team is obviously, an unbelievable thing for this team to be a part of. We know how much cricket means to Pakistan, and it's great to be able to bring the team back here and, finally be able to say that we've pretty much played we have played in every country in the world now.
In terms of preparation, it's almost not the unknown, but you don't have a lot of recent history to go back on. So how do you prepare for such a tour?
Yeah, I think at the moment the way that we operate is we have a particular way of playing our cricket, and then if we feel we have to adapt, because conditions are exceptionally different to what we think they're going to be, then we can do that. Obviously Australia toured Pakistan recently, but I don't think we've not looked into that too much with the conditions and the way that it plays. So we probably won't be able to know what we're really up for until we get to the end of day one, to be honest.
You talked about strategy, you talked about that McCullum and yourself. Baseball, is that a word we can use?
We're trying to cancel that word. We're trying to cancel it.
But in terms of the strategy, you just talked about it, but from somebody, a novice from the outside, what kind of strategy does McCullum and yourself influence to the side?
Yeah, I think strategy is probably a bit too complicated for what we try and do. Look, we're trying to play Test cricket in a way that's not been done before. We're trying to make Test cricket, exciting to watch at all times. Obviously, it's the longest format of the game and can go 5 days. So we're really trying to make every possible moment as exciting as we can, whether we've got the bat or the ball in our hand. You know, and you know, it's the era of English cricket at the moment. That's what we're trying to do. You know, cricket is always going to go through different eras of coaches, captains, and the way that those people want the team to play. But at the moment, it's great to have, you know, buy-in from everyone who comes into the squad, from the coaches and from the backroom staff about the way that we want to approach our game of Test cricket. And yeah, look, as I say, it's exciting, and you know, we really want to just have Test cricket viewed in a different way.
Yeah, so the handbrake's off. Has anybody had a word with Gareth Southgate? Because he has the handbrake on. We should talk to Baz McCullum and yourself.
Oh no, look. No, we've not. Look, we've been following the England team actually out here in the World Cup. But no, look, I'm sure they'll peak at the right time.
So Ben Stokes now as captain, has he evolved as a player? You think you've evolved as a player once you become captain?
Well, I think taking over as captain and then obviously wanting the team to play in a completely different and completely extraordinary different way. I felt a sort of responsibility to be the person to go out and show that, not just with my words but also with my actions, which came under some criticism, which was absolutely fine, because you know the changing room in all teams and all sports is a very special place, and that's where everything is most important. In terms of evolve, I think what it's done for me is it's made me sort of be just, I don't know, I've had to not necessarily do more or think more, just obviously being captain is just that little bit more, you know, you have to think about sort of things slightly further ahead than I probably normally would. Don't like to look too far ahead, but you've also always got to think about, you know, the evolving changes and who you're going to bring on, what you're going to do. But in terms of as a player, I don't think it's changed the way that I'm going to go out there and, you know, try and influence the game, because, you know, every game I play for England, I always try and come on with the bat or with the ball and, you know, try and influence the game at that given time.
Well, Jimmy's smiling a lot more. Ruth's very happy with the way cricket's going. How have you achieved that?
Great point. How have I got Jimmy Anderson to smile a bit more? Look, I think as well, it's just we're really enjoying, you know, our time, and a huge thing that we've been quite vocal about is, you know, you're playing for England, you're playing Test cricket, you're going out there and playing some of the best teams in the world in front of packed stadiums all over the world. So, you know, just take that all in, take that into consideration, and the game comes with enough pressures as it is to add any more onto it. So, yeah, it's just trying to get the lads to have as much fun as possible, even when we find ourselves in pressure situations.
Yeah, slightly difficult question. We've talked about mental issues, but how did you eventually manage to overcome that and come back stronger?
Oh, look, it's a process. It's something that you know, obviously a lot of people are going to go through, and have to find a way to be able to sort of, I don't know, manage it, and, you know, then get into a place where you feel comfortable to come back in and go out and, you know, do whatever you need to do. But as I said, it's definitely an ongoing process.
Well, heartbreak for Pakistan. Well, you just relive that heartbreak, that innings against Pakistan recently, where you robbed Pakistan of a T20 crown. Through that innings, did you sort of always sort of have a sort of outlook like, look, I want to bat deep, or was there anything of that sort?
Yeah, it was. It was a strange wicket because it actually sort of did more as the ball got older, which you don't normally associate with T20 cricket. It normally does, you know, the majority of swing or seam with the new ball, but it seemed to do that as the older the ball got. But it wasn't, you know, a very high total, so I've sort of had to. I assessed quite early of, you know, me being there for as long as I could, and, you know, if it is going to go deep, then, you know, I need to make sure that I'm the man there, because it was a very difficult wicket to come in and, you know, sort of get yourself going quickly, because it wasn't very it wasn't very easy to score runs on. So yeah, it was just assessing the situation and you know, obviously trying to take it as deep as I possibly could. And when you get to the end overs, you obviously always want someone who's already faced a few balls to be there.
Headingley, Lords, Melbourne, Ben Stokes, probably the clutch player. What does that inspire? The bigger the occasions, the more sort of you look at the game differently, or people want to know how does Ben Stokes then rise to that particular huge occasion?
No, I don't think so. I think it's when you play enough games, you know, in all the different formats, you just sort of understand, you know, those situations. And you know, I've been in situations like that before, but that just didn't happen to be in a final. So you know, that's in those situations is where you resort back to your experience of being in those situations and knowing that I've done that before. Obviously, makes it, you know, a lot easier having done that before. So, and just breaking everything down at the end of an innings, you know, just look at how many runs there are to how many balls are left in the innings, and that makes it a lot simpler.
In terms of the schedule, you talked a lot about the scheduling of cricket. How do you think that can be overcome now?
Well, I think it just needs to be looked at, you know, seriously, to be honest. I think a great example of poor scheduling was the recent Australia-England series. You know, it's got to come to a point where it needs to be looked at, where, especially for us, where we've got, you know, overlapping series. We've got a test series going on and a one-day series at the same time. To me, that just makes absolutely no sense. You know, I understand that there was a lot of cricket missed through the COVID times, but you know, that was obviously a very difficult time for sport and everything else happening across the world. But you know, in terms of the scheduling, I think it just needs to looked at a bit more seriously, and you know, a bit more understanding towards the players, because 3 formats is, in my opinion, just not sustainable for anyone really.
Yeah, in terms of that, is there any sort of thought about making a comeback in ODIs or that?
No, I'm focused on the series at the moment.
So, looking ahead, how does Pakistan tour fit in with your sort of strategy of being ultra aggressive? You talked about sort of making sure that you play the moments, but even if you look back at that Australian series, it was, you had to park your bus to actually win for quite a long period of time.
No, look, I think it's just going with the flow of the game and taking it session by session. But I think as well, when you're always looking to be positive in what you're trying to do, if you're not necessarily achieving what you want to with the bat or the ball, you know, it's just the way in which you go about it. Just example with the bat, looking to be positive, you just feel a lot easier at the crease, and with the ball you might not be taking the wickets, but it's the theatre that comes along with it. And you know, that's something that I think throughout the whole summer we did really well.
So Ben Stokes now is captain, he's sort of got a real high-powered job. How does Ben Stokes, after a day's play or after a grueling test match, then sort of take his mind off the game?
Here, go play some Call of Duty. Smack some golf balls on the golf sim we've got upstairs. Watch some TV, yeah, shut it down.
Yeah, but yeah, just before I let you go, the final question, is it coming home?
I've got a good feeling that it is, yeah.
Who are you going to beat in the final?
Brazil, they're looking good, aren't they?
Penalty shootout?
No, I don't think it'll go that far. I don't think it'll go that far.
Thank you, it's been
no
absolute
worries.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, that's an interesting talking session with Basit Khan. We'll bring it to you, David. How do you see Joe Root's England and that transformation to Ben Stokes' England? And it's happened in a quick time.
Well, straight away.
Yeah.
It was interesting when Joe was captain, and for the last 2 or 3 series, he was under pressure. You know, losing in Australia, people were asking him, well, should you resign? Should you move on? He said, no, I want to carry on. And from inside the dressing room, they said, no, we love Joe. He's a good captain. We'll follow him anywhere. They go to the West Indies, they lose 1-0. And even at the end of that series, Joe was saying, well, I'd still like to carry on. And I know from experience there is a certain fascination in being England captain. But they persuaded him that, you know, no, that's enough. We've had enough goes. We need a change of direction, which was something that was said at me in about 1989. Ben is completely different. And with the combination of him and McCullum, they have created this entirely different culture. So the dressing room is a very, very different place. It's an extraordinary transformation. And along with that is an extraordinary transformation for Stokes himself over the last 5 or 6 years, from a rather monosyllabic, you know, he didn't talk a lot about the game. He just did things with the bat and the ball and got on with it. He did things off the field that no one would have approved of. He's had his own personal problems. He lost his father. He's come back from all that. Such a strong character. And it's the strength of character and the innovation that just astounds me in a very, very good way. So, I mean, full credit to Stokes and McCullum between them, because they have just changed the culture completely. And the way England plays now is, I would say, pretty much unprecedented.
Yeah. Okay, let's take our minds away from cricket for a while. And talking about Multan, when you come here, of course, there are lots to look at. But when you talk about shrines, it's the city of shrines. I was lucky enough to visit a few yesterday. That's our city trail, and try spotting David Gower somewhere in the video. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Here I am in the heart of the city of Multan. This is the famous Ghantaghar Chowk. Behind me is the Ghantaghar, which was built in 1884 during the British Raj. The British needed an office to run the city, and this was the place. And then ahead, right here, is of course the Qila. It has the famous shrines of Bahauddin Zakaria and Shah Rukh Alam, and it is indeed a place to visit when you're here in Multan. So let's go inside and pay history a visit. When you enter Multan, this is something you don't want to miss. Shah Rukh Alam from the 14th century, and of course, when we talk about him, then comes in the Tughlaq architecture, and that is what you're looking at. This is something which is made out of red bricks. You've got the blue tile work and of course the Nakashi, which Multan is very well known for. So when you come here, do visit this place because this is something worth looking at. Behind me is one of the most important shrines here in Multan, and that is of Bahauddin Zakaria, who dates back to the 13th century, and he was also the founder of the Suravardiya order of Sufism. This architecture depicts what Multan architecture is all about. The red bricks, the blue tile work, and of course, the Nakashi. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Yeah, why I was saying spot David somewhere, because David was there, not with us, but he had his own trip going on. Just throw some light. How did you find the place? Of course, the Bahauddin Zakaria shrine and the other ones.
Yeah, we went late in the afternoon because we were down here at the ground yesterday. And we managed to fit in an hour and a half at the end of the day. We only did the one shrine, I'm afraid. Didn't do all three, there's a few around the place. Fascinating to look at. I mean, the architecture is stunning. The brickwork, I mean, you imagine this is the one we went to is built, what, 1320, somewhere around there. And it's immaculate, absolutely immaculate. The other thing we looked at is the needle. There is a monument to a fellow called Agnew. Now, some viewers might know there's a fellow called Jonathan Agnew, working for the BBC here in Multan, who's been here before. And he'd read about this, and he wanted to see exactly what it's all about. It's a massive great needle, 15 metres high, and there is a plaque on the side which commemorates a possible ancient relative. We're not quite sure it's a genuine relative or not, but it's certainly got the same name, Agnew. But then what I spotted was you got Agnew and a fellow called Anderson at the top, who were the victims of this particular moment. And this great needle is there next to the old ground. So first we've got Agnew and Anderson, so that's quite an interesting opening attack. And it's next door to the old cricket ground, where Test matches were played before they built this stadium here, which is not looking at its best now. It's been rather let go. There are people playing football there. The old scoreboard has lost all the paint. It needs a bit of a refurb. There are a few more bricks lying around there as well, actually, which we could start the rebuilding process now. But just it was a lovely way to have a little look in a short space of time at some of the history that's here in Multan.
It is, yes, indeed. It's a place to visit, and of course, then don't forget the Sohan Halwa. Everything about this city, so special. Now, quickly, before we head off from the studio, our focus again on the test match. Bazit, 180, almost 200. That part remains the same and the constant with England's batting. When you talk about other bowlers, we focus on Abrar. It's almost gone unnoticed. How do you see them, especially Zayed Mahmood?
Yeah, Zayed got he wanted a wicket up front. If he'd got a wicket up front like Abrar, he would have bowled much better. And with the attack that England take to, you want something initial part of your spell. I think he still needs a wicket to get into that groove. There is turn on offer, there is that ball sort of going off the straight, so he will be a constant threat. At the moment, I think Pakistan's next best option is Nawaz, because he's consistent, he'll take the runs down and he'll bowl a bit quicker. And with Ibrar, I think after lunch you'll maybe see them bowl in tandem.
A quick one before we go off, David. I know it's a little far away, but Jack Leach's role here now, of course,
sure.
Will Jacks. But Wood, how good do you see him?
Yeah, the Wood thing is you got the extra pace. If England want to try and use that bouncer ploy they used second innings in Pindi, then he might be able to help deliver that. The likelihood, having seen what we've seen already in one session, is that it'll be a short, sharp burst from maybe Robinson, Anderson, Wood. Won't be bowling a lot, unless, of course, someone gets on top of the spinners. So say if a Babar Azam or a Rizwan gets on top of the spinners and starts to score runs, then he might have a burst from Wood, that sort of thing. But for instance, Leach, he started with Leach. I think this suits him because he can fire it in at quite a decent pace. He'll bowl that steady line at, say, middle stump, round about there. And when it starts to turn, of course, it becomes very interesting.
50-over World Cup, T20 World Cup. Is the Football World Cup coming home?
I love the way you throw these things in. No, I'm not. My expert predictions do not extend as far as England's World Cup prospects. That sort of big round ball thing they're kicking around in Qatar.
Okay. Time for us to join the action in session 2 on the other side of the break. Thank you, gentlemen.
Welcome back to Multan for this Daffa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. It's been all action cricket again here in that first session. What reads like a tea time score of 180 for 5 is actually a lunchtime score, because England have gone at a good rate again, and this time Pakistan have wickets in the first session, and those wickets belong to Abrar Ahmed. 5 for 70, his first morning in Test match cricket, and what a morning it has been. He got all of England's top 5. Bazid Khan this morning said to me, watch out for his googly, and that is how he got his first Test wicket. Crawley with the googly. Then he was swept to pieces by Duckett and by Ollie Pope. But when you get runs like that, it can be your undoing as well. And probably the biggest scalp of them all, one of England's greatest ever players of spin, pitched just in line. And once it did that, it was always hitting the stumps. And Ollie Pope, who started with the sweep, first ball ended with the sweep as well, reverse sweep. And this was his 5th. Mars with a good catch coming forward, and Abrar has 5 for. Bazid, he bowled beautifully, didn't he, in that first session? 5 serious scalps.
Yeah, couldn't have gone better for him. Pakistan wanted a pitch that did a bit, turned a bit, but it was all down to Abrar, really. They didn't really pick him, and when they went for those big shots, there was always an element of risk, which we didn't find in Rawalpindi, because the ball was just going straight on. Abrar with that googly, with that, I don't know how to describe it. Some say carom ball, some say flicker, some say even leg spin, but with those deliveries, being able to curtail England. Now, Ben Stokes has a job to do. We talk about this Test match cricket all the time. This session, this hour, so important. Again, it's this hour that is so important. If Pakistan get a couple of wickets and say bowl England out under 250, they'll think they're way ahead of the game.
Yeah, and I don't think England will change their method. Jacks may have blocked a couple before lunch. Stokes didn't. I think Stokes will try and take down Nawaz in particular. First ball after lunch. Going to see more of the same. Yep, straight away a shot and a bit of turn.
We saw pacers bowling few overs early on in the game, and then it's been a spin from both ends. And I thought Nawaz controlled things really nicely with the Abrar picking up wickets from the other end. I think that's the right way to go.
Yeah, he's accurate, he's quicker. Yeah. Michael Atherton saying off mic that he's a little bit Jadeja-like, fires it in there, stump to stump, brings LBW into play. On this sort of pitch, he's a very useful spinner to have. Batters will find it harder, not impossible, to come down the pitch to him.
Especially when there is a little bit of spin for Nawaz. He's bowling quickly. It is difficult. It's not that easy to come down the pitch, especially the first ball we saw, which spun sharply. It just creates that doubt in your mind as a batsman.
Sweeper out there. Now this is the contest. Stokes would have done his planning. Stokes will know that Abrar's not easy to get to because he dips it and he spins it both ways. Stokes will see this as a challenge, the sweep and the slog sweep, the reverse sweep. On the other. Sorry, I was just having a look at mid-on. Mid-on is hovering. He's gone nearly all the way back to long on.
Pakistan will be thinking, pick up one more wicket and we are into tail. And with the aggressive nature, the way Stokes play, there's every chance that you might scoop one in the air, might give an opportunity here.
Yeah, it's a good point, Wakar, because England are one batter down from the last game. Wood in for Livingston, and also Abrar, the mystery spinner, against those bowlers. Bowlers hate facing mystery spin. Batters don't like it, but Wood and Anderson and Robinson and Leach don't have a clue which way it's going. There is that spin, well played and well negotiated from Stokes. 181 for 5. So this is the partnership they need to break. This is the wicket. One of these two, Stokes in particular.
Well, this game has moved very quickly, and it is just first few overs with the Pacers. It seemed that it's going to be another hard work, hard day for Pakistan in the field. But once the spinners came on, it was a different ball game. Especially this man, Abrar, has caused all sort of issues for all batsmen.
The other thing that is so visible is the bigger boundary that is in place in Multan. Rawalpindi are very much a boundary hitting ground, so defending, even in a test match where England played so magnificently, defending was a problem. Now we see Babar having those in-out fields. So now for Stokes, he's got men on the boundary as well as those catches with that short leg and the slip. So with the turn on offer, Babar also now slightly more comfortable in the way that his field placings are going.
Yeah, that long on is the key for Stokes. He's just hovering that Stokes can take the single, but Stokes can also take him on, as he did in the last over before lunch. Field will come in a little bit more for Jacks.
Well, it's a new session, so be a little bit more proactive. Don't really have to push everyone on the boundary. Just, you know, allow Abrar to sort of settle in, bring the fielder closer. Don't give easy singles. If you provide them easy singles, I think they'll be happy.
Should just be a single. Mid-off will cut that off. He does, and it's 184 for 5. Fine sweep. Short leg tried to get there but couldn't. Jacks comes back for 2. Didn't go exactly where he was aiming that. He was aiming more mid-on, just dragged it. It was a bit full.
Pakistan left out Azhar Ali for Mohammad Nawaz, who bats and, of course, bowls. I think it's a good option. And also bringing in Fahim Ashraf, another all-rounder. The balance is good. Probably what they're missing is the pace, a genuine pace. I think Naseem not playing this match is really pushing Pakistan back on the back foot a little bit, especially when you talk about pace attack.
In the air, but no man on the drive.
Well, that fielder on the offside should be more in catching position than in that extra position. They should be coming a lot closer. We've seen a couple of deliveries going in the air. Probably need fielders on the catching position a bit more.
$189 for 5. Hard sweep, very hard sweep, nailed for 4.
England just carry on. Any opportunity to get that sweep out, this one in front of square, way in front of square. It's gone to the fence.
Now the reverse. They're not going to put the sweep shot away, even though it's cost them 2 or 3 wickets. Their go-to shot, especially when you're not quite picking a bowler which way it's going. Sweep becomes more handy.
Well, there was a period when the sweep shot was out. They didn't want to play that shot straight away. You know, it's a scoring shot for England, and they look to play it both sides of the pitch. Can be risky. Yes, they've lost a couple of wickets, but they're not going to really stop that.
Well, they have in their ranks one of the best sweepers and slog sweepers in Marcus Trescothick, one of the coaches involved with this England setup. Oh, there is the wrong and not picked at all. And just the overspin getting the bounce, and the bounce saving Will Jacks there. 195 for 5.
I don't think even Rizwan picked that. It was way too close to go on the back foot. He's lucky that it just bounced a bit more than usual here. Very lucky.
Yeah, it's magical stuff, really. Someone can just come up and from 21, 22 yards away, flick it out of the back of their hand or flick it from their fingers. It is such a difficult skill, and he's doing it magically at the moment.
watch Rizwan on that last delivery from Abrar. I don't think he picked it. He was not expecting the ball to spin that much or bounce that much. That one went over that middle stump. Lucky, very, very lucky here. Jax.
Yeah, if you can't see out the hand, you've got to try and see the seam and which way the seam's rotating. The other person in England's ranks actually is Paul Collingwood, and Paul Collingwood was excellent at watching which way the ball was spinning. Played Murali a bit better than some because of that. As the ball came down, he'd look at it. Not easy, but you've got to try and stare at that ball as long as possible, get some kind of clue. Slightly easier of Nawaz. Marcus Trescothick got a brilliant 190 here last time England played here, 2005. He was captain and they lost the test. Up and over mid-off. That's a really controlled shot. That's an excellent shot. Has it gone all the way? It has. 200 up for England.
These modern day cricketers, they're very strong. Didn't really need to use his feet. Just stood his ground and made sure that he goes with the shot. Given a nice follow through. Big hit.
Problem for Barber is that England continue to attack, so he likes to have his sweepers out, and you'd like to have a drive man. Wakal's just mentioned that, but where do you get him from? Consequence of England playing shots that Barber has to defend the boundaries. Good from Jax, 202 for 5. Just don't know what to expect with this English batting lineup, but on a pitch where there's a bit on offer for the spinners that we've seen so far, I think anything under 300 Pakistan will be quite happy. Looking at that bowling attack, only one front line spinner. And Pakistan would think lightning can't strike twice, can it? Because England was absolutely superb on that placid track in Rawalpindi. Yeah, I mean, this has not spun drastically for the orthodox spinner. All the wickets have fallen to the mystery spin, so but it is day one. And after Rawalpindi, we're getting excited because it has actually spun a bit. But you're not talking about this being an absolute raging Bunsen here at the moment, but it has potential. It will turn. And then those first innings runs become so vital. And Pakistan B thinking that, yeah, just one more wicket, one more shot in the air. Fine sweep, gets it past Rizwan. Barber will have to give chase. Bigger boundaries, mean that it won't go away for 4. stroll back for 3.
Well, the ball, when it's new, for spinners, I think is done a bit more than what we are seeing right now. It's gone a little softer. 39th over in progress, so it's not really spitting right now. It's easy to sort of nudge it away for singles, and if someone bowls a bad ball, you can put it away for 4. 2 or 7 for 5.
Sensitivity free moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth.
Gives himself room. Good from Nawaz. Follows him. That's where his one-day skills come into play against Stokes.
गुड बॉल यही से कर जा, यही से करो इसको, देखने दियो, उसको कोई मसला नहीं है।
The stadium is relatively new. When you talk about the other stadiums in the country, this was developed back in 2001. First test match was played here against Bangladesh. We used to play in Qasim Stadium, Ibn Qasim Stadium, which is in the heart of Multan. There was another wonderful ground that was, but then because the capacity was really low in that stadium, it was hard to get there also because of the population around it. And then this land was given to PCB and they built this beautiful stadium. Unfortunately, hasn't really had much of a test match cricket here. There's only the 6th test match.
208 for 5. Yeah, one of the newest stadiums in Pakistan, in one of the oldest cities in the subcontinent. England made the journey down by plane from Islamabad down a couple of days ago. Were delayed by fog for a couple of hours. Fog comes in the evening. City of Saints, Multan. Michael Atherton was quizzing us how you get bricks that go round in a circle. Fascinating chat from Atherton. Down the pitch, straight over the top. Has it on all the way? It has. Nearly into the media centre. That's a big hit from Stokes.
Huge. It's a big ground, a big stadium altogether. That's cleared everything, and it's quite a bit to travel to the stands and to that media center. It's almost at that. That has been hit with some power. So now it's the journey from Islamabad to Multan. You flew here?
No, we were on the bus. We stopped at a lot of service stations. It was an 8-hour journey.
Nice and relaxed.
And Stokes has gone again. This time it's a 4. And now all eyes will go on Barber. Does he leave mid-off and mid-on hovering, or does he send them back?
Great display of feet movement, feet using, coming down the pitch. Earlier he gave it everything. This time he just opened the face and made sure that he goes over mid-off, because he didn't really hit it that hard. It was just pure timing. Maybe it's time for faster men to come and bowl a couple of overs and see if there is any.
No, pitched outside leg. Pitched way outside leg. Rizwan will know that. Barber should know it.
Come on, you can't review that. That one pitched way outside the leg stump. You're going to waste the review. Oh, he's taken it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat. Can you give me ultra edge, please? Ultra edge coming up now, Ali. Ball passing under the bat. There's some murmurs, but the ball is far away from the bat. I'm satisfied. No bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready, please. Ball tracker coming up now, Ali. Ball pitching outside leg, so you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You put Alim on screen, please. Alim, you're on screen. Signal now.
Poor review that. Rizwan convincing Barber. They only have one left now, Pakistan. Wasted. $218 for 5. Wacker, I think your point's a good one about the ball. It just sounds a bit softer. It's not quite doing it as quickly. The Kookaburra ball goes soft pretty quickly. Even spinners like bowling with the harder ball.
And you also got to consider that Abrar has already bowled 17 overs, so you don't want to overbowl him, especially when there's not much happening. Just bring on your pacer. Give them a few overs and see how it goes. You never know, there might be a little bit of reverse swing. Muhammad Ali bowled quite nicely. He was settling in quite nicely at the end of the last test match. So just don't forget them. Simple.
Up and over. Mid-off and mid-on again in. Will that go all the way for 6? I think it just landed short in the shadows. No, he's given it, Murray.
Mid-off hovering, he tries and goes leg side. Didn't get it completely in the middle. It's still gone all the way.
Yeah, just over. Good attack this from Jackson Stokes, counter attack.
Now Walker adamant on fast bowling. I had to dig deep this. Go back before your debut. 1988, Pakistan v Australia, and the new ball bowlers. Mudassir Nazar, Amir Malik. That's in Karachi. Pakistan won the game, but you look at this bowling attack and you think just one frontline bowler, fast bowler, Muhammad Ali. Would you classify either Mudassir Nazar or Amir Malik as fast bowlers though? 1988, before your debut, you came in and changed all that.
Well, Mudassir Nazar, I would say, yeah, good medium pacer, but I wouldn't consider him in my top 3.
Okay.
But Amir Malik, he's joking. He was a good cricketer, no doubt about that. Opened for Pakistan and bowled a medium pace and kept wicket also. Utility cricketer, but not a fast bowler. No way.
One good thing about Mudassir Nazar was he kept getting David Gower out, so lacking pace and just used to nick David Gower off outside the off stump. That's a beautiful shot as well. The sweeper will cut it off, but he looks in good touch, Will Jacks. Does cut it off eventually. There was a misfield out there. 228 for 5. Important partnership, a good partnership. We know over the years what Stokes can do, but Jacks is impressing here. 28 from 38. What can Barber and Pakistan's bowling attack do to get this wicket, get into the bowlers?
It's such a luxury to have someone like Jacks coming at number 7. Who opens the bat for Surrey and can bowl. Picked up 6 wickets in the first game. A very fine cricketer.
Oh, gone. The googly. Stokes has missed it. Abrar has 6.
Well, it's all Abrar. In the morning, picked up 5 wicket, and now big score. Stokes didn't read his googly at all. This one might have pitched on the leg stump line, but spun sharply and hit middle off. What a wonderful start of his career. A special talent. 6 for Abrar, and Ben Stokes gone for 30. It's 228 for 6 now.
All 6 then for Abrar. 6 for 89 on debut. We thought he might play up in Pindi. He didn't. He probably got away with one there. Who'd want to make their debut on that pitch? But he's got a slow turner here in Multan, and he's taking advantage of it. The 6th man to go, Ben Stokes, whose look of shock when that ball hit the off stump was something to behold. He didn't read the googly. Zach Crawley hadn't read the googly. That was Abra's first wicket, and now Stokes is his sixth. It was a lovely moment. And England now 228 for 6 as Ollie Robinson joins Will Jacks, who looks in pretty good touch out in the middle. All 6. When does his attention start to turn to all 10, Sikander?
And what a delivery that to get Stokes hitting top of off. It's just spun enough.
Abrar now with the lower order in, they'll find it even more difficult.
.228 for 6. Worth looking at Ben Stokes' reaction again. It was a beauty, wasn't it? He revealed he'd been completely deceived by the young mystery spinner, 24 years of age, on debut. Yeah. Just clip that one up for your catalogue in years to come, young man. First spinner for over 70 years to take 5 wickets before lunch on debut. Al Valentine was similarly bespectacled, the last and the only other spinner to do it, but Abrar bowls a bit like Alf Valentine's little pal, Sonny Ramadan. Front-on flickers. Great Sonny Ramadan, who passed away last year, actually lived in Lancashire for many years. Great spin twins for West Indies back in the day in the 50s. Valentine and Ramadan. What a debut for Abrar. All 6. Wood, Leach, Anderson to come. Ajaz Patel, the last one to get all 10.
Yeah, and you're calling it early. But I tell you what, he's in with a shout because Mohammad Zahid was the last one to get 7. That's the best figures on debut. Mohammad Zahid got 7 for Pakistan against New Zealand way back 1996. So he's got 6, has Abrar right now, Abrar, and another couple, and he'll be leading that pack. Now he's just wishing that Nawaz doesn't get an edge, doesn't get one to spin and nick off.
Oh, that was mighty close. Somehow it's bounced over the top of off stump, and we haven't seen a great deal of bounce from this surface, but the pace here from Nawaz is what's going to make him difficult to play on this pitch. A beauty.
And talking about 10 for Anil Kumble, when he got his 10 for against Pakistan, Waqar Yunus, I think, was playing that game. Wasim and Waqar trying to get out at the other end, just did not succeed.
And Jim Laker, the only other man. Jacks wanted the single, was sent back by Ollie Robinson, who obviously doesn't fancy getting down to the mystery spinner's end. 229 for 6. Mazhar, our statistician, reminding me that Ajaz Patel was dropped after didn't play in the next game after getting all 10 when New Zealand went back home, found himself out of the side. I saw Karan Nair, I think it was, get a 100 for India against England, and he didn't play the next game either.
Which one is worse, though?
Yasir Shah scored 100 against Australia in Australia, didn't get the next game.
Now attention turns to Abrar again, who took up occupancy of that end in the 9th over of the morning, and he's still going. That's his stop ball that flicked out of the front of the hand and just turns a little off the pitch. You'd say on this evidence his googly turns more. Certainly England have found that harder to pick. Chipped, but just short of Shan Masood at mid-wicket. Quicker, that's the other thing. We talk about the turn off the pitch, but his variation of pace is excellent as well. That was a quicker ball. Googly and swept by Jacks, which suggests that he might have picked it, although given the number of sweep shots from England today, they are determined to sweep and reverse sweep almost at every opportunity. Oh, surely, yeah, it is. It's number 7. One more sweep, possibly a fatal one for Jacks, who sends it upstairs.
TV umpire to director.
Slog
We have
at
a player review for
and immediately he was going upstairs.
The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat. Do you have ultra edge just to confirm that? Ultra edge coming up now. Alim flat line as the ball passes the bat. I'm satisfied that there's no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready, please. Ball tracker coming up now, Alim. Ball pitching in line, impact is in line, and the wickets umpire's call. So you will stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Put Alim on screen, please. Alim signal now.
Alim Dar confirms the LBW decision against Will Jacks, and this extraordinary day continues for Abrar Ahmed, who now has 7 wickets on debut, 7 for 91. He's into his 19th over. He's still on course for all 10, and England are 231 for 7.
Only 3. 3 make 8
Great story developing here as Mark Wood joins Ollie Robinson. Ending Abrar's 19th over. Wonderful figures for him. England are 231 for 7. Crowd just starting to build in Multan after a very slow start, almost empty at the start of play, but just filling up now, and he gets a nice ovation, Abrar Ahmed, as he walks to deep backward square.
And just a wild swing at that. Just clipping, and since it was given out on field, he gets his 7th. All the reason to enjoy every moment of it. So 180 for 5 at lunch. You reckon the dressing room talk would be what's a good first inning score? They've added 51 already in this session.
Yeah, I mean, England have lost 7 wickets, but the rate at which they score means 231 on the board, and anything over 250 they'll feel in the game if their bowlers can bowl well, their spinners can bowl well. Maybe a recalibrate that, anything over 300. You guys know the conditions better than me. England have got a different style attack, of course. They've only got Jack Leach, their main spinner. Will Jack's the part-timer who got 6 for in the first test, but then a battery of seam bowlers. So the question really is, will they be able to find reverse swing?
Yeah, absolutely. Pakistan will be well happy with the way the game has gone, and the evidence shows that there's not been exaggerated turn either. It's just been the quality of Abrar and that mystery that surrounds him, and England not being able to pick him at all.
So I said there, Baz, anything over 300 England will feel that's competitive. Is that a fair call, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Anything under 250 Pakistan will be so saying that we're well ahead. Even sort of 275 they would think after losing the toss, and in these conditions where you think that England just playing that one spinner, and they'll back themselves to be able to handle spin better than England. 233 for 7.
Well, it's been absolutely fascinating, really, because a clear strategy from Pakistan in response to the way England played in Pindi, that ultra-aggressive approach that proved so successful. So a slow turner here in Multan is the response. A very different team with just one out-and-out seamer and a whole battery of spinners. And that's the way they've tried to counter the Stokes-McCullum approach. So far, it's gone pretty well, but England have scored quickly.
Aggressive cricket that we've seen across formats that England has adopted, and it comes with its consequences. You can lose wickets at a low score as well, as long as you're ready to take that, as long as the results are coming your way.
Oh, he didn't read that. It was floated up, it drifted a little, it may have been the googly as well, and then an inside edge took it past Rizwan's left hand to fine leg for 4.
Just drifted in the inside edge. Gets put a boundary, but no Pakistani bowler on debut has got 8. Abrar is very, very close. 7 for Mohammad Zahid, 7th for Nazir Jr. off spinner. But Abrar now 7 for 95 and searching.
It looked as though Mark Wood might have read that. It was a short ball, but the way that he played it just suggested he may have read the googly as it came in off the surface. Got into a good position to play the shot and put it away.
Also probably to do with that length on that ball. It's a half striker.
It allowed him enough time to play that shot.
241 for 7. Well, looks like afternoon drinks have been called. It's been an absolutely fascinating opening 3 hours of play. England 241 for 7 in 47. All 7 wickets going to the mystery spinner Abrar Ahmed on debut. There he is. Can't have imagined surely that his debut would go so well. Five down England at lunchtime, and 2 more wickets have fallen in this afternoon session. The first, that of the England captain, whose look of astonishment, having been beaten on the outside edge, was something to behold, and gave Abrar Ahmed his 6th wicket, and the 7th wasn't long in coming either when Will Jacks went to sweep and missed, was given out on the field. Review suggested the ball would have gone on to clip off stump. So that was wicket number 7 for Abrar and for Pakistan. And it's Ollie Robinson and Mark Wood who are at the crease at the moment, as the other leg spinner Zahid comes back. He was given some punishment earlier in the day, actually. His 5 overs cost 40, so he was expensive, but he'll just fancy his chances now of getting into the game. As Robinson picks him up leg side. That was beautifully struck.
Yeah, there's no backing down. from the England batters this time, just drifting into the pads, and well, he's hit it over mid-wicket and hit it really well.
And this should be the end of Ollie Robinson. Yeah, easily taken at mid-on. It won't be 10 for Abrar. Pakistan won't mind about that. Another wicket has gone. It's Robinson this time. Zahid Mahmood into the game with his first.
Yeah, just slightly slower, slightly shorter. And the hit leg side met with the top edge. Was very comfortable this time. Easily catching that at mid-on. Ollie Robinson goes for 5. England now 8 down for 245.
.245 for 8 England as Jack Leach joins Mark Wood in the middle. It's been another extraordinary day of Test match cricket with 7 wickets for a debutant. Pakistani mystery spinner Abrar Ahmed has taken the first 7 wickets to fall. Zahid Mahmood has just got into the action with his first, so there won't be all 10 for Abrar, but Pakistan will be the happier of the two sides here, having taken 8 wickets. They lost the toss. Ben Stokes wanted to bat first. And Leach this time tries to reverse sweep, and it may not be his game. He's lost his off-stump first ball. England 9 down.
Can't say that you're surprised with that shot, because the intent from England has been always the reverse sweep. Almost switched around. Ball spins. Zahid gets a wicket. He now is on a hat-trick. And England now 245 for 9.
England's last man, Jimmy Anderson, joins Mark Wood. He spent the day batting in the nets right-handed yesterday. Jimmy Anderson, by nature and inclination, a left-hander, and he comes to the crease on a hat-trick. Zahid Mahmood, who took a bit of stick earlier in the day, brought back by the captain, has just picked up 2 in 2. And now has a chance to become the first Pakistan bowler since Naseem Shah to get a Test hat-trick. And with Jimmy Anderson at the striker's end, he'll never have a better chance.
And Jimmy's not averse to a sweep either.
Anderson survives. No hat-trick for Zahid. He's looked at one ball. I can't imagine he'll be looking at too many more. He loves a sweep and reverse sweep to the spinners, Anderson. There he goes. Second ball. Fine. 4. 249 for 9. Couple of partnerships of note, 79 between Duckett and Pope, and then good partnership between Stokes and Jacks immediately after lunch, but wickets have continued to tumble really. 5 before lunch, 4 now after lunch, 9 shared between the spinners Abrar and Zahid Mahmood.
You just almost feel that it was important for Zahid's confidence to have a couple of wickets against his name. As you mentioned earlier, he went for quite a few in the first test match, and here again since morning, nothing for him in the first session.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, the reverse sweep. Missed it by quite a distance. It went to the offside. Wood will come back for the second. England get to 250, but it's all been about this man, Abrar Ahmed. 7 for 99. Mohammad Zahid 7 for 66 in 1996. Mohammad Nazir then 7 for 99.
No, just spinning too much. Long stride in from Mark Wood, so that would have certainly gone down the leg side.
Yeah, so one more wicket and he'll have the best figures on debut for Pakistan.
You see that batting card and you see all spin, spin, spin taking wickets. Interesting to see the role Mark Wood would have to play with the new ball later on. It's got pace. That's on his side, of course.
.251 for 9. Yeah, England's attack is shaped very differently. All those seamers, Wood, Robinson, Anderson, Stokes, and the one frontline spinner in Leach, and then a part-timer in Jacks. I suppose their option, given that they're playing Pope as a wicketkeeper and wanted the extra bowler in, was to bring in Rayan Ahmed, the 18-year-old leg spinner, in place of, well, it would have to be one of Robinson or Anderson if Wood was a certainty to play, which they said he was.
Little nudge from Anderson.
Just the man, Lord David Gower. So just put yourself in the coach's shoes, England batting coach. Now, normally when you say you're not picking a spinner, you go reverse sweep, sweep, try and sweep him. No, you're still not picking the spinner, but you've played all those reverse sweeps. So what do you do now?
Well, down the pitch, nicely struck. Confidently struck. The question still hangs. Well, this is well played. This is good footwork to get to the pitch, using the spin, going over extra cover. All runs happily accepted at this stage. 9 down. Ooh, goes big again, this time leg side. Races along the ground for another 4.
He's a decent hitter of the ball, isn't he? Anything full, anything short, uses his feet quite nicely. These runs are going to hurt Pakistan later. Gotta be careful.
Oh, beautifully bowled. Going back to Baz's question about the coach and their advice, can I just say this? There's a big difference between Ollie Pope coming in and reverse sweeping first ball and Jack Leach. And the results speak for themselves. Short, Hoyt, 4.
Well, these are good runs, 23 of 20, and he's dealing in boundaries. Third boundary off the over, just short enough to rock back, and that's a quality shot.
And very ordinary bowling. He bowls one good ball and then he just loses it and bowls too short. Easy pickings.
Ooh, so close, so close. That could have finished it off. But it doesn't. 264 for 9. Well, one thing's for sure, with England you get all sorts of excitement. Positive approach has carried through the day. Some have made it work, some have not. 264 for 9. Bearing in mind the conditions today, so different to Rawalpindi. But bearing in mind conditions today, that's still competitive. 264. Time will tell. Just a reminder that Osaka will be donating money for every time the boundary boards light up as a boundary is hit. 10,000 rupees to the batsman. All being well, they will donate that to the Pakistan flood relief funds. Well, it's kind of outside part of the bat. Anderson won't mind. He'll give the strike back to the effervescent Mark Wood.
Such has been the day for Abrar that this is the last time Muninder Singh got 5 wickets before lunch in 1987. He's done it now, albeit an extended session, but still 5 wickets in the first session for a spinner. Come back for a couple. While he's searching for that 8th wicket, which will make him the only bowler for Pakistan on debut to get 8, but just cast your mind back when David Gower would have been at his peak, 1987, Muninder Singh, last spinner to get 5 wickets in the first session.
I was at a bit of a peak in those days, but not involved in that match. Mazza very helpfully saying it was against Pakistan. Just evades the man who is 20 yards in from the boundary at long on. Zaid Mahmood, so just gets past him, rolls away for another 4. These are indeed useful runs from Mark Wood. Very, very handy indeed of this last wicket stand. Tossed high and dispatched. Not a bad idea at all from Bra. He's used his varieties throughout this long spell, long and successful spell, but this time Mark Wood's exuberance, the free swing of the bat, good enough to slap it away over extra cover.
Well, he's reading him very well, mid off, mid on, back on the boundary and hitting that over extra cover. Excellent. What about this one?
Oh, that just dropped short. No, it miscued. Imam, who is one of the best, if not the best fielder for Pakistan, it just dropped tantalizingly in front of him and then probably spun away from him, and it goes very quickly for 4.
Well, this is the first shot Wood played where he lost a bit of control. Earlier boundaries were timed beautifully, he was on top of the ball. This time he was just a little miscue.
Actually, looking again, Imam, as I say, who's a very good fielder, I've got a feeling he didn't quite pick it up straight away, because if he had done a couple of steps and a dive, he might have got underneath it. But this is fantastic for England from their final wicket. Wood, 35 from just 26. Anderson has the strike now. Plays that nicely. Man is placed because they know that Jimmy Anderson loves a reverse sweep. The virus has spread to number 11.
Yeah, maybe if we would have taken one step extra, maybe that catch would have been taken.
More footwork, more swipage. Technical term, swipage. Another couple.
Partnership now 36. Wood himself on 36. He'll probably eyeing the 50, but these are important runs for England. If we can get to close enough to 300, they'll think not a bad effort. And these sort of runs eventually, normally, do hurt the opposition.
Well, that will be that then for this England first innings. Mark Wood dashes off to prepare himself maybe to bowl, as will Jimmy Anderson. Anderson's final attempt to reverse sweep ends with that off stump just knocked gently back. So England all out for 281. Maybe a few more than they thought they might have when that 9th wicket went down. Mixed emotions, it seems, for Pakistan as they leave the field. For this man, though, what a debut. What a brilliant start to his Test match career. Didn't play in Pindi. Steps into the side here in Multan. 7 for 114 from his 22 overs. That is the way to start a Test match career.
Just take a moment to absorb all that. He's bowled magnificently. Didn't really get picked throughout that innings. The English batters struggled with his googly and his variations. He varied his pace well, but the mystery spinner has announced himself. Didn't play that first Test match, and now questions asked, why not? Because if he can produce a spell like this, pitched wasn't excessive spin, you'd say. First day of the Test match, you lose the toss and you toss it to Abrar Ahmed playing his debut game, and he gets 7 for. That's what dreams are made of. Plenty of sweeps and reverse sweeps from England. That's the way that they played. Anderson not averse to a reverse sweep, a switch hit really this time around. Zayed Mahmood gets his third wicket, but it's been a day for the mystery spinner.
On a mix of a batting card, that partnership between Duckett and Pope was absolutely vital at the top of the order. Crawley deceived, the first one to be deceived by Abrar. Duckett 63, Pope 60. Root and Brook both in single figures. Stokes again bemused for 30. Some great shots from some big shots from Will Jacks. Mark Wood's crucial 36 not out could make a big difference as we look back on this game in 2 or 3 days' time. And the partnerships, the key one, 79 between Pope and Duckett, 61 between Stokes and Jacks, and even that last wicket partnership, 36 from 24 balls, most of that down to Mark Wood. Very, very important potentially as well. The bowling figures, only one man really you need to look at. Debut performance from Abrar Ahmed. 22 overs, one of them a maiden, 114 runs conceded. You won't see many shots like that in his first-class career played against him, but he will be mighty, mighty proud of the 7 wickets to his name on debut. Another 3, of course, to Zayed Mahmood, who will be very grateful for them. So England's first innings is done. We'll take a bit of a break and have a bit of tea as well, and then we'll prepare for the start of Pakistan's first innings.
Okay. So 5 wickets and 101 runs in the second session. Early tee was taken, and that expression will stay the best for this series as of now. Abrar, a dream start on debut, getting 7 for 114 and completely ran through the England batting. Let's have a look at the batting card. It'll be Abrar all the way, and then Zayed Mahmood coming in with 3 wickets in the end to wrap up the tail. 281 is what England managed after batting first and winning the toss. Quick look at the bowling as well. And again, 7 for 114 for Abrar. He's the one who led the way. And his partner with spin, 3 for Zayed Mahmood. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. I've got my 2 guests, David Gower and Waqar Yunus alongside me. David, 101 more added. You were talking about it at lunch, and they'd get close to 300. England would say, yes, okay, we've done well. But how do you see this innings with 10 wickets falling in 2 sessions?
Well, it's taken us by surprise. The thing I think at the start of the day was no one quite knew, if they're honest, what this pitch would do today. Speculation was that it would turn as the game went on. I don't think anyone realised it would turn as it has done today, and that this is the sort of cricket we'd watch. England had to play not an entirely different form of the game, because you saw that partnership at the start between Duckett and Pope for the second wicket, where they were doing all the same things they'd done in Rawalpindi. The pace was up, they were playing reverse sweeps, the whole thing. But always the threat, once Abrar came on, and from that first over where he got Crawley with a googly that Crawley didn't spot, there was the threat that something different could happen. At the end of it all, okay, this is so different from the way Pindi went, but at the end of it all, 281 isn't that bad.
Is it really about the turn on the pitch available, or is just the Abrar factor that you feel that 10 are down for 281?
I think a bit of both. I think that mystery, especially, bowling with that, bent finger, and sometimes it's very difficult for a batsman to read him, and of course then the pitch really helping him. And this sort of a pitch and a bowler like him, it is hard. It's very, very difficult to the batsman, and especially when you're playing so aggressively, you're bound to make mistakes, and that's what happened. He bowled nights in straight, and they kept on playing those funky shots. And yes, they scored quickly, but 281, Pakistan will be more than happy in the first inning bowling England out.
Great. 5 wickets fell in the second session. Let's have a look at them. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, no surprise that Abrar was involved. This is going right back to the start of the day with Crawley beaten by the googly. A few decisions went, took a bit of thinking about. The LBWs had to be sometimes overturned by review. But I tell you what was impressive was, apart from the turn, apart from the varieties, changes of pace. Changes of pace, I think, are so important for someone like this when people are sweeping all the time. Because when you're playing the sweep shot, for instance, you'll find that if you misjudge that change of pace, misjudge the length, you've seen a few of them today, you end up losing your wicket. So I think it was very important for him. This is a good catch, by the way. Mohammad Nawaz to mid-off there. It was a difficult catch to judge. And the Stokes thing, the Stokes bemusement, the look of bemusement on Stokes' face, I think tells the story. Obviously hadn't read the googly, obviously hadn't played it. Bit of a show of actor about the celebrations. Very different sort of bowler, but yes, the same exuberance with the celebration.
Playing too many shots, I guess, and then Zahid, who's been very, very expensive in the last game, has picked up 3 at the end.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. All right, time for expert predictions, and we'll put the questions to our guests. Expert prediction, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. All right, quick one. I'll put the same question in different ways. Will England spin have equal say, what you saw with Pakistan?
Well, England don't have an Abrar, but England's spin will be crucial. Leach will bowl very straight, and because there's grip there, that'll make it interesting, because he won't give much away. And he's got into a very good rhythm the last year or so, bowling very much on middle and leg and getting it to hold. So I'm going to look at the tea leaves.
Yeah.
They say Leach wickets.
Leach wickets. If you talk about Pakistan, you can probably say that they play spin better. You see Pakistan taking a lead in this innings, and I'm not saying today, but the kind of surface that's available.
Look, very early to say that, but yeah, the first thing first, I think deal with the new ball, and if they can manage to not lose too many wickets, I'm sure Stokes will be thinking in bringing their spinners very, very quickly in the game. They've seen that there is plenty of purchase in that pitch. So new ball we have seen does a little bit more for the spinners, so don't be surprised.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Time for us to now take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the final session on day one of this test match.
Welcome back to a rather hazy Multan. It's tea time on day one. The DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan against England Test Series. It's the first day of the second test. Of course, England are 1-0 up, a thumping, a dramatic victory in Rawalpindi to go 1-0 up there. But a change of strategy here from Pakistan, who produced a slow, low turner, fill their side with spinners, and a bowled England out in the just under 52 overs for 281. Abrar Ahmed taking 7 wickets on debut. A wonderful performance from him. 3 to the leg spinner Zahid Mahmood. So Pakistan's spinners shared all 10 wickets Mohammad Nawaz did a good job as well, bowling a dozen overs or so, but failed to take a wicket. It was 7 for Abrar, 3 for Mahmood, all 10 falling to spin. England, of course, played aggressively. That was the first to go. Zach Crawley failing to read the googly from Abrar, who then picked up Duckett, LBW on review. At this stage, we'd had 2 or 3 decisions overturned on review. There were 4 overturned before lunch in all. That was a beauty to get rid of Joe Root. Thought it had pitched outside. It hadn't. He was beaten on the back foot, and very much LBW in front of all 3. Then Pope reverse swept to backward point, having played quite nicely for a half-century of his own. Brook, just before lunch, may regret choice of stroke when he tried to loft the spinner and was taken at mid-off. That was 5, and that was the response to taking 5. Ben Stokes' response to being beat by Googly was a look of absolute shock. Didn't read it. That was the 6th for Abrar, and then the 7th came when Jacks aimed a big sweep to leg. That's been England's policy today, to sweep and reverse sweep at every opportunity, and at this stage Abrar was on for all 10. Then Zahid came into the attack and rather, well, spoil the story to some degree. He picked up 3 wickets, the 3 tail-enders to fall. Leach first ball, aiming an uncharacteristic reverse sweep, and the last man, Anderson, departed the same way. So 3 for Zahid, 7 for Abrar. England bowled out for 281 in 51 overs, so scoring at more than 5 an over still. And although we've got about 38 overs remaining in the day, I don't think the light will allow us to get that far. So maybe 20, 25 overs for Pakistan to negotiate at the end of the first day. Their approach, no doubt, will be somewhat in contrast to England, but it remains to be seen. And England's attack is in contrast to Pakistan's. They've got 4 seamers to have a crack at Abdullah Shafiq and Imam Ul-Haq. Both openers, of course, making hundreds up in Pindi and in good form. Aruj has finally joined us from road, rail, air, ship. I don't know. How did you get here, Aruj? It's good to see you anyway.
Thanks, At. Eventually, my plans were a bit foggy, to say the least. But I'm here, and it's been a fascinating start. What a debut, what a dream debut for the youngster Abrar. I think Pakistan will probably come out in the fashion that they know best. They'll probably have a look at the ball up front to see if there's any movement off the surface. And then they will look to play their shots. Imam and Abdullah Shafiq both were pleasant to watch in the first innings of the first test when they came out looking full of intent and playing their shots. So it should be a good setup here, considering we're still in day 1.
Yeah, their aim should be a significant first innings lead. That they should play their way, whichever way that is, but not get sucked into how England play and try and build a big first innings lead. And if they do, they can really exert some pressure, because you would imagine with some turn on the first day that there won't be any less spin as we go through this game, and Pakistan have got the attack to make life difficult for England's batsmen.
It'll be an interesting contest to see Wood, the speed and the short ball strategy, and the new ball, of course. Pakistan bowled 10 overs of fast bowling with Muhammad Ali in his 2nd test match, and then Fahim Ashraf just being brought in. It's just been spin all the way. 7 for Abrar and 3 for Zahid. How quickly we'll see spin coming in operation here, and only time will tell. And how these 2 openers perform.
Have a lot to do, you would think. Jack Leach, England's other spinner, is Will Jacks, who did pick up 6 in Pindi, but is a very inexperienced spinner at this level. So Jacks and Leach, England's two spinners, but it's Leach you would think that Stokes would rely on above all.
It's important that Pakistan play the way they feel comfortable. It's not easy considering when the opposition team is scoring at a rate of knots. They did that in both innings in the Rawalpindi test as well. But Pakistan will feel that they've done well to restrict England to 281.
Yeah, that's been a bit of the conversation in England really after that first test. Will other teams get sucked into playing the same way? But I think teams have just got to play to their strengths, whatever those strengths are. They may have very aggressive players and that's fine, but if your strengths lie in different areas, then you need to work to your own strengths, not the other teams. In swinger from Anderson, just runs off a thick inside edge and gets Abdullah Shafiq off the mark, 1 for none.
You made the point the other day that England have the luxury of the quality and the depth of sort of the batting they produce or the batters they have at the moment for them to adopt this style of cricket and then be successful at it as well. I think ever since Stokes and McCullum have taken over, they won 7 out of the 8 test matches.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They've realised that that's where their strength lies, in their aggressive batting, and they're going to back it. And Stokes is also going to back Jack Leach here. Take the new ball as he did up in Pindi as well from time to time. He had a bit of success with that new ball skidding on into the right-hander's pads. So he's holding Mark Wood back and Ollie Robinson back. Not afraid to do things differently, although it's not that different a move to open with a spinner in the subcontinent. We've seen that happen on many occasions.
Come on then, Natta. Straight to your work, boy.
Talking about if other teams would get sucked in to adopt that kind of cricket which England is playing in the longer format.
Poor first ball from Leach, a real loosener that was dragged halfway down and got punished.
Yeah, that would have been my question to you, that if you look at the other spinners, apart from that Abrar factor, were they posing a threat to the England batting? How good the spin attack would be of other bowlers, and will they be as effective?
Oh, that's nice, boy.
Little toweling thing that Leach has on the back of his trousers to keep his hands dry just fell off then, and Abdullah Shafiq was concentrating so hard on the ball he didn't notice, thankfully. You know, from what I've seen of Abdullah Shafiq, he's just a very good player. There's no reason why he should try and play as Duckett does, for example. He's just a very, very good player. He's got a high-class record in Asia, and he should play his way. He's not a blocker by any means, but he's not somebody who'll just come out and dash from the word go. Gets a bad ball, he'll put it away, but he's got an orthodox manner about him and a solid defence. Should play his way.
Very nice, lad. Very nice, boy.
5 for none.
Getting turned with the new ball, getting it to bounce as well as it would with a hard new ball. With promising signs here for England. Obviously Ben Stokes going with Leach with the new ball, with the odd one angling back in with the arm skidding on, or the LBW might also come into play. Yeah, along with the cricket, the other best moment is the Tapal tea moment. Enjoying a lovely cup of tea in this beautiful weather here in Multan.
Did you have some refreshing tea on your journey down? What was it, a 4-hour trip? We were 8 hours actually the other day from Pindi. Quite a trek it was.
Yeah, we stopped more than we drove. No, 5, 6 times.
Yeah, 4-hour drive, a 2-hour flight from Karachi to Lahore first, and then a 4-hour drive. So about six and a bit. Without a stop, if that counts for anything. Just in time for tea here.
2 slips, 2 men on the drive. And a bit of bounce from Anderson and an outside edge. And Imam on his home ground. He was looking forward to playing here. It looks as though his stay is a brief one.
Yeah, Alim Dar didn't go up straight away.
Well, the clock has run down. There was a long conversation between Imam and Abdullah Shafiq. England were absolutely convinced. There was just a bit of extra bounce here from Anderson. And Pope and the slips, and Anderson went up straight away with great conviction. And that's why a clear outside edge. So Imam's stay just lasts 2 balls here in his hometown. He's gone for none. Pakistan 5 for 1. Early wicket for Jimmy Anderson, 40 years of age and still as good as ever. Bowled brilliantly in Pindi. He's got an early one with the new ball here, and now has Pakistan's captain in his sights. And I wouldn't be surprised at the other end to see Mark Wood come into the attack quickly instead of Jack Leach. The way that Babar Azam got out in the second innings of the game at Pindi, I think England's ploy is to try and rough him up with a bit of short stuff.
You're right, it was really that extra bit of bounce, the ball on the rise, that got that outside edge. And there was a Fair bit of sound there. I don't know what Imam was inquiring about.
Yeah, it's a pretty slow surface here in Multan, but high release point, and the new ball just brought a bit of extra bounce, and that's a risky shot when there's a bit of bounce. If you're forcing off the back foot away from your body, as Babar Azam did there, then you can get into difficulties, but he stood tall, got on top of the bounce, and he's off the mark.
Yeah, just pushing at this one a little bit. Almost just held up. He was lucky it didn't go to hand there. Yeah, coming back to Wood versus Babar in the recent T20 series, Wood only played the 2 games and he actually got Babar in both of them with the short one. The surface might not be as quick as the one in Lahore or Karachi, but won't be long before that is a contest. The other thing as well is Babar also does sometimes struggle with the ball that comes in. So it might just be worth Ben Stokes giving one more over to Leach with the new ball, targeting Babar's stumps, because he does have a tendency to get wrapped in front, looking to nudge the ball onto the leg side.
Yeah, we'll probably have an over or 2 with Leach and then move quickly to Wood. 8 for 1, 3 gone.
Let's go 2 with you, Nut. Two with you here, boy.
It's a second short ball from Leach that has been put away to the fence. This one just a little behind square this time from Babar Azam.
Yeah, the half tracker. Babar won't mind these. Getting a good feel on his bat earlier on.
Oh, it's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty from Leach. It dipped and then turned sharply past the outside edge.
Yeah, absolute ripper. Just dragging Babar forward. What a comeback delivery.
Nicely done again, just behind square. Duckett giving chase. Beautiful delivery this from Leach, just about the perfect template really. Angling in, dipping and then turning sharply off the deck.
How about that bounce? Good take by the keeper.
Yeah, be a good challenge this for Ollie Pope. Only keeping wicket in the first test because of the illness to Folkes, and keeps his place as a wicket keeper here because England won the extra bowler. But this will be more challenging, you would think, given that there's more turn than the first test match.
Nice boy, nice boy. latter, good latter. Oh, that's a nice ball, boy.
15 for 1.
Man in here, the touch like leg slip, leg gully. Yes, fine if you want to get them back on the feet. Yeah.
Well, we thought Wood might be quickly into the attack, but from Leach's end, Stokes sees it differently. And just looking at the field with that deepish short leg, a leg gully as well, that's Anderson. I think there will be just the odd bouncer here from Wood. Quick bowler, of course, can bowl upwards of 150 plus. Missed the first test with injury, was always scheduled to play here in the second at Multan. And he normally comes rushing in with great enthusiasm and hurls himself into the fray. You'd imagine he'll do the same here.
Yeah, predominant leg side field. Short leg catching, short mid wicket. And there's a man that just rolled back about 15 yards in deep square. So there are 2 men stationed for that short delivery. Looks like there'll be plenty of body line bowling here as well.
One fielder I thought Stokes might think about having is a fly slip on the offside. Maybe instead of Duckett. Duckett is at mid-wicket. The way Babar Azam looks to play the short ball sometimes is to stay inside the line and look to uppercut. And if Stokes put a kind of fly slip in place, that would cut off that opportunity to play that way. It was the first test where you can see he's just looking to stay a little bit leg side of the ball. We've seen it before in the 7-match T20 series here on a couple of occasions. Babar Azam looked to stay inside the line and uppercut Wood over the slips. A lot of right-handers would get across to off stump and look to work that off their hips or chest. Babar goes the other way, stays leg side of the ball.
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitivity, and they'll probably need some of that as well after a whole bunch of drinks and ice lollies. Coming back to the point of how Babar plays, the short delivery in particular, he doesn't really look to hook behind square. Normally his pull shots are in square or in front of square, and that's where he opens up the shorter ball, which is probably around off stump, flashing outside the off stump, which is where Wood got him a couple of occasions during the T20. And just because of that, sometimes he gets into a bit of a tangle, gets cramped for room in trying to force the ball on the offside.
It's a lively start from Mark Wood, as you would expect. 154.5 kilometers an hour, that fifth ball. So he's one of those bowlers that doesn't take a lot to get up to top speed. Because he's so kind of lithe and whippy in his build, he's quickly into top speed, whereas some fast bowlers who are a bit physically bigger maybe just take a bit longer to get going, but not Mark Wood. (16 for 1). (16 for 1). The early loss of Imam ul Haq was taken at the wicket without score off Anderson. Leach and Mark Wood operating in tandem, slow and quick, very quick.
Oh, beautiful. That's nice.
Recently, there has been a lot of talk about Pakistan and trying to play that short ball. And Pakistan's played a lot of white ball cricket, and they've tried to score against that shorter ball, which they've failed on more than one occasion. But that really didn't have everything to do with Mark Wood's speed. Even Sam Curran, who's not anywhere close to Mark Wood's speed, was the most destructive whenever they tried to hit him away or try to score runs against that shorter length. They just failed to come to the party.
Oh, that's nice, boy. That's beautiful, Nat. Awesome, mate.
Babar obviously batting 3 because of the team change. It's a position that he hasn't batted too often recently. He normally bats at 4. With Azhar Ali not being in the lineup today, he's come at 3. He doesn't really average a lot at 3 in the recent past, just averaging below 30.
Maiden over. What was the feeling about the leaving Azhar Ali out? Did that come as something of a surprise?
I don't think so. I don't think that it looked like it was on the cards for a while. The combination today, Babar moves up 3 and persisting with Salman and Saud Shakil, who I thought were both brilliant. Rizwan also provides that stability in the middle order or low mid order, and then Fahim Ashraf can bat equally as well.
To fit in Nawaz, Zahid and Abrar, probably couldn't see any other option who makes way apart from Azhar Ali. I'm not sure what his finger is like, because he got a tired hurt in that second innings and came back later on the other day to bat.
Quick ball again from Wood, just hurrying Abdullah Shafiq, and the ball rattling into his midriff off an inside edge.
I was speaking about Babar Azam and how he is comfortable at 4 and has played 36 innings, averages 30. Half of them, about 18, earlier on in his career, used to bat at 3 and then he dropped down to 4. A recent game in Sri Lanka where Azhar Ali was not in the squad again had gone to 3 in a similar position here today.
Goes for it this time. Previous over, he was keen to get under the bouncer. Remember that in the second innings, Abdullah Shafiq was one of those Pakistan batsmen that fell to the short ball. He took it on and takes it on again here, and a top edge flies over the keeper's head.
He has the extra pace of Mark Wood, not in complete control of Abdullah Shafiq. Top edge is straight behind the keeper. A leg slip in place now as well.
Yeah, goes offside this time. That's how we kind of expect Babar Azam to try and take Mark Wood on. Mentioned that he got out to the short ball in the second innings. It was a round the wicket ploy, short ball ploy with the second new ball, and if anything it was the lack of pace that did for him really, but it was a top edge and it did rather fall into the strategy that England were using, and that's why they're going with it again. And Stokes now has put a man very fine behind Joe Root, almost in a direct line between mid-on, Root, and then that very fine fly slip, and that's for that uppercut that Shafiq looked to play a moment ago.
Yeah, and for the ball to fly there, it'll have to be body line, middle and leg line bowling.
That's really well played. Really, there are no options to take the short ball on. There's a deep square, that's Duckett. There's a fine leg, I think that's Anderson. And then a very fine fly slip. So if he wants to play leg side, there are catches. If he wants to go offside, there are catches. And therefore just take the safe option and get out of the way. .156.6 the last ball from Wood, 97 miles an hour. This is top speed by any standards. Nope. End of a very quick over from Mark Wood, 19 for 1.
Jack Leach, fourth over, none for 11 so far. 1 or 2 have passed the bat. Now that is what Jack Leach has been trying to do all the way along. That sort of line, that sort of length, drawing the batsman forward. A little bit of indecision, just a bit of loop. It turns from there. It's good news for Jack Leach. Got the man in short at short extra cover there with the drive. Where he's failed so far has been too many loose deliveries in this opening spell. Oh, that's sliced away. It's just a little bit of width. Quick footwork, quick hands. Ends up as a boundary fall.
Babar's sitting on that. He wants that slight bit of length to just rock back. He knows if he gets any piece of that, that'll race away. With the new ball especially, it'll skid away. So he's just wanting Leach to drop slightly short. That is probably the perfect length. And when Babar has struggled against left arm spin, is that length and the ball sort of darting back in. We haven't seen that as yet. The new ball, more opportunity just to get that ball back into the right-hander.
Oh, that's nice, boy. Beautiful night.
Well, he's getting good drift. And every time he's bowled a little short, Babar has taken advantage.
Oh, that's a good ball, Nat.
24 for 1, 8 overs in. Yeah, the cardinal sin, I suppose, slight exaggeration, but the error is if you drag it short on a pitch like this. He's got the new ball, therefore a brand new seam. I don't know whether sometimes for the spinner that brand new seam sort of sticks in the fingers a little bit. But you've got that seam to bite into the turf, all being well.
A little bit hard for me to tell that, but I'll try. Yeah, especially with...
Can I say, Vakari, you're the better option than Bazid, okay?
Always. Well, I feel when you're given a new ball, it's just the added pressure also. Don't forget, you have crossed all the fast bowlers and you've been given a new ball. That pressure also mounts into you. And it takes a couple of overs to settle in. And I think, yes, he's bowled that delivery which went for 4, which Babar cuts. I think he tries to bowl that delivery which we were just mentioning about, which Bazid was talking about, that arm delivery. Didn't land in the right area.
Yeah, I don't mind the attempts at the arm ball. It's just when the orthodox delivery comes out wrong and drops short, that means when you see people like Babar at the crease, you know they're just going to rock back and probably hit it for 4. But I know we're very, very demanding up here. Rode that well. He's got on top of it. Little nudge around the corner.
Yeah, let's go back to the previous over where Leach tried to just bowl that arm ball. I think he just tried that delivery to just come in a bit. It didn't. And just because he was a little bit outside the off stump, Babar had little time to sort of cut it away. 92 kilometers an hour that delivery was. It was quick. The idea was to bring it back in. It didn't really sort of start it in, which he tried to do. So he is trying to bowl that arm ball. Babar has struggled in the past against that delivery. He was looking to duck that, wasn't he?
He was thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, it's the first impression. It's that immediate impression you get from the hand with the fast bowler that is so crucial. And if for some reason you don't read it properly, you don't read the length properly, or you're half expecting the bouncer, sometimes you get into a slightly strange position. But it didn't last long. Then you have Woody crawling after the ball. Well, tried to help it away. Didn't quite time it. I'd imagine Mark would be used in short bursts here. I mean, this sort of pace, you don't bowl long spells, do you? Unless something's going really well. You just try and get the maximum pace for a short burst. See if it works for you. He'll give full effort. He'll give 100% effort, that is for sure. Got the other options, of course, Anderson, Robinson with that extra height maybe to take over. That's well left. Quick mention of the Osaka batteries. Every time a boundary is hit, the boundary boards light up with Osaka. 10,000 rupees goes to the batsman. You don't say. That's up and over the offside. There was width there from Mark Wood. That's nicely played. Just no danger involved in the shots. Clearing the fielders nicely. Boundary to finish, 29 for 1.
Babar much happier when he's playing through that offside rather than onside. He allowed the short deliveries from stroke to go to the keeper from around the wicket, but over the wicket gave him a little bit of more room to go over the top. Wood has bowled 3 overs, gone for 10 runs, bowled quickly, maybe 1 more overs. You don't want to burn him out. He's just coming back from the injury.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that Mark Wood will know as much as anyone, if you're going to bowl that sort of length, that height at the body is more awkward, so it's just a question of line as much as anything else. You've got to combine the two, pace, well, combine the three, the pace, the length and the line.
Oh, nice boy. Beautiful that. No leading edge to you.
You just feel with those 3 overs that Mark Wood has bowled, and you're thinking in those overs that if England could sneak one out, it'd be that sort of theatre created. And right now the dressing room, even the batters out there, just be hoping to weather the storm. If they weather 1 more over from Mark Wood, I think with the ball just getting slightly softer for Leach as well,
Oh, good boy, good boy.
they'll be in a much better position now to sort of enforce or exert themselves more on the game. That little period where he was bowling so quick and Leach from the other end, Pakistan have weathered it so far and weathered it well.
Oh, that's a good ball, Matt. Very nice, boy.
With those short deliveries, I think the reverse swing, which England is hoping, will come into play a bit early, because the ball will scup off quickly.
Oi, oi, oi. Nice boy.
29 for 1.
Well, Mark Leach has bowled some long spells this year, actually, in the Caribbean in March, on some slow pitches there. A lot of this sort of thing was required from Mark Leach, but by and large there he kept it tight. I was a little bit disappointed at times, to be honest, that there wasn't a little bit more variety. There are times where bowling more slowly might have got more turn. This is, I think at the moment he's doing the right sort of thing. And you know, we will see how it goes as this innings develops. Well, that's actually sweetly timed. No real effort in the shot. It's just found its way nicely to the boundary, straight down the ground.
Once again, Babar was expecting a short delivery, and very last second, when he saw the ball up, pitched up, the footwork was just perfect. Shifting his weight nicely, a very rare full delivery from Woods. He looks so elegant when he plays that straight drive and that cover drive also.
It's worked through the onside this time. Robinson jogs round after it, just the two. Yeah, this might be the last over of this spell. Just going back to Leach, actually, I was reminded of the figures. 69 overs he bowled in the innings in Barbados.
Well, Barbados is not an easy pitch to bowl, especially for the spinners. It does help a bit to the pacers, but when it comes to spinners, it's a hard work.
Well, it was. It didn't really help the seam as much this time either. It was a very low, slow pitch, especially for Barbados. I mean, we can all go back over the years and think of Barbados pitches that have been... I've seen green ones, I've seen quick ones, I've seen medium pace ones. It's a shame actually for a ground like that. Now, the new ground, if you think about it, Barbados, lovely ground. The old one had sort of rustic charm to it and a lot of West Indies support, but you used to have good cricket pitches, and I think it's such a shame when, for whatever reason, pitches seem to be allowed to die.
Well, Jamaica is one pitch where I still feel that they have kept things quite nicely. They leave a lot of grass on it and a good carry, and especially with the Duke ball, it swings around. More balance between bat and ball there.
Trouble being that West Indies doesn't necessarily schedule test matches that often in Jamaica. I mean, for instance, when England go there, the two prime islands candidates for games are Antigua and Barbados because of the travelling support. I mean, this is, again, one of the key things that's changed down there in the Caribbean, that, just using the example of an England tour, most of the crowd has come in from the other side of the Atlantic, from England. So they design, last time round it was Antigua, Barbados, Grenada, three islands where they love the tourists and where the tourists love to go. So, accordingly, places like Trinidad, interesting ground, Jamaica, Georgetown, Guyana. Oh, that's interesting.
Not easy to keep banging the ball in the middle of the pitch. He's doing an excellent job. Wood bowling it short and bowling quickly. He has troubled both Pakistani batsmen out in the middle. Bowling at good clicks. 154, 154.6. Getting quicker and quicker.
Lovely, lovely shot. $39 for 1. This is just a beautiful example of how to just get the weight onto the back foot, stand firm, keep the balance, and then there's no effort. It's just watching the ball, letting it come to you. It's hit right under the head, maybe even just slightly later than that. So that's the sign of someone watching it all the way onto the bat. Beautiful example of that punch through the offside.
Yeah, Babar's balance is so good that even extreme pace, he's able to hold his position and hit it through the offside. We saw that in South Africa when he toured there with Dale Steyn. He was able to hit it through the offside so well. Mark Wood and Dale Steyn, similar sort of height, so
one thing, they won't get extra bounce or won't get the ball to jump. So Babar can sort of stand tall, and whenever there's that range on the offside, he can hit it so well. And that was early stages of his career, but even with Dale Steyn, he was able to just, in South Africa, be able to hit him for boundaries through the offside with ease. Just sense Abdullah Shafiq wants a boundary, just wants to get at Leach. Leach has just built a bit of pressure by bowling consistently. Does he go down the ground?
Oh, nice boy. Good skills, boy.
That's a great shot too. Well, if he was looking for a boundary, he's found it. But great footwork, nice technique. Just finds its way through in that gap at extra cover. Very good, very nicely indeed.
He's settling in that role as an opener very, very quickly and very well. Abdullah Shafiq, not much of an experience from the first class, learned the art of batting at this level on the spot. Looks a pretty complete player. Plays equally well against the spin and pace.
Oh, that's a nice ball, that.
44 for 1. Yeah, I like the look of Abdullah Shafiq. Stylish player, looks very organised, very competent. Fantastic start to his Test career, of course, and the figures at the moment are outstanding. Just wonder what Stokes will do next. Couple of things here. I mean, Mark Woods has bowled that sort of short, sharp burst, which it's all you'd expect of him. 100% effort for, what was it, 5 overs or so. 4 overs, rather. Had the chance maybe to have a go with Robinson, see if anything could come from the taller man. But instead, he's going for Root. I wonder what he'll do at the other end. Leach is steady, but I don't think Leach is bowling quite as well as he can here. It might just be, keep changing things, keep chopping and changing. Let's let him have a few overs off. Leach is going to have a lot of bowling to do for sure. There's not that much happening for him at the moment, so I'd be tempted to chop and change, but go back to Leach quickly. See what Root can do now. That slightly round arm action of his and round the wicket.
So you're thinking Robinson hasn't had a ball yet in this innings. It's into the 13th over, so do you expect the ball to be pretty hard still?
Just past the leg slip. I'm not sure. It's a brave effort. I'm absolutely convinced the umpires will want to check that, see exactly where the contact was, hand, body on the rope. He left it until the absolute last split second to get down there. Has he managed to? No, he's crashed the Toblerone. Close run thing, this.
one, very close one. It's about that leg. Is that leg touching the skirting when he pushed the ball back? Oops, yeah, I think he might have that pinky on the ball when that knee hit the skirting.
Oh, the old pinky on the ball touch.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a... Yeah, 4 signals. Combination of, well, third umpire's job there to adjudicate on those.
Nice boy. Nice try, nice try. Joey. Very nice, bud. Nice boy, nice boy. Nice Winter.
Beautifully timed. Pure Baba. Just that little drop of length, and it's more than enough for him to put it away with style. 51 for 1.
Yeah, you get offline a little bit and Babar will punish you. Outside the off stump, had a little bit room there. Few problems there for the captain. 50 up for Pakistan at a good rate, 3.92. I think Pakistan, that's what they look to do, somewhere around 3.5 to anything between 4. They'll be happy. They would like to bat long. They're not in any rush. They will not play too many of those funky shots. They will look to play traditional test match cricket.
Yeah, I mean, things have changed the space of, the change of innings. For Pakistan, you had leg spin, wrist spin, mystery spin. And you had some very unorthodox, or currently orthodox, reverse sweep sweeps, the whole thing. Now you've got orthodox spin, orthodox spin, and orthodox play too at the other end. Lots of straight bats, back foot shots, cover drives.
Great energy on that, boy.
It's like having 2 eras of the game on the same day.
Oh, that's a beautiful ball, Nata.
And maybe it's time for England to look for orthodox swing. Maybe they want Seema bowling from one end at least, because both Abdullah Shafiq and Babar now looking extremely comfortable.
Well, they're going up, but the one thing not going up is the finger of Marais Erasmus. Was that the tiniest of edges? Straight away, they all went up. And by the look of it, straight away,
TV umpire
we'll
to
be
director, we have
reviewing
a
that.
player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Ball very close to the bat. Can you give me ultra edge, please? Standing by Murray, ultra edge coming up now. Flat line, yes. I have a spike, freeze it right there. I have a spike, but the ball is next to the bat. Murray will have to reverse your original decision of not out to out. Simon put Murray back on screen. Murray's signal now.
Well, that's why England were confident. The faintest of edges. The absolute faintest of edges. You can understand maybe an umpire not hearing it at the other end. But Ollie Pope was confident. He juggled the catch, but the ball stayed up and finished up in the gloves. But for Abdullah Shafiq, he'd have known as well. He'd have been the first to know there was that tiny touch. But he is the one walking back. And for 14, and Pakistan 51 for 2.
Honestly, I will go. I'm taking it.
The England spinners have got 100 wickets.
Saud Shakil comes in at number 4. No Azhar Ali, remember, left out today to play the all-rounding spinner. And 11 wickets out of the 12 have fallen to spin today. Leach on 99 test wickets. There's a bit of rough out there for the left-hander. There's not much rough for the right-hander, but just enough turn and bounce to find the outside edge. A little mini juggle from Pope. His keeping is going to be important in the next few days. Immediately, Stokes reviewed, and they knew it was out, proved by the technology.
Yeah.
51 for 2. They're the two all-rounders that came in, Nawaz and Ashraf. Salman is a very good player of spin, which he'll need to be. Rizwan will be attacking. Pakistan would love a lead. First innings runs vital on this pitch, I reckon. Second time round it'll be even harder. Not sure they can just afford Root just to bowl. Already taken him for 8. I think they've got to be a little bit proactive against Root. Mid-off and mid-on are up. That mist and haze just developing, as you can see there.
what do we reckon? 4:45, similar sort of time as Rawalpindi will go off. Maybe 45 minutes more, we shall see. Comes down pretty quickly here, alters from day to day.
Yeah, we noticed we went for a couple of shoots in the evening just around sunset, and say 4:30 starts getting pretty dark.
There's some spin from round the wicket, which brings LBW into play. That one clearly going down, but just on the angle. If he can pitch that just on the stumps and straighten it, that probably pitched outside leg and going down. Good over from Root to Maiden, 51 for 2.
Has it come across as a surprise that 11 out of 12 wickets have gone to spin on day one? Of course, a special performance from Abrar wasn't really being picked.
Just clipped nicely for a couple. No, I think Abrar has been the standout bowler, obviously. I don't think it's done that much. I think it's been the fact that Rawalpindi did nothing, so any sideways movement has been highlighted. And obviously the mystery and not working out the mystery of Abrar has caused problems for England. Not sure which way it was going. Thought the wicket of Stokes and the reaction of Stokes probably summed up where England were with Abrar. They're not sure about which way it's going. They've been a bit surprised. So he's been the X factor. Watch his reaction here. I thought I picked that. I didn't.
Yeah, no, that's going straighter. What do you come straighter as well? Oh, reverse one for sure. Oh, that's nice, boy.
There is some rough out there. I went out there at tea time and had a look. Pitch still looks pretty decent, but just where the seamers have been following through from the media centre end, just to the left of Duckett there's a bit of rough. Just there, but he misses it. 53 for 2. So very similar to Rawalpindi, around about 4 o'clock, 10 past 4, the lights come on. Around about 4:30, the umpires, although they won't need to today, will say, can you bowl your spinners? I think England will be fairly happy to bowl their spinners from about 4:30.
Root still continuing with round the wicket here. Because Babar not the biggest sweeper in the game. He likes to go back onto the crease, back as far as possible onto the stumps.
Just like that, on cue.
Also why he's a LBW candidate when he goes that far back, but just he'll have it in mind that pitching outside leg from that angle, route will have to be very straight.
Oh, that's nice, Joe. High quality this, Joey, eh? Very good, Ruta.
We have another Sensodyne sensitivity free moment because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Sorry.
Root has that leg break as well. He was bowling it a lot in the nets yesterday. Just another thing to factor in outside his leg stump barber. There'll be a bit of rough, so Root might well chuck a leg spinner in there, staying with the off spinner. Down the pitch, yeah. Cannot just sit on Joe Root. Got to be positive against him. Good batting from the Pakistan skipper.
Comfortable using his feet. Got a measure of the length of this ball early, got down the wicket and straight back over Root's head.
Stokes brings everyone up because he wants to keep Saud Shakil on strike to Leach. And he does by bringing deep square leg up. 57 for 2. Down the pitch, hits with the spin, drags it leg side. There's no one out there. Goes away for 4.
Yeah, with everyone close to the bat, you could afford to take that calculated risk, which Saud Shakil did on that occasion. It's so important to keep that scoreboard moving. You just go back to England's performance, despite of losing 5 wickets, scored 180 in the first session. And then carried on to score another 100 in the second. So we'd be pretty happy to get near that 300 mark, despite of losing wickets at regular intervals and losing it to one bowler, Abrar.
Same again, this one in even more control. Stokes may have to think about putting a man out there, we shall see.
This is good batting. Taking Leach on whenever the opportunity presents itself with the spin. And just as we speak, Joe Root having a conversation with Stokes. Possible field change. Flighted up again, gets to the pitch of the ball. The leg side vacant area, very attractive for him at the moment.
Yeah, interesting conversation in the background there between Root and Stokes. Do you want to put anyone out there, even if it's a bit wider? Just move Jimmy Anderson, doesn't have to go out. Stokes doesn't change it.
Oh, nice, mate. Never comes thrice. Thrice. That's it.
Goes a bit deeper now, but again, it may be they just want to bowl as much as possible to the new batter. Square leg goes out a bit, Will Jacks.
Nice boy. Woody. Not too far though. You said a chance at just one. No, not too deep. That's a good line. Yeah.
65 for 2. Not quite the scene we saw in Rawalpindi, where England won with 10 minutes to go before the umpires would have taken the players off, but getting towards that stage in Multan. A change in the attack as well, similar bowler or style of bowler. It'll be Will Jacks, who took that sixer in the first innings on debut. No real change in the field for Jacks, no real change in the angle. He's still going to stay round the wicket. Anderson hovering at mid-on, slightly deeper than mid-off. This is the way round they'd prefer it. Leach to bowl to Barber and Jacks to bowl to the left-hander Shakil.
When you go back to England innings, how much of those 7 wickets would you also put on England's way of batting? So they were ready to take those risks against a bowler who probably you could say they're not picking very well.
Yeah, but the risks they were taking, most of them, you know, the 2 lads that got runs had swept and reverse swept very well. So you couldn't argue with Pope playing the reverse sweep and getting out. You never argue with Duckett playing any kind of sweep and getting out. It's his go-to shot. So each England batter has to just decide, was it the right shot? Was it my shot? And then the execution of the shot. With this England side, they certainly, the clear messaging they get, there will be no doubt about their method. They just don't want to cloud the messaging in any way. Just leave it to the individual to make up their own mind. Was it the right option? Quick single. Barber gets home comfortably.
Tapalti moment, and it's nice weather to enjoy a nice cup of tea.
Slip and a gully now that look a little bit close together. Crawley looks a bit flat there with Joe Root. They can give themselves a bit of room, especially with the long reach of Zach Crawley. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty, it really is. Did it just pitch outside leg?
Some sharp turn there. Completely foxed him, squared him up. That was close, probably pitched outside.
He gets cut away on the offside. Leach has done some leather chasing already in this innings. Does well again. What amazes me actually is that players from the subcontinent, and I know there's obvious examples of people who do, Salman being one of them, is the sweep shot. Now England have swept so much. I'm not sure we've seen a single sweep shot yet from Pakistan. There are players that play it. Indian players don't play it that much. Different styles, different methods.
Oh, that's nice, boy.
71 for 2.
Yeah, you would naturally think that the subcontinent producing those spinners and those spin tracks would play the sweep shot. Up till the recent past, somebody like Sarfaraz Ahmed would go to the sweep shot a lot. Barber in particular, not his go-to shot by any means. And you just mentioned every English batter, in particular Ben Duckett. He did that during the white ball series as well. He swept and reverse swept literally everything. But for Pakistan and their batting, we saw this in particular from Abdullah Shafiq and Imam ul Haq. They preferred the spin, playing the spin in more conventional fashion, and using their feet was the attacking option when it was on offer.
maybe a sneaky change from Stokes. He saw the left-hander on strike. I said they'd prefer it the other way round. He got the left-hander on strike, so Root bowls his off spin. Maybe if Barber had been on strike, Stokes would have bowled the left arm spin of Leach.
Yeah, so there's a good player through the covers as well, and the ball turning that way. It's an option that he can take on.
Good take, good balance from Shakil in the end.
Nice boy.
Nicely topped up there. So Shakil just losing his balance, reaching for the ball.
That's that footmark I was talking about when I went out and had a look at tee. That's the noticeable footmark out there.
Oh, straight one, Joe. Clinic. Ruta, that's a beautiful start, boy.
We've already had a few spin sharply. And this one again beating the outside edge of Saud's bat. The previous one squaring him up.
Yeah, just as a skipper, you have to work out which bowler would find those footmarks. Now, because Root is so round arm, he may find it a bit more. Root is really wide on the crease, and with a round arm, he may find that wide foothold a bit more. That's too short. That'll be cut, and it'll be cut for 4.
He's quick to get a measure of the length. He was quick on his feet to rock back. And cuts it behind square.
Just touching back on that fact we were discussing about the sweep or reverse sweep. 5 of England batters lost their wickets trying to play that shot, leaving out Duckett. You say says go to short. Pope, Jacks, Leach, Anderson.
$75 for 2. Joe Root just talking about those footholds, I reckon. Just a word with the skipper. And then the field, if it bounces out of there, where's the top edge going to go if he does sweep?
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, there was a gesture there from Root suggesting that Barber might sweep. It's not his shot. He doesn't really play it. He prefers using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, or rocking back in and manipulating those gaps in the field to pick up 1s and 2s.
Nice, Brookie. Beautiful, Jacko. Very good, bud.
Big shot. Big shot leg side. That'll go all the way for 6. Babar Azam moves to 49. It's 81 for 2.
It was tossed up, it was outside off stump, and it was in his arc. And he swung through the line. A wonderful stroke here from Babar Azam, clearing the boundary comfortably.
Every time it's tossed up like that, you can afford to take that challenge because you don't have any fielders out there in the open patrolling the boundary lines or anything. So Babar was pretty sure even if he doesn't clear the boundary, he's safe.
Yeah, I always find it fascinating if Will Jacks was bowling in a one-day game to Babar with the field up. He just would not let him bowl. And it's almost like he's holding himself back because it's a test match. It is about getting runs. Babar is a master of that. He's just sitting on Jacks, and then when he got tempted, he belted it.
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment because life is too short for sensitivity.
Punched off the back foot. Just a couple of runs. Controlled shot from Shakil.
Nice job. Nice ball, Joe.
He's got a few to spin sharply from that rough, and he's trying to get the ball to land precisely there. A couple of inches off this time. The ball is spinning sharply from that rough.
Oh, yes, boy. Very nice, very nice.
Well, you'd always get the spin bowling coach. We'll go out there in the intervals and before playing, go and have a look with their spinner where exactly that rough is. Precisely where it is. Who's the best bowler to find it? 83 for 2. Yeah, Jeetan Patel, who's the spin bowling coach for England. I can bet you tomorrow morning he'll be the first here, and he'll walk the 22 yards. Different length of spinners, different angles. Communication will be played with the captain. Babar wants 50, Babar gets 50. 24th Test 50 for him to go with his 8 centuries. 100 in the last game, he'd love 100 here in Multan.
And the crowd are right in this. They love Babar Azam, they follow him all around, and he doesn't disappoint. He mounts on the run in classy fashion yet again. It's been a good knock so far. He'll look to bat long and get big runs in this test match.
On the pitch again. This was a bit more of a hack. That's why Stokes keeps the fielder up. The previous two from the other end, he was more controlled. This one, he got done in the length, and it brought a smile to the skipper's face. The opposition skipper, anyway.
It was a perfect length to play the release shot you talk about, Nas. Oh, when you're not quite at the pitch of the ball, you look for that release shot or dab it away.
It's the balance, actually. You want to be positive, but if you feel like Leach isn't going to get you out, then stick to your method. If you feel that it's only a matter of time before those men round the back come into play, then you've got to try and get rid of some of them. Stokes changes it. Silly point comes in. Leach wants a man a bit deeper, leg side. Stokes says no. $85 for 2.
Come on, boys, let's get through tonight. Rigger! Wait, which side do you want, Rick, Stokesy? Which side do you want? That's it! Oh, Jacksy boy!
Well, the one thing Will Jacks does is give it air. Theory being, of course, that the slower you bowl, sometimes the more grip you get. But that line misses any of the rough. That's turned though. That one has turned. Nicely played just for one. Quite a contrast the way Root delivers it with a very round arm wide action. Jacks loops that hand right over the top pretty much. And loops the ball even higher in the air as well, so often.
Come on in, Jacko. Come on, boy. Put energy on it here, boy. Come on. Oh, what is going on with you in there? Boy. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. That's nice, Jacko.
Yeah, highlight of the day, especially if you're a Pakistan supporter. The Dafa News cricketing fan Abra Ahmed took 5 wickets in the first session today. Life is too short for long facts. Here we go. Last bidder to take 5 wickets before lunch on day 1 in tests was Maninder Singh against Pakistan in 1987. Finished up with 7.
One more here, boys. Come on, lads. 3 tonight for a good day here, lads.
Well, having seen that Duffer fact for Abrar, that extraordinary debut performance, slightly different with the England spin attack, much more orthodox. For Leach, we've seen a lot of this when he settles into this line and length rhythm thing. Certainly looks good. One or two, not too many, have actually gripped and turned and bounced. Again, a little bit of slow turn that time. Any slight shortness of length, someone like Bubba himself is so quick just to give himself a little bit of extra time to watch the ball by going quickly onto the back foot. Even though it's turned, he's still trying to work it onto the onside.
Oh, that's very nice, mate.
You heard the cries from behind. That's very nice. Well, that's indeed where Leach wants to keep it.
Awesome latter.
Well, that has been Leach's failing today. I would say a little bit too often. He's just dropped too short. Those are easy, too easy. 91 for 2.
Yeah, he started with a couple of those, didn't he, in his very first over with the new ball. He took the new ball today for Stokes, but dropped short too frequently, and doing so again. It's a combination of the lack of overspin that he gets on the ball, which would cause the ball to go up and down and deceive the batsman in the air. He's just a bit flat through the air.
Well, actually, both bowlers, Leach and now Jacks, have those men. For Jacks, for instance, to the left-hander, to Sal, there are two men, one square, one just behind square on the offside. So there's a little bit of cover for those balls that aren't quite full enough. Then it just becomes a question of whether or not the batsman's good enough to thread it through the gap.
Oh, that's nice.
Just saying, so the difference between the Jacks action and the Root action couldn't be more of a contrast, could he? I mean, Jacks is almost brushing the air with his arm. Root's almost brushing the ground. Slight exaggeration. There's that space. Just in front of square on the offside. Nice bit of timing. Not the power to get it to the boundary.
Yeah, we talked about it in the first game, didn't we, that Jacks is quite an old-fashioned spinner with a high arm, but despite his height, he manages to really flight the ball up to the batsman. Whereas in this DRS age, we've seen a lot of off-spinners that bowl quicker and straighter at the pads.
Oh, that's beautiful ball. Well, boy. That's lovely, Jacko.
Yeah, the quicker and straight is okay, but it's on the assumption that the batsman's playing for turn, it goes straight on, you've got a chance. I mean, on a pitch which is offering at the moment a little bit of turn, I'm not going to over-exaggerate. It's the turn that you want rather more than the other option.
Both, really. Deception off the pitch and in the air. And given where he's at in his journey as a spinner, it was a remarkable effort in that first Test match. 95 for 2.
That's a nice ball, lad. That's a nice. That's beautiful, lad. Oh, nice boy, nice lad. Very good, lad.
A bit of a tinker with the field. Short mid wicket comes in. Still got the slip, the leg slip, the short leg. Mid on coming a little closer. Mid wicket going a yard deeper.
Nice moving in there, Woods.
Now we keep talking about Ben Stokes and his captaincy and how it is so innovative, takes the game on, looking for results. Declaration in particular, very bold and strategic at the same time. Athos, I saw a piece where you and Nas were talking to, I think, Stuart Broad in the studio back home, where he talks about Ben Stokes and how the nature of the game comes so naturally, so authentic to who he is.
Gone for it, found it, nailed it.
Sure did, yeah. Beautiful this. Just a little skip down, hitting with the spin and a clean, really clean strike. Yeah, Stuart Broad was giving us a bit of insight back in the Sky studio, at least, into the internal tactics of the England dressing room, with which he was involved last year. Knows all about this kind of cricket as Shakil swings another one to the leg side, and Pakistan's are now 104 for 2 in 27.
Back-to-back boundaries and back-to-back shots, both in good control. So Shakil playing with the spin. I think that's the first time the umpires have gotten together just to discuss the light which is fading at the moment here in Multan.
Yeah, that brought out the 50 partnership, by the way, in 81 balls. Yeah, it's that time of day, isn't it? Everyone starts to look nervously at towards the west. We can still see the sun. This was the time of day in the next 5-6 minutes in Pindi that we seem to see the players leave the field most often. In Pindi, the sunset was officially 1:05. In Multan, it's officially, I think, 5:15.
Come on, lads. Come on, boys.
Oops, 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 oops.
Well, that's the difference that we were talking about. Jax has given way to Root. Jax with that high arm and slow loopy off spinners, and Root with his lower arm that will skid it on and try and beat the outside edge.
Got the man in the deep. It's nicely struck, though it is. It'll just be the one.
Yeah, he got the ball to turn to the left-hander, bowling into the bowler's foot marks. Don't see any rough outside. Just there. Every time they've marginally hit the foot marks, it got to turn, but it's been more so around that area where there are no foot marks. So that's where probably the spin bowling coach will be looking at. Ben Stokes will be looking at that as well.
That's definitely missed the foot marks. Got away with it, just the one.
What do you think, Stokes would say now, if you asked him a question, Robinson having not bowled, given what we've seen on the day, do you think if he had the chance again he'd play an extra spinner, or happy with the balance of his side? I mean, lots can happen. We can get lots of reverse swing as we go into the 30, 40, 50th over, so there may yet be a huge role for Robinson to play. Not for 1 minute saying they've got it wrong, but just an interesting point, isn't it, with one of your mainline seamers having not bowled yet and so much spin having been bowled today.
Yeah, I think the first thing is hindsight is a wonderful thing, and the second thing is that no one really predicted the way this day would go. People were talking about this pitch turning in maybe sort of 2 or 3 days' time. We've seen a lot of, slowish turn for most people, spin of a special sort from Abrar. Hang on a second, someone moving. No one here. Shush, can't be happening. And I think here's sort of team selection. Robinson, of course, man of the match in the last game. You think there's a possible role? Yes. And reversing is part of that role.
And of course, the other question about that is the role of the wicketkeeper with all that spin to be bowled. Pope for Folkes is an interesting call. 107 for 2. I was highly amused seeing a tweet from Jack Russell on his social media account, the build up to this game, when Stokes said yesterday, oh, Folkes is our best keeper, this is only a short-term solution, it's not a long-term strategy, and Jack tweeted, I've heard all that before, he said. And one felt for him, thinking back 20 or 30 years ago when exactly that was said about Jack. And we used to play Alex Stewart and others behind the stumps. The light meters are out, it's that time of day.
Well, I'm slightly bemused here. We've been sort of chatting away about team selection. Light meter is in its now accustomed position on the stumps. Players are already halfway back. Yeah. No, sure. So the decision had been made by I guess. The confirmation is made by the light meter, which then becomes a benchmark, as we know, for the next, well, how many days are needed. But yes, the players were on their way back. As it happens, despite sunset being later in Multan, they're going off at almost exactly the same time as they did in Rawalpindi. So that will no doubt set a precedent. It's there. I mean, it's miles away, but you can see it. But what a day that has been. That's a pretty good day for Pakistan, with their debutant ending up with 7 wickets. For England, a very different day compared to the first day in Rawalpindi. Ben Stokes will, I'm sure, maintain a very positive outlook on things at the end of this first day. Pakistan 107 for 2, so they're behind still by 174, and we've seen how wickets can go. But give credit to Pakistan's captain, Babar Azam. Credit to Shakil, the two men who are not out overnight, 61 and 32 respectively. They've played very nicely, very well indeed. Two openers, 100 makers, century makers in Rawalpindi, but 14 and a duck today respectively for Abdullah Shafiq and Imam Ul-Haq. 2 wicket takers for England. Anderson early on, just bowled the 2 overs, got Imam caught behind. Leach took him a while, but 1 for 44 for him. Wood bowled 4 overs of pace, very high pace as well, but so little in the pitch for him. And Ruth and Jacks tried their varieties of off-spin. Right, a few highlights of this final session. Remember, the change of innings came at tea. Jack Leach dropped a little too short, a little too often, having taken the new ball. That was the wicket, though, of Imam Ul-Haq. Just a little extra bounce from Anderson, slightly offline from Ul-Haq. Wood's spell was certainly quick. Babar Azam was equal to it, though. One cut over the top of cover, one driven nicely down the ground. That's an exquisite shot through cover off the back foot. And then it was back to spin. And the big difference today has been the way Pakistan have played the spinners. That was the thinnest of edges, Maria Erasmus, you can understand her not hearing it first time round. It was the Snicko that sorted it out afterwards. But those are the only 2 wickets to go down. Saad Shakil has been good against Leach over the wickets. A couple of shots in quick succession there. 2 consecutive balls all ending up in the same place. And as I say, both Barbara and Shakil have played very nicely indeed to finish off the session. You can bet your bottom dollar that Barbara Azam, already past the 50 mark, will be hoping that the 2 of them can carry on in very much the same vein when they return tomorrow morning. Very positive at suitable moments against the spin. Much more orthodox in England in their approach. And familiar sight here in Pakistan towards the end of the day as the sun sets and the mists close in of the light meter signalling the end of play. So the figures at the end of day 1. England bowled out for 281 in just over 50 overs. Pakistan, decent progress, 107 for 2. The difference between the 2 sides, still 174, but so much time left in the game. Okay, so that is the state of play as the sun still just hovers above the stadium. That is the state of play at the end of day 1 of this second test match. We'll be back tomorrow, 9:35 local time here in Multan, to show you exactly what happens on day 2.
After that dramatic ending in Rawalpindi, the show moves to Multan.
Oh, what a start this is. That one looking really, really close.
And in the air and goes, live by the sword, die by the sword, Ollie Pope.
In the air, mid-off sets himself. It is a test fifer. The googly, Stokes has missed it, Abra has 6. That will be that then for this England first inning.
And a bit of bounce from Anderson and an outside edge.
That's gone high, wide and handsome.
Barber wants 50, Barber gets 50.
been a day that has belonged to the debutant Abrar Ahmed, who's taken 7 wickets. His variations and skill have put Pakistan in a decent position. Managed to absolutely bamboozle the England batsmen. And at this point of time, this is the match situation with Pakistan 107 for 2 in response to England's 281. The top scorer was Ben Duckett with 63, but it was Abrar Ahmed and his show all over the place today. 7 wickets for him. In response, Pakistan still got Babar Azam at the crease and they're trailing by 174 runs. Welcome to the Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Well, like I said, this day belongs to Abrar Ahmed. He was on debut and what a performance by him. And we're here now. I've been joined by Arooj and David Gower on the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Arooj, welcome back. We haven't seen you in a while in the studio. You made it. That's the news for the day. But the other news for the day is that Abrar Ahmed, what a debut for him.
Yeah, sensational. I don't think he could have scripted it better. I don't think he'd want to script it better. And I think there was a lot of mystery, which has been spoken so much about to good effect. He picked up 7 wickets on debut. I think he's broken a couple of records in the time on how quickly he got them. But the one thing to note was it was genuine craftsmanship with how he sort of got the ball to spin and deceive some quality English batting.
I mean, it's the kind of skill that he brings to the table, David. What was most impressive for you about Abrar Ahmed?
Well, 2 things. One is he completely deceived the likes of Crawley and Stokes, both of whom looked bemused as they left the crease. The other thing is, yes, he has these varieties, but one of the things that's important to him is the way he changes pace. So the trajectory of the ball is important to him. And for instance, when people are reverse sweeping and sweeping so often, that can also be the key to finding a way through, because when you see the likes of Duckett and Pope going at it, then it's a problem for even someone like Abrar. But that delivery at Stokes, you could see the expression on Ben Stokes' face at the end of it, which was, wow, how did that happen?
Yeah, I think the reaction pretty much said it all, Arooj. I mean, he's got all those variations. You know, we've spoken about his carom ball, and for someone like Ben Stokes, you know, we know what he can do with the bat, but for him to be completely sort of stumped, he has that mystery that we've all been talking about.
And you just wonder why he wasn't there in the first test. For somebody to bring the game alive from Pakistan's end and to do it in quick fashion, and you just wonder. But I think it also had to do a lot with the number of first-class games he's played. He's got that sort of bowling in his armory. He's got the number of overs he's bowled, and he's picked up 43 odd wickets in the first class season. So he's got the confidence, what David's talking about, and he's got that confidence to play around with the pace and pull the length back as well, and then be confident to bowl the wrong ones to Zach Crawley and someone like Ben Stokes who could be intimidating to anybody with the way he takes the game on. So I think he's a whole package and he's one for the future.
It's always nice to have all those variations up your sleeve, especially when you're playing in these conditions where you feel that you might or might not be having a helpful wicket. Of course, there was turn out here, but just in terms of what he has to offer, and there you go, you can see obviously his regular leg spin as well. But yeah, I mean that is the key, isn't it, about him as a bowler?
I mean, the thing is that for all batsmen, the first time you see a bowler live in front of you, you are trying to sort of add to the memory banks. You're trying to work out how to spot those different deliveries. It's one thing to look at a video time and time again, but actually when you're out there and you've got half a second or less to analyse it, make your mind up and play your shot, it does take a little time sometimes to build up that library of memories in your mind. And as they see more of him, I'm sure they'll play him better. 1 or 2 seem to sort it out. I mean, whether or not he'd have made a huge difference at Pindi is one of those little arguments you can have at any stage you like after a game. He certainly made a difference here. And what we've seen, I think, in the final session is that for England spinners, orthodox spinners, there's been the odd one that's turned and bounced. There's certainly something there, but so many have just gone on fairly innocuously. And there's also been a bit of a struggle to get the right lines and lengths. So that little bit of mystery just makes that little bit of a difference.
Well, it's been a riveting contest between bat and ball today. Only 2 wickets fell from the Pakistan angle. Let's have a look at those wickets then.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, the first to Imam was a peach. Anderson, got the ball to sort of move away and get a feint tickle. And similar for Abdullah Shafiq. Again, he was bamboozled. It was a perfect line in length. And again, a feint tickle as technology proved.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, at least the good thing about this pitch is that, you know, you've got something at offer for everyone. I mean, you could see there are a couple of balls from Jack Leach as well. They were turning away. So hopefully we're definitely going to get into a result. How do you see the match situation at this point of time, David?
Well, when you say everyone, I'm not sure the pace bowlers are saying there's a lot for them. I think the match situation is in favour of Pakistan at the moment. Obviously, a lot depends on what happens first thing tomorrow with this partnership, because this partnership, if it carries on in the same way, could put Pakistan into a strong position. The easiest thing to say is that spin will play a part for the next few days. The hardest thing to say is whether it's going to be 3 days or 4 days. It's likely to be a shorter game. Abrar will play as part, of course, in England's second innings. I'm sure of that, even though England will have more information about him. But tomorrow, back home, we have a saying, crucial second day, which then becomes the crucial third day after the crucial first day. But tomorrow is a very, very important day, because it's a day where Pakistan know they need to get the advantage secured because of the state of the series, having lost in Pindi. And if they bat well, they could do that.
And for them to bat well, they'll need Babar Azam to stay on that crease. Arooj, I mean, we've seen the Babar Azam supremacy in the white ball format, but just to see him how he's evolved in the last few months, in the last few, perhaps, years, it really speaks volumes of his class and character.
And he continued in dominating fashion. He had a very good series against Australia as well. And just for him to sort of ease out the runs, it's so pleasing to watch. He seems so comfortable when he's batting, and no line or length seemed to be bothering him on that pitch, at least.
I mean, when you look at somebody like Babar Azam, it is, as a bowler, as it is, really hard to get his wicket, because he's not somebody who's going to throw it away. How do you think England is going to make their plans against somebody like him? Because they, of course, will be looking to get his wicket as early as possible come tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, for each and every great batsman in the world, people have plans. They have ideas. And there are so many old jokes about, yeah, we finally got him, 361 caught deep square leg. It sometimes takes time. For instance, in pinning that second innings, of course, that little spell where England bowled short at the start of the second innings, he just fended one, just nicked one, that little thin nick through the keeper. And he's the sort of player where people will say, oh, there's a little weakness there, and they might try and exploit that. But you saw today what happened with Mark Wood, who is quicker than anyone on this field, and quicker than anyone who was on the field at Pindi. Tried his hardest, got the ball to fly through pretty quickly, but it's such a sluggish pitch from that point of view that when Babar got settled, if you give him just even a little bit of space outside the off stump, he likes it there. So he's hit one over the offside for 4, creamed the next one through extra cover for 4. He is just a very, very good player, and good players do not give their wickets away easily.
We saw Jack Leach open the bowling for England. I mean, were you surprised at all that Ollie Robinson didn't bowl at all? I mean,
no,
considering his performance in the previous game.
Yeah, that's one of the ironies of the game, isn't it? I mean, I could see Jack Leach opening the bowling because of what they'd seen just prior to that. And I almost said it at tea time, don't be surprised if Jack Leach opens the bowling. I mean, the disappointment for me was that he didn't bowl very well at that stage. Too many balls were short, too many easy boundaries, and only eventually did he find the length and the odd one turning and bouncing past the outside edge. But when you do that, Anderson only bowled a couple of overs, Wood that burst of 4, then it was all spin. I mean, there might be a role for any of them. I mean, when the ball's a bit older again, if things are still quiet, and for instance, Babar and Saud are still playing the spin as well, they might see if they can get some reverse. Robinson, might get a couple of overs in that way. But do not put your mortgage, your house, your life, your children's lives on the fact that the seam bowlers are going to have a lot of work in this game.
Well, yeah, we do feel bad for all the fast bowlers there. But just on Pakistan and their approach in this test match with the batting, Arooj, we saw in the previous test match, one area where we kind of struggled was the fact that the run rate was also, in comparison to England, considerably low. Do you think you saw a better sense of intent and approach in the batting today?
I mean, comparing Pakistan's run rate to England is always going to be low, just the brand of cricket England play. But I just thought that there was, David mentioned a couple of loose balls where were on offer. They were put away. And Babar in Saud in particular looked for runs. They were looking for the bad balls whenever they were on offer. The openers fell early, but the rebuilding, after the rebuilding was done, they just look to up the tempo a little bit. So I think, again, for Babar will be crucial. He'll probably look to bat sort of longer and deeper into this test match. And with Saud, if he can up the ante, Rizwan and aggressor, we saw that in the previous test as well. Because I think they should look to get the runs, but get them slightly quicker. Again, England definitely look to make a match out of it, one way, shape or form. But if Pakistan can put the runs, and they would love to get a lead here. So I think Babar will be crucial for that.
Babar will definitely be crucial for that. He'd be looking to convert those starts, obviously get 100 to get some kind of a lead in. But we'll take a short break on the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show, and we'll be back just in a bit. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show, of course, no surprises there that Abrar Ahmed is the top performer of the day.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, what a day for him. What a debut. And I think it started off with complete deception to Zach Crawley, and he didn't look back. Ben Duckett looking to sweep. And it was just one after the other. Once again, England were looking to play their shot. That one, Ollie Pope top edging that. Big shot from Harry Brook as he came down, caught in the deep. Excellent catch from Nawaz. And this one, for me, I think was the pick of the wicket. Completely foxing Ben Stokes with the wrong one. He wasn't done then. He still had another one to go after as well. And he ended up with 7 on the first day.
Well, 7 wickets for him, and he makes it here. These are all the best innings figures on debut. That you've got Mohammad Zahid right at the top, Mohammad Nazir, and then he's third best in this list of people who've got 7 wickets on the debut.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
You know, one of the things, Aruj, that he spoke about, that he's inspired by finger spinners like Ajanta Mendes and Sunil Narayan. And he seems to have mastered that art really well, because if you look at the kind of variations that he has, he seems to use his hands really well to execute his plans.
Yeah, it's not easy because it's easier said than done, especially with finger spin and the variations. And for him to land those variations, especially again, mentioning the one to Crawley, mentioning the one to Stokes, it has to do with the number of balls you bowl in first class cricket. And because he's been doing that, he's sort of got command over his skill. He's got the best bowlers in the world to look at, but he's got to develop his own skill and what he's comfortable with to get him through the ranks in Pakistan cricket. And what a way to start off, at least.
And he definitely had conditions that helped his bowling as well. We saw plenty of turn on day 1. Is it going to turn even more on day 2? Let's find out from our experts.
Have your say. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Any different, do you think the pitch is going to play on day 2? Are the cracks going to open up? Are we going to get a result in 3 days? I'm going to throw a lot of questions at you and let you do the talking.
Right, let me ask the expert. He couldn't make it here tonight, so we'll have to have a guess. Pitches are very hard to predict, as we all know. I think what we've seen today, obviously the first signs of turn have been very encouraging. The difference is Abrar is special, just that little bit more special. Orthodox spin, as we saw in the last session, does so much. I'm predicting gradual deterioration.
As a former spinner, Aruj, do you agree with DG's thoughts? I mean, do you think that we'll see anything different to what we saw today?
Not dramatically, no. It's not going to become a square turner. It's not going to sort of nip off the rough as well. The couple of ones that did turn were predominantly from the rough. And again, especially with Root and Jacks, even Leach not the biggest turner of the ball. I think it'll be more of a length and line game. Abrar will continue to get spin because obviously he does the magic with his fingers. But it's not going to start. Maybe day 4, it could be a little bit more, but nothing special in the next 2 days at least.
Nothing special there, but still plenty to offer for the England bowlers. And yeah, that was Have Your Say for you.
Have your say. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, Aruj and David. It's always a pleasure to have you guys on the show. But of course, we'll be joining you once again tomorrow. It's going to be a fascinating day cricket because the match is pretty much in the balance. Dafa News presents KFC versus Pakistan versus England series, and we'll be live tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. I hope you guys enjoyed today's coverage. We certainly did. 7 wickets on debut for Abrar Ahmed. I'm sure it's a proud moment for him and his family, but we have more in store for you, so we'll see you guys tomorrow.
After that dramatic ending in Rawalpindi, the show moves to Multan.
Oh, what a start this is. That one looking really, really close.
And in the air and goes, live by the sword, die by the sword, Ollie Pope.
In the air, mid-off sets himself. It is a test fifer. Oh, gone. The googly, Stokes has missed it. Abrar has 6. That will be that then for this England first inning.
From Anderson and an outside edge.
That's gone high, wide and handsome.
Barber wants 50, Barber gets 50.
Catch it!
इधर
खुद पे एडजस्ट कर देना दोनों की जगह दरमियान में। हाँ ये बिल्कुल गया था ना, वहाँ से वेट वेट की आवाज़ आ रही थी। क्या ना जो Oh yes, Najee. ये हैरानी है यार इनकी ग्लव्सों पे यार। Right on. Yeah. Catch it! Catch it! Catch it! Catch it! Catch it! Najee, Najee, Najee! Catch it! Najee, Najee, Najee! Oh, boy, brother. Good jacket. Oh, Catch it! Catch it! Catch it! Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
स्पिनर का दोनों पीछे खेला था एक बॉल आउट था
Oh, yeah. Leslie J! I don't know what this is, but I like it.
Hello and welcome to the highlights of Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England's second test at the Multan Cricket Stadium. The toss was won by Ben Stokes and he was straight away into batting first. The curator left something for everyone in this pitch. A bit of bounce, some grip and turn also to be available later on as the match progresses, and a good pitch to bat on first. Quick look at the two sides. England making that one forced change. Liam Livingstone is out due to injury. Mark Wood comes in to replace him. Pakistan bringing in Abrar on debut, and also two more changes. Fahim Ashraf makes it to the 11 along with the left arm spin of Mohammad Nawaz. Pakistan losing out to injured Naseem Shah and Haris Rauf, and one change in Azhar Ali. Let's join the action as day one, session one of the second test begins at the Multan Cricket Stadium.
Crawley with the first ball of the second test match facing up to Fahim.
No!
Tickled fine, I reckon that'll go away for a boundary and duck it off the mark, which you'll be pleased with the first ball duck in the second innings. Again, just a fraction straight, but that did swing for Ali, just a hint of shape down the leg side. Beautiful shot, really good shot. Sitting back, hitting it at the top of the bounce. Crawley off the mark with a lovely boundary.
Well, it is one of his trademarks, and he is a very good timer of a ball. He's had a bit of a look for an over and a half, and that was almost perfect for him. Yes, it's a little bit short of a length, but he stands so tall that he's still on the front foot and has enough.
This time he does get it through. He's very strong there, Ben Duckett. That's his shot, as David Gow will know as a left-hander. That is bread and butter.
As Crawley gets on the front foot again and just punches that through the offside. There is very little pace and bounce in this pitch. Crawley being such a tall man, it is very difficult to get him off the front foot. Oh, what a start this is. What a start for the young man. Abrar in his first over, his fifth ball in Test cricket. He's flicked one down and completely befuddled England's opener. A wonderful start in Test match cricket. Pakistan, a first wicket for Abrar.
Yeah, a dream start. This will do him world of good. This was a carom delivery back. He's
tried to bowl that googly, just pitched and spun sharp. This will really pump the entire team up. Big wicket, a massive wicket. Zach Crowley gone for 19, 38 for 1.
Oof, that's a bright start from Pope. It was a little frenetic, but he hit it absolutely perfectly. So it's a fascinating first over from Abrar, who picks up a wicket, and hands on head as Pope reverse sweeps his first ball for 4. Goes again leg side, so giving Abrar something to think about here. On debut, in his second over, already taken a wicket, but Duckett trying to apply some pressure. Close, surely. Yeah, finger goes up. This looks out to me. Pope beaten twice on the outside edge, goes for the reverse sweep almost in desperation, and has reviewed maybe a bit of glove on it. If there is no glove, it looks very straight.
Slow. Yes, the ball has hit the glove before hitting the pad. I'll be going back on the field to Murray. Murray, you have to reverse your decision to not out your on-screen signal now.
Well, it didn't hit the pad at all. Just straight onto the glove.
That's a nice shot. That is beautifully played. Good use of the feet, got right to the ball, and the placement spot on. So Zaid Mahmood continues, and so does Ollie Pope with that reverse sweep. They do hit this so incredibly well. Oh, good anticipation. Very good anticipation in the field, but in the end, not quite enough. But it is 50 for Ben Duckett. 100 in the first innings at Pindi, a duck in the second. 50 here in the first in Multan, and beautifully positive.
Goes again leg side. This is nailed. This is hammered over mid-wicket all the way.
I don't think it's going to bother him how many fielders you put on the boundary. Yeah, clearing his front leg, allowing his bat to come through the line of the ball and hitting it beautifully. The timing was excellent.
Oh, that's Fuller. That is Fuller. The finger goes straight up. This is where the point about the variations of pace are so important. Yes, they're going to review.
It's sitting on the glove on the right hand side. So I'm satisfied that there's glove involved, Alim. Back on field to Alim. And I'll ask you to reverse the decision. You're on screen now.
What about this one? What about this one? Ooh. Alim feels that this might have pitched outside the leg stump. Still on Babar. Is he going to take it? Is he going to take it? Yep, he is. We upstairs again.
Ball pitching in line, impact is in line, and wickets hitting. So you'll have to reverse your original decision of not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen signal now.
England are now 117 for 2. Ben Duckett is 63 from 49. But he's gone, and it's 117 for 2.
Overpitched and driven firmly by Pope, and driven to the fence. Pope began his innings with a dramatic reverse sweep and has continued to play shots.
Still struggling with his length. Zahid, previous delivery was way too short, kept a little low, and this time way too full. Easy pickings. That one looking really, really close. Whoa. I thought this was pretty straight. Is he going to miss the off stump? They're in the huddle. They're looking to take a DRS. Babar is waiting. I have a feeling that he'll take it. Yes, he's taken it. They're going upstairs.
Ball pitching in line, impact in line, and the wickets hitting, Alim, wickets hitting. So you'll have to reverse your original decision of not out or out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
It was a long and agonising wait for Joe Root. So England have lost their third. Abrar has his third. It's 145 for 3. England's best player of spin gone. Pakistan have picked a side accordingly, but England are going to keep counter-punching as best they can. They've got 150 on the board now in double quick time.
He wants to get to 50. He does get to 50. Excellent from Ollie Pope. 10th 50 in Test match cricket. He's played beautifully. 300s to go with those 10 50s as well. Reverse comes. And in the air and goes. Live by the sword, die by the sword, Ollie Pope. He started with a reverse sweep. He ends with a reverse sweep.
Ollie Pope, ever positive, yes. Livid with himself. That's more probably the execution of the shot. Gets himself in the usual good position, gets low still, but a little bit of a top edge, straight to the man, and that is that. Abrar has his fourth ball for 59. Pope is going for 60, and England are 4 down.
In the air, mid-off sets himself. This should be a Test fifer. It is a Test fifer. On the first morning as an international Test match cricketer, Abrar Ahmed as a fifer.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, it's an impressive, mighty impressive performance from Abrar. Brilliant for him. Goes down as a harder catch than it looks. Look at that, hand up to protect against the sun. Oh, in it goes, huge relief, overbalance. It did well. And for Abrar, what a brilliant start to a Test career. 5, all first 5 against England. Harry Brook, just 9 this time, 167 for 5.
#1 go-to shot for England this morning, the sweep. Stokes has his first boundary with it.
England don't want to get dismissed under 250.
Good comeback from Abrar, just quicker and fuller. Could be lunch, yeah. Umpire Dar has tipped the bails off, and that is an excellent comeback from Pakistan and a brilliant session for Abrar Ahmed. England went hard as they do against the new ball, went hard and swept the spinners, and then Abrar Ahmed and Pakistan came back at them. 5 for 70 on debut.
So at lunch, Pakistan grabbing 5 wickets, all going to Abrar Ahmed, 180 for 5, the mystery spinner, making it tough for the England batters. At the same time, England, playing to the new brand of cricket that they've adopted, kept on scoring runs and managed 180 in the first session on day 1. Looking at the bowling card, and all you need to talk about is Abrar Ahmed. 70 and 5 wickets to his name, becomes the first Pakistan bowler to take a fifer in the first session of a Test match on debut.
First ball after lunch. Going to see more of the same. Yep, straight away, a shot and a bit of turn.
We saw Pacers bowling few overs early on in the game, and then it's been a spin from both ends.
Hard sweep, very hard sweep, nailed for 4.
England just carry on. Any opportunity to get that sweep out, this one in front of square, way in front of square. It's gone to the fence.
Up and over mid-off. That's a really controlled shot. That's an excellent shot. Has it gone all the way? It has. 200 up for England.
These modern day cricketers, they're very strong. Didn't really need to use his feet. Just stood his ground and made sure that he goes with the shot.
Down the pitch. Straight over the top. Has it gone all the way? It has. Nearly into the media centre. That's a big hit from Stokes.
It's a big ground, a big stadium altogether. That's cleared everything, and there's quite a bit to travel to the stands and to that media centre. It's almost at that.
Up and over. Mid-off and mid-on again in. Will that go all the way for 6? I think it just landed short in the shadows. No, he's given it, Murray.
Mid-off hovering, he tries and goes leg side. Didn't get it completely in the middle.
Oh, gone. The googly. Stokes has missed it. Abrar has 6.
Well, it's all Abrar. In the morning, picked up 5 wicket, and now big score. This one might have pitched on the leg stump line, but spun sharply and hit middle off. What a wonderful start of his career. A special talent. And Ben Stokes gone for 30. It's 2-8 for 6 now.
Oh, surely, yeah, it is. It's number 7. One more sweep, possibly a fatal one for Jacks, who sends it upstairs.
Ball pitched in line, impact is in line, and the wicket's umpire's call. So you will stay with your original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Alim Dar confirms Abrar Ahmed, who now has 7 wickets on debut. 7 for 91, and England are 231 for 7. As Robinson picks him up leg side. That was beautifully struck. And this should be the end of Ollie Robinson. Yeah, easily taken at mid-on. It won't be 10 for Abrar. Pakistan won't mind about that. Another wicket has gone. It's Robinson this time. Zahid Mahmood into the game with his first.
Yeah, just slightly slower, slightly shorter. And the hit leg side met with the top edge. Ollie Robinson goes for 5. England now 8 down for 245.
And Leach this time tries to reverse sweep, and it may not be his game. He's lost his off-stump first ball. England 9 down.
Can't say that you're surprised with that shot, because the intent from England has been always the reverse sweep. Almost switched around. Ball spins. Zahid gets a wicket. He now is on a hat-trick. 245 for 9.
There he goes. Second ball. Fine. 4. 249 for 9.
Ooh, goes big again, this time leg side. Races along the ground for another 4. Just evades the man who is 20 yards in from the boundary at long on. Zahid Mahmood, so just gets past him, rolls away for another 4. These are indeed useful runs from Mark Wood. Tossed high and dispatched. Not a bad idea at all from Abrar. He's used his varieties throughout this long spell. Well, That will be that then for this England first innings. Mark Wood dashes off to prepare himself maybe to bowl, as will Jimmy Anderson. Anderson's final attempt to reverse sweep ends with that off-stump just knocked gently back. So England all out for 281. For this man, though, what a debut. What a brilliant start to his Test match career.
So early tea was taken on day one as England was wrapped up for 281. It was abroad all the way, 114 runs given away by him, and took 7 wickets on debut, with Zahid Mahmood, the leg spinner, grabbing 3 and cleaning the tail up. England batted for 51.4 overs and managed 281, batting first. The partnerships, Pope and Duckett, put on 79 together, and later on Stokes and Jacks added 61, helping England to get to that total. Bowling is all about Abrar Ahmed, 7 for 114, along with Zahid Mahmood, 3 for 63, wrapping up England taking the 10 wickets. Time for Pakistan's first innings.